Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Happy Saturday, and thank you for joining in. And thank you so much, my PTSD, for becoming a member of the War Room. That's awesome. Welcome to the War Room and uh, the Dragon Tribe War Room, that is. So, that's awesome. And also, thank you, Jennifer, for posting the Cash App as well. That really helps out a lot. It's so good to see you guys. Hey, Bo, and welcome in. We have Libra with us tonight. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hey, Libra, how are you?
This is actually Rush Limbaugh taking over for Libra today. And we have some very interesting things we're going to talk about.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. I can't
Not.
even be I can't even be straight with this. Hey, Cinderella. So,
And
okay,
no,
so
it's
I
just
changed
me.
I did change the audio because you said don't forget to do the audio, and I did change it. And
Don't
Bo
forget,
says
don't
it sounds
forget.
good. Yeah, don't
Yeah, it didn't
forget.
save mine either, so I had to change it again. Sometimes
You
it does,
always
sometimes it
sound good
doesn't.
though. It's always me. You're not the problem.
It's always your fault.
It's always my fault. It's me. It's me. It's not you. You're doing.
I'm just gonna,
Everyone's like, no, lady, he is not. He sounds great. You're the one. And I'm like, why does he sound so? That was so weird that night. I was like, that is so weird. Oh my goodness.
wait till I come up here all messed up. Then you're gonna. Don't worry, the blame will come back on me. So
He'll be like, you're the one
I'll
that
get
sounds
my
bad. And chat will
share.
be like, no, no, it's you, Libra. It's you. So I say, yeah, how's it feel? Right? Because I felt like I was a nut that night. I'm like, am I like seriously? Am I in the twilight zone? What the hell?
Why
Um,
is this happening?
why does this always happen to me? Oh man, I started getting yeah. See, Bo says you sound great. You always do.
Thank you, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, professional. You know what I mean?
Yes.
We
Yes.
professionals.
We
We just
try.
got. We're just on. We're nomads. You know what I mean? So we gotta. Sometimes we gotta tear apart and use crappier stuff. Sometimes we gotta put together better stuff. And then I moved from PC to Mac to PC to Mac to Mac to PC, and that's another reason why I won't save because I unhook it and I don't use it for a couple
Oh.
days, I think, and then it just forgets everything.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just use my laptop, but I haven't been using a mic either lately since I'm just an avatar. You know,
Just an avatar.
I'm just an avatar.
Welcome to my
So
world.
I know, I know. I always like your avatars though. Um, so I have a fake mic that's in my picture, but I'm not really using a mic. So it just gives the illusion to people
Yeah.
that I have a mic, but I don't at the moment. So,
You in
so
the
yeah,
bushes.
so all kinds of stuff about the green hoodie came out about at night. I went to go download the footage of just,
Hmm.
Katie and Sebastian at the table eating whatever. And I was just going to take out all the sound and put my own sound in. But then I found this other video that they posted about the green hoodie, but they didn't show the green hoodie. They were still
Damn
showing.
it.
I know they were still showing the inside.
So is it going from waist down now? All we can see is like the part of the green hoodie, and then it just goes to the jeans and the shoes.
I don't
Is
know.
that
They
how?
cropped it.
Is it just getting blurrier and fuzzier and fuzzier?
I think that's what they need. No, I really do think they need to show us who the green hoodie is. That's what I'm asking them for. I'm not trying to be mean or demand anything. I'm just saying, can you please tell us, uh, or excuse me, can you please show us the green hoodie without you blurring it out? Because the only person that could have blurred that out is at night. No,
I can
not to
theoretically
put you
yes.
not to
I
put you
can
on
see
the
you
spot, not
already.
to put you on the spot or
No,
anything.
it's okay. I
And
mean,
again,
it's anything's possible though. Well, it just makes me question. I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'll say this: I can see you already with somebody tied up to a chair and pouring gasoline on him. Tell me, let me see Green Hoodie right now. Please, don't light the match. Show me who is Green Hoodie. I can see
My
that, and
head
just
starts spinning
just losing your
around.
mind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
just the lights dangling over their head, just like an
Crying out
interrogation from
loud.
the old classic interrogation scene, and you're out in New York, out of all places. Just it has to be New York, right by the right there in Manhattan, in some big ass industrial place, big warehouse, just interrogating the shit out of somebody. Just you tell me right now.
An
Got
undisclosed
a
location.
tool to their neck. Yeah, you're at a chop shop somewhere in New York. We'll
If
just
I was going to do that to
leave it at
anybody, it'd be
that.
Katie. No offense, Katie, but girl,
Hypothetically,
girl, girl.
hypothetically,
Hypothetically
allegedly,
speaking,
hypothetically,
if I had to choose
in
one
Minecraft.
person that I would have to inflict Chinese torture tactics on, it would be Katie Proudfoot. Because Chris couldn't
Well,
save her then. She'd have to answer. She'd have some explaining to do. You know,
man,
big time explaining.
man. So
Now
did you
Libra's scared.
get?
He's like, "Oh, I better change the
Mhm.
subject." No,
Yeah,
I don't know. I always question that. Like, I always wonder if they took her in, like, for a proper questioning. Not that they don't have to be mean and, like you said, the lights or do the Chinese torture, waterboarding or whatever. But they could do like the questioning, regular questioning, and I think Katie would have buckled under the pressure, and so that's why I'm always curious about that.
yeah. I wonder about remember they had the command center set up over there at New Shell Volunteer Fire Department, right across from the cemetery. And I wonder if they that's where allegedly they took Seth, right, and they showed him everything but the face of Green Hoodie. Was it at that command center, right, where they had
Uh,
that trailer
I
set
don't
up,
know
or
if
was
it
that at the
was.
station? I just wonder. But I mean, if they took her in and they want to question her, would have questioned her polygraph, allegedly, right? All that stuff usually would be done, I guess, at the police department. But I just don't know. But
Yeah.
you know, so like this is another thing. It wasn't a criminal investigation quite yet, anyways. It had to be when the FBI put 50K on it, right? At that point, they knew it had to be a kidnapping picked up by somebody. It has to be because if you look up TBI, it's like, or even FBI, the website, the URL that Seth drops, it says slash kidnap, slash, you know.
That's from the FBI website. Yeah, that's the link. Yeah.
So yeah, they're assuming, and TBI is as well, because TBI, same thing. They say it's a kidnapping.
Well, see,
So
my theory is I think that, from the very beginning, it's been a criminal investigation when they changed it over from the ground search to, like, so say day 8 when they came out and it was Craddock and Widener, and they're talking to the press and they're saying, hey, we're scaling the search back and we're going over to the investigative side. And that always bothered me because I think, like you said, from day 1 they should have, they weren't doing that, but they should have been. But I think that they started it around day 8 was, I mean, and it might
yeah,
have been sooner than that, but I think I mean, I know what you're saying. Like, the FBI obviously thinks that it's a kidnapping. He's on the most wanted page. Sebastian is still.
yeah, and day 8, that's about a week in then, and that sounds about right to cover all that area. They covered a lot of shit, honestly.
Yeah, they
From what
did.
the
They
map I
they pulled
saw.
out all the stops. Like, that's why I don't know that if they just produced Sebastian all of a sudden that they would everything would be, oh, no, no harm, no foul. I don't think that because uh I don't see how it could be that way. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Hmm.
know what you're talking about here. And then, if I share this right quick, give me a second. I'll
Yeah,
throw it up
wanted
there.
slash kidnap slash subasia. That's the FBI government website, federal.
Yeah, this
It's
is
saying kidnap,
he's most wanted with his sweet little face there.
and he is. That's
I'm
right.
like,
You're
what the
exactly right
hell?
about that. Hmm. So you said something about downloading. Oh, what the video of about Green Hoodie of at night or what? What were you talking about
Well,
there?
yeah, so I downloaded it and I just, put some music with it and
Oh, okay.
zoomed in. I zoomed in and then I zoomed out when he went to go use the bathroom because you can see him go into the bathroom.
Yeah.
He like looks over his shoulder then, for the bathroom and then he tells Katie something like I'm going to go to the bathroom. You see him scoot out of the booth and then he walks around, uses the bathroom and comes back. But for for some of the fragmented pieces that we got to see in the beginning, some of that looked way more suspicious than it does now that we're watching it all the way through, in chronological order, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Makes sense. Or if you
Yeah,
watch
so I'm
a video where it's has the eerie music and everything else, it still captivates your mind and makes you just like a scary movie. It kind of works magic on you in a sense where it can
Mhm.
deceive you and make creepy happening. I can make anything. I can edit a video and make anything look so eerie and creepy and sus
Yes.
when it could be just like that those kids and that lady walking in that Green Hoodie avoided, like they have nothing to do with it more than likely, right? And then you got
Yeah.
all these people out here that were like, the lady with the black shirt that's just standing there for a minute looks sus. And they're like, well, if you look at this through the filter of everybody coming to Texas House on a Saturday, was it Sunday? Sorry, Sunday night, school
Sunday.
night, right?
Mm-hmm. School
Still
night.
busy, and that's a church day anyway in the Bible Belt. But especially on like a Friday night,
Mm-hmm.
you're not getting a parking space. I'm sorry, you're not getting one on Sunday either. More than likely, that place
Right.
stays
Everybody
packed,
likes
as you
Sunday
know.
dinner. Yeah, after church,
Yeah,
for
man.
sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a thing.
Exactly.
It's a
That's
thing,
a
isn't
big
it?
money making day, as you know, working in the restaurant business like I have and you have.
Oh
No, it's a
yeah.
money everywhere, really. Everybody goes to church on Sunday, don't they?
Everybody goes. No, but I know what you're saying, and yeah, I mean, and then people, even if they're not religious, it's a good day to go out. You don't feel like cooking, right? You got to get ready for the next day, whether it's work, school, whatever. It's Monday, right? And you got to get ready for
Yeah.
Monday, and so a lot of times people will, yeah, they'll go out for dinner, um, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Car that went
So
by, everybody's like, "Oh my god, that's look at that car, look at that car." I'm like, it's getting out of hand. This was on, I believe, on Facebook. I can't remember what it was. I think it was on YouTube. You just read through the comments, and you're kind of like, okay, we're getting ridiculous here. That every car that goes by is suspect. Well, it's going to be if you keep thinking. You got to look at. We have to kind of know what we're looking at and what we're looking for, and what kind of corroborates with another. Like, say you could see the 3 a.m. and what kind of car it was, and then you
mhm.
see that same car there, which is possible highly. But yeah, you see like that same car there. Oh, that kind of corroborates. So it's like, wait a minute. Um, you know, that's something that kind of links together.
Well,
That's
what I think
sus.
would link, I know what you're
Everything.
saying. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are, and that's good though. That is really good. But then it has its,
Yeah.
downsides. But like for
Yeah.
me, if I saw two vehicles and I thought maybe they were connected, the only reason I would think something like that is if there was like a dent or a scrape that matched. If I couldn't see the license plate numbers, or it would have to be like a super rare aftermarket something was put on the vehicle, something like that. Because I don't automatically like. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was looking for a silver sedan, right? When people were saying that
Oh
the
yeah.
neighbors were talking about a silver. Yeah. So if somebody's like eyewitnesses are saying, okay, I saw this vehicle and this is the one, then yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
would.
That's like a police officer. That's the first thing. If you get a call on your dispatch says, be on the lookout for, right? Like Bolo, silver
Hmm.
sedan. That's all you
Hmm.
see. I mean, you have tunnel vision because you're that cop out there on the street, and that's what you're looking for to pull over. because it's
Right.
something's going on. You know what I mean? Yeah. And
Yeah, because
then
that's the vehicle description. But yeah, I mean,
right.
and I think what Anna says, it's obvious it's a kidnapping. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an Amber Alert. So I guess the tipping off people right away that a Amber Alert has been
Yeah.
issued. And I think that's a big one, Anna, to remember the criteria that it had to have fit into in order for them to classify it that way, because it's strict. And that's the reason why we
Yeah.
have the pink alert that's being proposed for Haley's Law, because she didn't fit into that criteria, right? So she didn't get an Amber Alert. So we need a pink alert, right, for Haley, because I think she would have been found quicker if they if there was a BOLO on her, right, BOLO alert. Um, so yeah, and then no, I personally, I don't know, Libra. I'm not going to speak for you, hon. You say what you want to say, but I think that the green hoodie is a woman, because at first, when I first saw them from far away, it looks like Conan O'Brien, right? it looks like
Of course.
it looks
A
like a
short
redheaded
version of Conan.
man. Sure. Or possibly Beavis, right? When it gets closer into the camera, it looks like a woman to me. And I actually, one time we were talking up here, and I'm like, oh God, you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but here's the thought: what if they like switched over? Like somebody was waiting in Katie's vehicle, and then the green hoodie came up, and they did a switcheroo, right? Like, do we have the
Yeah.
footage where we see the green hoodie standing out there for 2 minutes? Because we were able to narrow that down, right? And because of the timestamps, and that was Voices of Truth or Hindsight. I always just say Hindsight because I know she does all the videos. That's
Mhm.
who kind of showed us like that there was these instances, which we knew that Katie made contact with Yellow Jacket, right? We weren't sure how
Mhm.
long. And then we were all talking about that. And of course, that's what the timestamps, that's why it's so important to see the timestamps, to see
Mhm.
the raw video, everything in its own original form. That way we can start fucking with it, right? And like zooming in on it and doing all these things that we need, in order to figure it out. But what do you think? Do you think it's a
Yeah.
man? Do you think it's a shim? I called it a shim for a long time. I'm like, I don't know if that's a freaking man or a lady.
From
Law
day
enforcement.
one, I don't know. I think they got you mixed up. I think Anna might have you mixed up when you were talking about Sebastian going to the restroom. Sebastian is a he, obviously.
Oh,
You were not talking about
oh,
Green Hood. I never said he, at least that I know of. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I might listen back and be like, why did I say he? But no, I've
no,
always
I think
believed
you
from
could
day one that Green Hoodie is a female because of the way they
really.
walk. Yeah, the mannerisms of the hands and
Ah,
everything else. And then when I found out for sure that, because I think I found out later on when I first was aware of this. I don't think I was aware of the restroom. And then when I found out they went to the women's restroom, I was like, well, that has to confirm it for me personally. I just think that just helped confirm it. But yeah, just whenever Green Hoodie walks away from Katie's truck,
mm-hmm,
they put their hands up in a very feminine and older lady like fashion, in my
mm-hmm,
opinion.
mm-hmm.
So in my
They
head, it's an
do.
older woman the way she walked. I'm sorry, it's going to be a she in my mind, and it will remain that until I find out otherwise. But just the mannerisms and everything, unless it's a very feminine dude that uses the women's restroom. I mean, or walk in the women's restroom.
Well, and
That's
that's
what
the
it would
thing.
be.
I mean, and that's the weird part, right? Because we could be like, well, I mean, anybody can walk into any restroom they want to, especially nowadays. So that doesn't, like, it used to hold a lot more
Yeah.
weight, I think. But I know what you're saying though, and that is, she was feminine, right? Like the way that she was like, leave me alone, or like her hand movements. We'll show it. I'm gonna show it. We'll end up
I don't know.
because we can talk over it. That's what's nice
Well,
about that.
on a Sunday in Tennessee and in that area, I think somebody would have bitched about it personally. Would have been like, what the hell? So we just wouldn't, they would have, if they noticed. If not, then who knows? But, and it's always possible. But it's not that liberal, I don't think, in that area where just like, but it's possible. I mean, because that did get to a thing. I worked at a job where somebody did that and it raised so many women's antennas because it was a dude transitioning to a woman, right? And he was using the
Hmm.
women's restroom like no other at a warehouse, and they were so scared to be politically incorrect about it, and that person isn't there anymore. So I don't know how they went about it, because it was like, yeah, how do you? But here in Tennessee, it's not. I don't think it's legal yet to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Oh, I don't know.
yeah, you can't. I don't think you can legally do that. Like if you're obviously a man and you walk in there and you look like a man, you don't look like a woman and trick people, right? And you look like a man and you are a man and it's kind of obvious. And you go in the women's, man. I've seen that happen before at a bar, and the bouncer was quick to get rid of that. It was this big dude too. I don't know, big old
Yeah, you
football player
can't
looking
do.
guy. And it was
Oh,
like, what's he going in
yeah.
the women's for? I looked at my friend and I was like, what the heck
Ew.
is he going to women's for? Everybody's ready to jump on that and either beat their ass or kick them out, because that's just weird. And especially when it's a big brawly guy like that, though. That was really straight. It was like obviously a man. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's 2026, so anything's possible. So I'm an open minded person. I'm not going to sit here and say no, because I don't know. You know what
No,
I
I
mean? I'm
think
not
you're
going to say
right though.
yes,
I
but I
don't
just
know
doubt
either.
it,
You're right.
because I know this
I don't
area
know.
over there pretty well. But there is some liberal people, and and I'm very liberal in that area too. I mean, so anything's possible. And then,
Libra, didn't you and I think figure out that Tex is too short to be the one that's a green hoodie? She has that hair swoop, you know. I mean, but so does Conan. So does
that'll
Conan.
make you
I
three
always
inches
got to use
taller.
it. Yeah.
But
Well, that's the
Sebastian's five
thing.
foot five, or he was last we knew. He could have grown since then, right? He could have grown through another
Right.
growth spurt, and he could be 6 feet tall now, or damn near, right? But either way, at that
Right.
time, and then Mob Crew did an overlay, which they stepped in just about the same exact spot, it looked like, by that camera view. And they were just
Hmm.
about head to head with Sebastian. So that means that they were at least 5'5", so they could have been 5'5", 5'6". I've
Yeah,
been told that.
I did one right the night before that he did that. I did one too, and that person was like about maybe an inch taller than him. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
yeah,
And
tiny
then
bit.
and then we looked up the booth. We looked up to see how tall the booths were there because it's a franchise and typically when they're being built, they're all going to be the same. And so I was like, well, that's a good frame of reference, right? So we looked into it and sure as shit, it appears that the person Django that the person would have to be um like about 5'6", like more around Katie's height then. And then when I'm looking at Tex, I'm like, well, she's shorter. But you sent me that picture where you had measured
Yeah, the bricks.
the brick. Yeah, I don't know what to call it, like a pillar or like
Yeah, it's like a pillar
outside
and
where they
it's.
were
Hmm.
standing. But yeah,
Yeah,
there's like, but see, I counted the bricks, but that's not as accurate as somebody taking a measuring, tape
yeah.
to
So
it.
you have the measurement there, right? And if you look at the color of the
Yes.
brick, or if you could kind of, sometimes you can eyeball it, but I never really did go back and do that. I never really finished that, but I did send it to you. But yeah, I just put
I
the
know, that's
measuring
why I
tape.
told you.
Yeah.
I should have said it the other way. Jules is saying hi to Django. But no, I should have said that because you're probably like, what? And I'm like, well, when you showed me that, that really solidified that too, though. And I know that was a while ago, but I was like, okay, it
Mhm.
can't be Tex because she's too short. Like the subject is too short, or
Yeah. So
she's too short to
whoever
be the subject, rather.
who got the height of Tex anyway? Who? How do we find out
I
that?
don't know exactly how tall she is, but I'm gonna guess she's no taller than like 5'4", because I'm 5'6", and she looks shorter than I am by at least a couple inches.
Okay, because I never met her in person, so I just kind of wondered.
Django and
Yeah,
Shay.
I'm
No,
serious.
neither have I. Thank God. I think she wanted to kill me the last time when I was going for the gathering. I thought I was gonna meet my demise with that one because she's really crazy as hell. And I think the only thing that saved my life was that one of my mods had sent me over a link to the teaching list. You have to, everybody's licenses are registered on the site in Texas, and I proved that she is in fact a teacher, but I wasn't trying to prove or disprove it. But I think, but I think that that's the only reason that I still am here to tell this tale,
Very
because
scary part of the fact is that
it's
she's
just nuts.
was a teacher. No, that's no family restroom in
Hello.
that. There's no family restroom in TRH, by the way.
I thought there was one. I thought there was one.
I
Uh,
don't think so. Male or female, men or women. I have to look again. But last time I was in there, it was men and women, from what I
I'll show you.
remember.
Yeah, because I got a camera. I got it on camera. But Kiki says, "Lady, if you watch the bathroom, men and women are coming in and out. I wonder if it's a family one." So there is. There's a family one, and then there's
Is there?
yes, yes. I promise you, I'm not lying to you because as I
I
was
just couldn't
when I
remember.
when
I
I
was
was
like, I didn't think there was, but
yeah, it's
the men's is all the way
because
to
you're
the
not a
left either
lady.
way. Yeah, if
The
it's all the
men's is
way
the men's is all the way over to the left. Yeah,
right, we know that much.
if you're
And
looking at it, and then there's an
that's still
emergency
sus to
exit.
walk in. So if you're walking into the family one, what the hell are you doing on the family one? It's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
no, men shouldn't be in there unless
It's
they have a
just a
kid with them.
weird,
That's for
or
dads to take the
yeah, male
kids.
or female. It's like it's just odd to go into the in between the family one. Why? What?
I
That's
agree.
just
I
weird.
see the thumbnail's so funny. I just saw it when I was looking for that other video. Um, but yeah, and because I actually got it to a place where nobody was in the bathroom, coming in or out because obviously I was filming when I was there, and so I was like, oh crap, I don't want to scare the crap out of anybody, um, and make them think that I'm filming their bathroom
You couldn't scare
their
the crap out
bathroom
of them
time.
any more than Katie walking in there, in my opinion,
Oh man,
or Green Hoodie, in my
it's got
opinion.
to be eerie working there, knowing that was the last time the kid was ever seen. So this young boy Sebastian Rogers. Um, so
Yep.
it was when we went to Texas Roadhouse. Okay, so it's got to be this one. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it is weird. It's because it's in that nook. Like you have to get to the women's, you have to go in that little nook. But if you go like straight into the nook, I guess you're not really going inside of it. You're just there's a door right there that's a family bathroom. For in case like dads need to take the kids in there or like moms and kids. So, but no men should be going in there by themselves.
So it's all the way to the right. Then it would be
Uh,
against the wall. It'd have to be, unless it's like a third one facing. Yeah, I'd have to see it. It's okay. I don't remember it, but I always kind of look
I'm
at
gonna show
women's
you.
men's and I go on the men's and I still don't really. Sometimes I don't look around real hard if I'm just going to the restroom. And I
Well,
did make
yeah,
a
because it's
point,
like a
you
weird.
know.
I was glad no one was there because, like I said, that's a weirdo that tapes the bathrooms. Like, but I was taping the bathrooms because of this. Because
Lady,
I'm
what are you
I was
doing?
curious. Yeah, like what the hell? This lady was filming me. I was like, came out of the bathroom. What a weirdo. Oh my god.
I passed
I'm just gonna
somebody
get
I
myself
knew
in
that was.
trouble.
I passed somebody I knew over the years in Hendersonville, and she was right there serving tables and kind of glanced at me as I'm wearing my Sebastian shirt, and kind of was probably like, "What the hell?" You know. It's like, well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think probably would give them the heebie-jeebies if they even know about it, which she probably does because she's been in Hendersonville all of her life and has been working there for a while. But for the new girls that don't know, they don't know probably like the new because servers, that's a revolving door in that industry.
Hmm.
But for
Yeah,
the
it
people that
is.
know, they'd have to kind of feel eerie seeing me walk in there with freaking green and all that, Sebastian and all green and everything. That's got
Oh
to be
God, they
weird.
had a whole group of us when I went for Pigfest. They had a whole group of
Y'all went
us.
in there,
Oh yes, and
oink
they
oink.
yeah, they kicked us out of the like we were talking too long at the table, and then they were like, you know how it is. Like if you're a server, see, there's the bathroom for the unisex
Oh, I gotta
order,
see that.
then there's the
There.
women's.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
That's
God,
so
no one was
odd.
coming out of the bathroom, especially a
Holy
dude.
moly! Wait a minute. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. Okay, what about that wall right there? What's See that thing right there? That black thing on the wall.
Hold
See,
on.
that's even bigger than I remember. There's a fire exit right there. Why don't you go out that fire exit, Green Hoodie? That set off
Well,
an
that's what
alarm
I
when
was
you went in.
wondering too. I was wondering that
No,
too.
that set off an alarm. I'm
But
just
look,
joking.
nobody even like acknowledged me when I came in. Isn't this weird too, right here? None of these people, they're too busy
Yeah.
talking. Girl, I'm about to go out tonight. Later, I'm going to do this. I'm about to see my boyfriend. I got a hot date. You know, they
Girl,
don't
I'm
give a
about to
fuck.
twerk on the bar
I'm
tonight.
about to twerk on the bar. I
Talk
was
about
like,
Coyote
okay.
ugly? No, I am ugly. Now, yeah, it looks like Hooters
Yeah,
set up.
here we
Base.
go.
It looks like a friggin' Hooters, doesn't it? Wait,
I
wait.
don't know.
Holy crap. See, I never walked that way. I've always walked.
Oh, you
See,
walked straight away. That's why you probably didn't see the
yeah, I
bathroom.
walked all the
Yeah.
way around it through the booths because I'm a man and I go through the men's. See, right here, if you would have kept going and videotaped there, I guess there's just nothing in that corner. It just goes to a corner. I was
It
trying to
just kind of
remember how it
goes to a
was.
corner.
I swear to God, I
Yeah.
remember it being like right next to it. Nope, I guess not. See, I'm remembering another place probably where it says ladies and gents for men's and women's. And it's probably, I'm probably thinking about freaking, oh, what is it? I
Longhorn,
don't know.
maybe? The other
Longhorn,
steakhouse?
exactly. I'm probably thinking of Longhorn the way
Yeah.
it's set up. It's like you can see
I
both
like
doors, but
Longhorn
this one is a
better,
whole
but
different wall. They probably did go in the family restroom, and that's probably where they stashed the damn stuff, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay,
well,
I love how
Katie's
you
never.
blurred. I love how you blurred all these faces out.
I tried
I
so
love
hard.
the
I felt so
way.
bad. I feel so bad.
Lady, stop videotaping. I love when people get mad when you're videotaping in public. You're like, it's not against the law. They're like, they freak out. I
I
didn't
know.
say. I watched a video today. A guy's like, I didn't say you can videotape me. And he's out there on the sidewalk in public. He's not even in a private establishment. Yeah, I love that. Right here it says slot 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever it's called. And you stand there and you wait. They have a pretty good system for getting you sat. But the menus, I watched a video today when I pulled up Texas Roadhouse, and of course nothing came up. I put Green Hoodie Texas Roadhouse, and you have to put Sebastian or
Nothing came
something.
up.
No, nothing
Really?
came up about Sebastian. It was all
You're
freaking
welcome.
Texas Roadhouse trying the food out, right? So the menus, there's like 15 menus. Somebody's like, look at this, man. They just let the menus stack like crazy over here. And I was like, ugh. And then I kind of wonder, like, how many times do they even wipe those menus off? Because, at least the host would have the menus near them and they would, wipe them off and have nothing to do. It's like, I hope they clean these well. And I hate when getting a dirty menu. I'm so picky about that. Oh,
Oh
it's so
yeah, it's
nasty. When you
gross
get a
if it's all
sticky menu,
sticky.
oh,
Yeah,
hell
when it's
no.
sticky, it's like
I don't
nobody
like
wiped
that.
these down. You know.
Yeah, freaking sweet
Um,
tea. We're in the South, so sweet tea, everything. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Kiki.
you need
Kiki
so much
will
time to
be
read.
the next president of the United States. And
Thank you, Kiki. That's so sweet. Of course, yeah. No, girl, I was like, I tried to get the hotel because I know hindsight was talking about the Fairfield, and right, that's like right over there. And I was like, I need to
yeah,
get this. I need to get some footage of that, because I don't know. I was trying to think of what I could get footage of, or what, because I went so far after the fact, which sucked, but it ended up being good because at least I could know the area.
that place is so shady too, as you know. And I showed you what I'm talking about. Man, crazy. In the parking
Oh
lot,
yeah.
though, they not even discreet enough to go get a hotel room. These people did this stuff in the parking lot and put it on their damn, you know, only
With the
only
whole
for
ass Texas
only
Roadhouse in the
site.
background.
Crazy stuff
Only
is
feet.
only feet.
Only feet.
Golly,
I've thought about it.
God,
Just kidding. YouTube
it's so
doesn't pay enough.
crazy to me.
But I have people like my
Yeah,
PTSD, Jen and Kiki who help out, man. Otherwise I might be on Only Feet too.
only feet.
Oh my
So
god.
crazy.
Only feet. That's the
I
only thing
wish
I
that was
would
all
do.
it was, and it wasn't when I
Is show
found
my
that out.
feet. Yeah,
You
that's the
know.
only thing I would do is be like, here, you want to see these feet? Here you go. Here you go. Take a good look.
Yeah.
Take a gander.
And I see a
Send me some
trend
money.
around here too, where it's always, these police officers always get probation and no jail time for the felonies, and it's all. I guarantee you, it's a whole brotherhood of the blue line. I guess I don't know. It's kind of crazy to me
I
because
want to
anybody
watch that
else
guy. That
that would
old
be
man
doing,
worries me. That old
Yeah.
man and that Donnie
Uh,
guy, the chicken guy, he
oh,
worries me
yeah. The
too.
commissioner or
You know,
whatever in Millersville.
yes, because they're so liked and people like Mr.
Donnie
Donnie and
Self. Donnie
yeah, like
Self. And you're talking
no, fuck
about
him.
Gregory. David
I always forget
Gregory.
his last name, David Gregory. That's right.
David Gregory
I
over
do
there.
want
He
to call
was,
him Gregory for some reason,
yeah, he was
but
pissed
that's his
off
last
about
name.
Sean Taylor. We don't need him in this city. He's just destroying this city. And it's like, what bad is he really
Hmm.
doing? He's trying to help these kids. And then you find out, oh, you've been touching, you know,
Yeah, you've been
who,
inappropriate with
innocent
children to
people.
the max in 80
I'm trying to be
since the
careful with
19,
my
what is it,
words because,
87? 1987. I know because YouTube doesn't like that,
87
but you
years
know
old. Is
what?
that how old he is? 87 years old? That's what he looks like.
No, no, no. He's he's
Golly, dude.
he's 72, but since 1987, he's been doing crimes
Right.
like this.
He looks
Or
87, though.
oh, he
That's what I'm
does. He
saying.
looks like he
Yeah.
is a dirty old nasty
God.
creepy motherfucker. Let me tell you what. Oh, he is creepy as they
So I
come.
was like, say, so I was like 3 or 4 years old when this guy started doing this. And
Yeah, we were
he's
little
like,
kids. We were fucking. I was five
yeah.
years old. I
So
could have
I
been
was,
one of his victims if I wasn't
what the
careful.
hell?
Golly.
Damn
I
it,
mean, this is
dude.
what we're dealing with here and then he just gets away with it, gets a high powered position. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
keeping my eye
Yeah.
out on that one and the chicken guy. I want to know more about Donnie Self and his little, why he thinks he can go into chicken places with
Choking his chicken in
banker.
the chicken store. Good
With
God.
his chicken,
Choking his
his
chicken at the
chicken head
hot
out.
chicken store. Golly, dude.
Golly, it's nasty. It's
Uh,
nasty is what he
crazy.
is. He's a
Right
fucking
downtown in Lebanon, too.
degenerate. Oh my gosh. Right there
Degenerates.
downtown. Yeah, they don't care. They'll do it right in the middle of wherever. And, it's weird.
You kind of give people you want to give people like leeway when they're caught like doing crazy stuff together in some kind of nightclub. It kind of makes sense. Like they're probably on drugs or drunk, right? But when you got a guy in the broad
Yeah.
daylight at
Uh,
lunchtime, right? I think in the
uh,
afternoon, and he's up
I
there,
think it was the afternoon.
just a swinging his thing, just a shaking that wee wee. You know what I mean? That's
What a
just like,
weirdo. What
man, dude,
possesses somebody to do it? Like, this is what I don't
demons,
understand.
sex
Demons.
demons.
Sex
That's what it
demons.
is.
Yeah, it's got to be something because it's weird. It's just weird that he would something would possess him to do that unless he would, like you said, if he's drunk, then maybe I mean, it's not an excuse, but it kind of explains things like oh, he was so drunk out of his mind, he whipped it out, didn't know where he was, something like that. You know
And
what
it's
I
not
mean?
that
Like that's
he,
a
yeah.
defense attorney can have something to work with on that, but when he just does it like that,
So
fuck,
crazy. Like
you know.
if somebody's got their fly open, but but you said you're riding commando, like
Yes,
that's something
you made
else
me think
because
of that.
nobody's gonna
You made me
complain
think of
about.
that. Well, because you
God.
said that when you said that he came out of the bathroom, his flies down. We're reading the article, and then you were like, "Yeah, but like if his fly was just unzipped, then his underwears would just be showing." But
They would not complain over his fly just being open. The guy,
no, that's
excuse me, the guy had to have. They said, well, they did say, and not verbatim, but they did say, basically whipped out genitalia or exposed genitalia. But the video, they
yeah.
couldn't. If they got enough to charge him, then they got enough to charge him. That's all I'm gonna say. You got enough people to say, "Look, I mean, more than one girl."
These poor girls. That's another thing that I'd be livid. I can't even imagine how PO'd I'd be if I was, my daughter's working a little teenager job at the chicken joint and
That's the thing.
oh
It's not
my
a nightclub. That's why
god.
I'm saying it's not an excuse. And even if he was drunk that day, it's definitely not an excuse to go to broad daylight. But I'm just saying, I could
Oh,
understand it
nasty
if
old.
it was a couple, not even a guy doing it by himself in a nightclub. That's weird too. But if it was a couple that got caught like getting a little too handsy, it's
Oh.
probably because they're just too drunk. That happens all the time in nightclubs, right? I can
Oh yeah,
understand a
you got to
little bit
tell them you
because they're
can't be doing
freaking
that. Yeah.
wasted and they're just
Yeah,
attracted
bars
to
you
each
got to tell
other,
people.
and then
Mhm.
people get nutty, right? But it's not even the nightclub scene. It's broad daylight. It's him by himself, you know, and it's two teenage girls underage. Come on, dude. Like, there's
Mm-mm-mm.
no, like, I won't give that any kind of consideration. Like, oh, it's just a couple of drunk people at a nightclub that are adults and they're away from anybody 21 and or 18 and under anyway, or should be. But you know,
It
no,
just
people
seems like
sneak
they
in.
make up excuses for them, though.
But yeah, there's no excuse for that shit. You know, there's not. There's not for none of
Mm-mm.
that. And that's why I don't. That's one
No.
reason why I don't go to nightclubs either. Is because just the stupidity and all the toxicity anyway. Screw that
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
too. But yeah, man, like that's so crazy. And then so I'd like to see. So David Gregory, I guess, made Bond, which pisses me off. That's why he
He
shouldn't
did.
have 750,000 because you know that motherfucker's got at least 75,000. I don't know if it's 10% at that point, but if it is, that means he
I
just
think it is. I think it's across
needed
the board always
75
10%.
grand. Yeah, what old man doesn't have a bunch of money buried in his backyard? Come on. He's got
Fuck
a
me.
bunch
If
of
I had to get
retirement.
75 grand, I would be sitting my ass right where I was. I'll tell you what. I
Makes you
would
wonder
ain't
how he
nobody
made
gonna
that
get me
money.
out.
How did he
Makes you
make that
wonder,
money?
doesn't it? Hey,
Yeah, it
they could
does.
they probably raised it for him. They probably raised him some money right quick.
The
And they
lobbyist and
do that
shit.
all the time.
If it's not
Yeah, like
that, what about
in my opinion.
the chicks that he could have been making money off of that were under 13? Do you ever think about that? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh my
That's
gosh. Well,
possible.
I mean, a
There's
lot
some.
of these people are so dirty, right? And then you got that commissioner. He's like, I want Sean. You got him saying at the meeting, we need to get Sean Taylor out of here. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
he
we
didn't
all know
like
why
that. Yeah.
now. Now we know why he doesn't like
Yeah.
him. And not
Yep.
only doesn't like him, he wants him out of the town. So it's like he's really trying to, you know,
Mr.
get
Donnie
him out of there.
exposed himself at a hot chicken restaurant in Lebanon, Tennessee.
Oh
What
man.
is going on, America? This is insane behavior that I don't think even Rush Limbaugh can even fathom. This is just the craziest thing. But it's happening, and it's happening
Hey
now.
Seth.
People are like,
Oh
damn,
my
Libra's
goodness.
possessed by Rush Limbaugh. Holy crap.
By
Donnie
Rush
Self is
Limbaugh.
a former Wilson County School Board representative, Zone 5, and former
Skill.
Lebanon
Skill.
police officer
Nancy.
who
When
pleaded
Nancy
guilty.
said that died.
Wait. Check that out. He pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty in June 2020. So he pled guilty. I didn't know that. He pleaded guilty. I don't know if I even caught on to that. So that means he didn't even try to go, not guilty, I didn't do it. I just had my fly open. He just like, I knew I had my genitalia in my hand and I knew it. And I squeezed it a couple times. And
Well,
she
because didn't he just
saw
get
me.
a slap on the wrist? Like, didn't he end up getting like the 12-step program and that's it?
I think he was
So he probably
slapping.
had to plead guilty to
No,
get
ma'am.
that.
I think he was slapping his own wrist, if you know what I mean.
Uh
That's what we're talking about here. Guilty plea
Hey
on.
Poppy Love. Guilty plea.
So
Oh my goodness.
pleaded guilty to one.
He went
charge
in there
of-
all proud. Yes, that was me. That was me, and it was in the hot chicken joint at noon. Right, fresh.
Why do you
fresh
think
at
they call it
lunchtime.
hot chicken? Why do you think they call it that? Oh my
Oh
god!
man.
The charge
Ew,
carrying judicial
I would hope
diversion
some
will
of that
be
hot
wiped.
sauce would get on that wanker, so he would learn to keep it in his pants
This pisses me off.
around the hot chicken.
Look what we got here. This will never be set though. But look, expungement. It says under legal outcome and status. He got a judicial diversion. No freaking way. It says the charge carrying judicial diversion will be wiped from his record if he successfully completes the probationary requirements. So as long as he keeps it in his pants and doesn't whatever else they got in their contract. Dude, he's going to get this wiped off his record.
Oh
the
my god!
diversion. That's bullshit. He
Where
should be
you
on the
at,
sex
Sheriff
offenders
Craddock?
list.
Where was this at? Was this in Sumner County again? I can't remember. Where's Lebanon?
Wilson
Where's
County. Wilson County,
Wilson County.
Lebanon,
Okay, well we
Tennessee. It's a
can't blame
different county.
Craddock. Damn it.
Wilson's
Well, he
not
needs.
supposed to, not super lenient, I wouldn't think either, but I don't know. I mean, that's Mount Juliet. So, like, what we were talking about with Mount Juliet not
Oh,
long ago. Mount Juliet's been
well,
catching a lot of people with their
Chris
LPRs,
and
though.
Terry Lynn talked about Mount Juliet Road. I remember
Mount
that.
Juliet Road. We went down there. We was drinking, and we went go
We were
fishing.
necking down there.
I was necking the neck to bone and dead. And I said, look here. I said, this LPR didn't work for 3 years. Self was
Oh man,
elected to the Wilson.
how the hell does he know
Stop
that?
electing these.
I know. These are people that people choose. They're like, this is a good Donnie. He really knows how to get it done. Okay, yeah, sure he does. In the hot chicken place, being a weirdo with little girls around. Like, wow. That's if I voted for that, I would be very
And
disappointed in my judgment skills.
it's because of him being an ex-cop. It's because of him being an ex-member because he surrendered to the Wilson County Sheriff's Office on December. Doesn't that mean when you surrendered, you mean you turned
You know
yourself
about
in?
it. Yeah, you turn yourself
You
in.
turn yourself, or does that
You
mean
know
out
you're
of your
wanted.
house with SWAT teams and was like, get on the ground, get out, walk backwards to me, walk backwards to my voice?
Yep.
That
That's how they should have done him. That's how
That's
they
how they
should have
should
done
do it.
him,
They
for
should do it
real.
where the guy has a choice between unaliving himself or surrendering. It's we give you if you don't want to go to prison for the rest of your life. No, it's crazy though. Look, he should not anybody else. I guarantee you, they're looking at it like this because he was a police officer and he served with the Lebanon Police Department and he was on the board member, and then we're gonna give him a chance because otherwise he's a good man. No, the way I look at it is like,
Yep.
shame on you. You're an authority figure and all this other. You should be under the jail for that. It should be worse for you. Just like, if you get in trouble in the military or typically you get more than a civilian, you get more shit. If you get like a DUI
Right.
or something.
It's worse to go to it's worse to go to
tribunals
military
and
prison.
shit. You got to see the jag, motherfucker. But no, he's just getting a slap on the wrist for slapping his wrist in front of a couple kids. Come on, dog. I just found, okay, I'm going to rhyme that in that Baby Curl song. There you go. I just slap on the wrist for slapping the wrist in front of the damn kids. Yeah, there you go.
In front of the kids. Damn, that is so nasty.
Good thing you rested before
I can't even
spilled jizz.
Ugh.
So there's your school board
Grady
members.
Judd is my favorite crazy bird. He is my favorite because he does exactly what Libra just said. It's like if one of his gets in trouble for doing some crazy shit, oh, you're gonna have it the worst in there than anybody because he trusted you and you were on his squad and you were however they say it. I don't know. I'm not a cop, but he does not play when it comes to them. He probably steals their peanut butter and jelly from them and shit in the county jail because he loves talking shit about that too. No moon pies for them. But
when he sees PBJ in jail, he's not talking about peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, I want that PB and J. Yeah, you know what I'm talking. You know where I'm going.
Oh my goodness. 90% of the people that he caught is, I guess, 90% were upper class, respectful jobs, doctors, lawyers, ex-military with security clearance, nurses, teachers, principal. Fuck. How did kids even stand a chance? It's like anybody that you're taught to respect and obey is a damn criminal. Wow. Grady Judd, we ran out of bullets. Man. I love that guy, he takes it seriously.
I'm going to look up real quick.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an update if Donnie's self if he made bond or not.
Hold on, let me if you want to show it.
Now. Secured bond during his December 2025 arrest. What? he already got in trouble with something else. He was released on a
Yeah. Toilet
$1,500
water.
bond following his initial arrest and subsequent arrest. He has since resigned from his position and resolved his legal cases. What? Okay, multiple counts of indecent exposure stemming from incidents at a hot chicken. Why does it have to be BJ? Restaurant and a Murphy's
Oh,
USA
I
gas
should have
station in
remembered
Memphis.
that just because of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Makes
that's
it
right. He did it
worse.
at Murphy gas station as well. So yeah, it's not just
Nuh-uh.
one place. It's not just one place. So yeah, he did it. That's
Oh, I
why.
didn't
That's
know
another
that.
reason why. So,
What a
so
piece of
following a second
crap.
arrest in December 2025. So this dates back to. So then I guess he finally went to court for the final time. 26. He pleaded guilty to one charge of indecent exposure, and then guilty with a judicial diversion on another. So one
Hmm.
of them going to go on under the diversion. He is serving
Oh,
180. Oh, he's getting 180 days in jail, which is less than a third DUI. Which is oh no, I'm sorry, 120. So a little bit third DUI
jeez.
is a third DUI is 120. So he's basically getting like a third DUI charge. It's so stupid. He's probably doing less and then step meetings. You gotta attend those 12-step meetings, bud. Go to your
Yeah,
AA
really.
meetings
So,
for
but
your
that's what makes me think
perversion.
he might have been drinking or something at the time. Because why would they?
Oh, they
Or
do
he
that
would.
for
Maybe
everybody
he
on
said.
probation that gets in enough trouble in Sumner County. I know that. But
Oh.
Wilson County is different, but
Oh.
they still do. There's that created a program called the Moral Recognition Therapy, and it's where you sit around a bunch of people. And it's a 12-step program, but it doesn't necessarily mean AA.
Oh,
Narcotics Anonymous
gotcha.
do. Everybody does a 12-step. There's 12 disciples, right? The 13th was what? Um, Judas. So there's always 12 steps to everything, right? 12, 13. There's always this 12 step, 12 to. But yeah, a lot of people do that 12-step thing, and that's might be what it is. I don't know, but it was created to see in the prison system, and they found that it really help prisoners and stuff to kind of get through things. And they gave it to that one girl, unalived that guy that she was prostituting at 16 or something like that. Got picked up and taken to this guy's house and unalived him with a rifle. And he used to be in the army, and he was like a realtor and all this weird stuff. But
Oh.
anyway, she got out of prison early, and she's been out as somebody that got obsessed over her, like, like Crime Circus. Crime Circus is obsessing over Sorilla because she was
Big
not a
time.
bad looking girl, and she's also she got out in her 20s, I think, and it happened when she was like 16, like I said, and she was tried as an adult, I believe. Like, yeah, it was pretty nasty. But anyway, um, um, she had done the 12-step program too, and was I'm really doing well at that program. I was like, yeah, they're making everybody do this shit. Jeez. But it's just silly. It's just
Okay, so that
funny.
makes sense now. Because I was like, oh, that. I wonder if it was because he was
Part of
saying,
the,
"Oh, I was drunk."
if you do a diversion, you're making a deal with the DA, and the DA can make it whatever it is, whatever he wants it to be. He can make it. It's a contract. He can wants
Oh.
it to be, and he decided to do probably what they do with a lot of people is, we'll give you, okay, then you're gonna have to do 180 days in jail and 12-step program. You pass all your drug tests that are randomized and all that, then we'll then and you satisfy all that, it could be expunged from your record, which is bullshit. Who else would be getting be registered sex offender? Why not? That should be a law that you cannot do diversions on freaking sex offense. I just don't get it. I know it's exposure,
Right.
but it's the same shit to me. It's like, what happens next? If you let him do this, and what's he going to do next? Is he going to go out and he's going to have it? He's going to have to touch it. He's going to have to, right? And he has to get a taste of it in person. So he goes and he attacks a woman next, possibly, right? It's like,
Right.
how weak of a damn um, punishment is that? Super weak. Like I said,
Yeah, it's
it's
really
like a damn
weak.
third DI. It's like, yeah, 180
Yeah,
jails. Jail is
it's
not no.
extremely weak.
It's not no rainbows and sunshine, but 180 days in jail is not what you get, in my opinion. And involving minors, what? So, guys,
We're
if you
talking
want to,
about Johnny Self. Crazy Birds wanting
yeah,
to know who
Donnie.
we're
So,
talking about. Yeah, Johnny Self. He's a guy that was caught exposing himself to people at several different locations, apparently in Lebanon, Texas, Lebanon, Tennessee. That is, and we're just kind of talking about that because there's been a lot of them coming out, and
Yeah. But yeah,
yeah,
I know we
well,
need to
they're in
get back
high
to Green
powered
Hoodie.
positions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're all in a position of authority and they get a slap on the wrist, and that's bullshit because
yes, it
that should be
is.
even more of a reason for you to get more punishment, not because. And that what was the other guy? Oh, I don't know if David Gregory was a police officer. I think he was too. I
No,
gotta
he
look
was a
that up.
commissioner.
Just a commissioner? Oh, and a preacher. That's what it was. He
Oh,
was one of the preachers, or his family is, or
oh
something, at the
God.
Missionary Baptist Church in Hendersonville, Tennessee, off Rockland Road, right? And so,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, so he's
So
got that whole.
well connected is the thing.
I'm definitely living against what I'm supposed to be doing is not being a perverted pedophile, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion.
Right.
Um,
Well, hey, Seth. Good to see ya.
So you never
I
answered
think
the
I did get him
question.
mixed up with the Mosville
Which one?
commissioner charged with.
Why'd you put
Yeah, I just got him mixed up with
Why'd you
Donnie
put
guy. I'm like,
Libra on
was he
as
a next
your
cop too? And it's like,
thumbnail
no, I
on
think
the
it was
green
just a
hoodie?
Donnie guy. But yeah, he was the one that was a preacher as well and stuff.
Man, you just talk over
We got to
everybody.
get him out of our city. He's ruining everything. It's like, dude,
No, he doesn't know you're here. Seth is up here with us, Libra.
nice.
Yeah, he's joined.
Good
He's joined
morning,
with
Setho. It's just about morning here, I guess. We're almost at morning. About 15 minutes. Hell, it's morning for you, lady. Right?
Yep. It's almost 1 o'clock here on the East Coast.
Oh, it pulled up with oops, something's wrong when
So
I tried to go to the
the
page.
reason why I put hey Detroit. The reason why I put Libra on the thumbnail is because I'm thinking he might be the green hoodie. so, so
What?
if the green hoodie was a man,
I am not Beavis. But that woman, whoever Green Hoodie is, looks like Beavis to me, in my opinion. Like a fuzzy Beavis.
Are you saying that you're butthead?
Yes, I might be. Beavis, you're a butthead.
those laughs, my mom would be like, "Don't! You're not supposed to be watching that show." She'd
Seth
get
grew a
so
beard
mad
in
at
like
us.
2 days. What
Oh
the heck?
man!
He's like me.
Yes, Seth, you do
Grow
have
a
a full
beard in like
beard.
2 days. Very nice.
It's not a full beard. Still got the parts where God grabbed me by here and said, "Listen, I'm going to tell you if you."
Yes, sir. Once it gets thicker, though, that's my mind has little holes that scars and stuff, and then once it grows, if I grow it long, then you can't see them at all. But if I shorten it up, it's like, damn, I don't have a full beard. What the hell?
Yeah, I've had people telling me to get rid of my goatee. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's not really a goatee, and I'll get rid of it when the beard is the same length.
Yeah, gotta have the hair on the chinny chin chin.
That's
Let's
funny.
see.
That
I've
is
heard.
a flavor saver.
Yes,
Oh, flavor saver.
Yeah, it
Do you
barbecue
have
protects.
like beard
sauce.
oil and stuff, or
No,
grooming
no,
products
it
for your
protects your
beard?
shirt when you have a hole in your bottom lip.
Yeah. Right. Right. Oh
Oh, I have
man,
something in my beard. Well, that's better than all over my shirt. You know.
that's funny. Saving some for later, I guess. Oh man.
Oh no, you go wash that stuff out. You ain't saving it for later.
You gotta go wash your beard. Excuse me while I go wash my beard.
I mean, when you have a beard, you have to wash it. Like you gotta wash it. You gotta comb it. You gotta sit there and
Stimulate it with the comb too. It
you
stimulates
gotta
growth
make
with the
sure
comb.
that you put stuff
Really?
on the skin so it doesn't get dry, and then you gotta make sure that it's
Y'all know the
because
Oak
there's
Ridge Boys. William Golden, I know Seth does. And I used to see him all the time. He'd be like, it's not getting any longer, it's just getting wider. And he was down to his damn underwear, man. That's crazy. That man had a long beard. And it was
Oh
white as
gee.
snow.
I grew up listening to Alabama Oak Ridge Boys, and then There's nothing
Yeah.
like ZZ Top. So
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, he had a
yeah,
hell of a beard.
I love Alabama too. Yeah, I like them a lot.
you know ZZ Top had their beards actually insured, so if anything ever happened to them,
No way. That's
yeah,
awesome.
What?
He's full
Really?
of more useless knowledge than I am, I swear. I love to pick your brain,
Wow.
Seth, man. I love that. That's fucking awesome. Now I know. Now I know that. I believe it.
Yeah, that's nuts. I didn't
That
know
is
that.
crazy.
I didn't know you
It's
could
like Elvis.
insure
I didn't
a
know
body
Elvis
part.
was I didn't know Elvis was coloring his hair black this whole time until like a few years ago. I was like, he was dyeing it black. Damn, I thought that was like natural Elvis. No, he had dark brown hair, I guess, and then he
good
was
night,
dyeing it
and
black,
I hope your
but it looked
husband
good.
gets better.
Same here, Miss Ann. Yes, we're praying for you guys too.
Yeah, what's going on?
He has an infection in his toe,
Oh gosh.
and I know that kind of stuff can really be bad news if it gets out of hand.
Yeah.
How do I celebrate the fourth? Um, well, when I have Sebastian, it was fireworks. Like the last time I had Sebastian for Fourth of July, I think I dropped like $1,200 on fireworks.
Oh my goodness.
Hell yeah.
I haven't lit a single firework since he went missing.
Yeah, I don't
But
What
really
kind of fireworks did he like to blow off, Seth?
mortars,
Really? He likes the big ones? Really? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Well, there
yeah,
you go.
he likes those mortar rounds and he likes the big packages so that way you can light them. And I mean, I remember one year, and this was not the last year that he was here celebrating, but the year before, I think I want to say I spent $800 or $900 that year, and the neighbor across the street, not right across the street, but in the cul-de-sac over here, and then we have another cul-de-sac down here on the left. So they started lighting off fireworks, and we retaliated with fireworks, and then the ones down there in that cul-de-sac started lighting off fireworks, and we were just going back and forth. They would light one off, Sebastian would light another one off, and then they would light one off, and it was like it was great.
It's war.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's so fun. Aw.
one year I wasn't going to have Sebastian on the 4th of July, but I had him the weekend prior, and here in Clarksville, in Tennessee, fireworks are legal all year round,
Yeah.
but you're not allowed to let them off within city limits,
Yeah.
except for particular times. And so I wasn't going to have him on the 4th of July. I had fireworks, and he started letting fireworks off. And I mean, I'm out there, my neighbor's out there, Sebastian's letting off fireworks, and then here came the cops. Cops came in. Somebody had called and stated that they heard gunshots. I'm like, wow, okay. Gunshots no normally light up the sky, but
Yeah, really.
Right.
when they came in, they found somebody on this street down here underneath a vehicle in the dark, changing the oil in their vehicle supposedly without any light.
Damn. I can't do
So they had radioed in that it was gunshots and there were people down.
that. Hiding under their
Yeah.
cars. Lord, they'll make
I
anything
mean,
up
that
though half the
cop
time
showed
anyway,
up,
right?
and when he pulled in front of my house and he got out with his pistol, and I was like, okay. I was like, Sebastian, please go inside. I told the neighbors to go inside. I was like, I can handle this. Sebastian, bring me a bottle of water. Came out with a couple bottles of water. I was talking to the cop. I was like, I need you to calm down. There's been no gunshots. It's been nothing but fireworks. Period. And I've been the one letting off the fireworks. And I was just like, you're not gonna, and he was, I mean, his adrenaline shot up through the roof because he was,
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking there was an
Well, I
active
mean,
shooter, something.
even though it's a week, like a week ahead of time, they
I mean,
should
I
kind of
understand it.
expect it.
You never know when you're on duty and you're doing a patrol,
Yeah.
you never know what you're getting to get called to. And you
Right.
never
Yeah.
know where that law enforcement officer is coming from.
Yeah.
Because just because they're responding to a phone call for you doesn't mean they didn't just come from, a 4-car pileup on the interstate with 3 people dead. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
you never know where they just came from.
Yeah. That's
And it's
true.
like, first thing I want to do is, slow, steady speech, speaking to him, hands visible. It's like, sir, I need you to calm down so I can speak with you.
Yeah.
And I need you to calm down so I'm not calling for an ambulance for you because you're flushed, you're breathing heavy. And he was like, there was a guy underneath, and I was like, I understand, but I just need you to calm down and I need you to breathe so that we can get through this together. You know,
Yeah, some people can't handle the fireworks either, though. I mean, because they'll give them flashbacks and stuff. I dated a Marine, so I kind of am familiar with that and how um, it can affect people. Um, and Crazy Bird says her anxiety won't let her enjoy the fireworks either, and yeah, so it could have been that too, Seth. Maybe something with the fireworks, or he
there's
just thought he was being shot at, or might be shot at. That would freak me out too. I can't lie.
when Sebastian was young, he didn't do loud noises at all. So he didn't do fireworks or anything. When he was younger, all I did was buy when we figured out that he couldn't do loud noises and definitely couldn't do fireworks. It was nothing but glow sticks, glow anything that you could snap and let it glow.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that'd be fun. Yeah, that's like a mom's dream though, because I get so nervous with the kids. At that time, at that time of year, I'm like, be careful. I know it's cool, especially little boys, because a lot of times the boys are real rambunctious with that stuff. It's like, oh, okay, let's be careful though. Okay, let's remember to be careful.
I had
So,
firework wars with a friend of mine and a roommate back in my early 20s in Goodlettsville, and we had PVC pipes, and I was taking like putting stuff in there so it blow out of the PVC pipe, and I don't know how we didn't hurt each other, but we were hiding behind stuff and making
Bottle rocket
barricades. And
wars.
bottle rocket
yeah,
wars,
that's
yep.
what it
We
reminds
put
me
bottle
of.
rocket
Is yeah,
wars in
bottle
PVC
rocket.
pipes, and I'd have it
Yeah.
over my shoulder and it'd be like a little grenade
Oh,
launcher and stuff.
my dad, when I was growing up, he always had PVC pipe for the electrical work he did, and I
Yeah.
would literally, like, I made a water gun so I could attach it to the hose, and I don't have to fill anything up because it's my range is as far as the hose will go and the pressure I can get off of it. But yeah, we take pipes
I'll
and
never
have it
forget.
all down there and just sit there on my arm and then shoot them. I mean, that was back before. In Kansas, bottle rockets are illegal now because growing up,
Dang.
the ones with the reports would set fields on fire, and that's
God.
never.
I remember one time we
Wow.
took a friend and we wanted to make a funny video back in the 8mm days. So it was like, actual videotape, camera, right? So it's got the 8mm in it. And we were going to record his reaction, but we like, I don't know why we didn't think it would feel like needles to pressure wash each other. So we took the pressure wash to him. Ah!
Ooh,
Just-
ow.
Whew, he wanted to do it though. It was like it was back in the Jackass days. Everybody's trying to be like Jackass and Viva la Bam and all that.
Oh
So
yeah.
we were trying to do our own crap, and it was before YouTube, and so we just watch it back and laugh with each other. And yeah, he's like, "Oh my God, it's painful." Just
Yeah,
the pressure washer in Hendersonville.
Oh
I
my
can honestly
god.
say I've never watched any of them, so. But I grew up
Pushing each other
before
in
internet,
carts. Yeah.
you know. So the best thing about growing up before internet is there's no video proof of the stupid that we did when we were kids.
It's like,
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about trying to
Yeah.
scrub it off the internet.
You know.
Uh,
Oh yeah.
I will let y'all know I am going to try to go live tomorrow. I don't know how long it's going to be. It'll probably go until my computer freezes up. But
Nice.
um,
Yeah,
there's just some stuff out there that needs to be clarified, and there's some people that don't seem to understand the idea or concept of actually listening and hearing. And
Yeah.
I really take offense when people start talking about my ex spokesperson. You know, Tony's not here anymore. Tony was a
Yeah.
good man, and some of these fraudulent, pieces of shit out here should probably keep Tony's name out of their mouth.
Yeah.
I wish they would. I mean, it's upsetting. It was definitely on the agenda because I didn't like hearing that at all, because I did have the pleasure of speaking with Tony, and not as close as some people were to him, but Tony was very, very professional, and he just cared a great deal for you and Sebastian. He just wanted to help, and he tried so hard with the stinky feet, in my opinion, to
Yeah.
work with them, and not against anybody.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that me going live will give the hate channel something to say or talk about or whatnot. I don't care.
Yeah.
People are going to run their mouth anyways.
Yep.
It's the people that want to find the missing that you know those are the people I'm talking to. Those that are wanting to try to find Sebastian and the missing children. Nothing against elder millionaires that go missing and probably are in Cancun drinking a Mai Tai or something.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's amazing to me that they don't care about the kids as much as they should. I mean, that's like across the board for a lot of these different agencies. I mean, even when it comes to, President Trump. I mean, I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of people that support him, fully, and stuff, but when you see him pulling out all the stops, like you said, for an elderly lady, and then we have all these kids still missing, and they're pardoning, celebrities and stuff like that. We need
Yeah.
better. We need better for the kids. We do.
That's where that self gain crap comes in, and the grifting and all that dumb shit, in my opinion. And it's not for what's righteous. Like, it's not for righteousness like what we're trying to do. It's people want notoriety, and they want, all that crap.
The comment that I left on your post about the stuff that was going on with another creator. It's like, when you let somebody on your panel, technically you're responsible for anything that they said. And if you don't agree with it, then you should open your mouth and say something. And if you don't, well, that's on you, But when I left that comment on your post, it wasn't just in reference to that individual. It's to all these people. I mean, how many people are out here? They're tragedy pimps. My son is missing, and people want to sit there and state things, and it's disgusting what they state. I've heard so many nasty rumors.
I hate that. Yeah. Yeah.
I still have my own beliefs. The only thing I don't appreciate with God is he works on his time and not my time. I can't really do much about that because I don't know what his watch looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hardest part to kind of understand is that right there. I mean, and I think there's a lot of people that still have good intentions, but I know what you mean when you talk about people that don't.
Turned around and literally did a comment on the post, and it was either yours or Smiley's that I made the post on. But they turned around and they're like, "How much money have you made off of your kid?" And it's like, I prefer not to make anything off of my son. I
Yeah,
prefer my
really.
son to be in his room right now, and I wouldn't be on this computer. I would probably be over there watching movies with my boy, you know,
Yeah.
and nobody will understand that unless you're in the same situation. And that's the worst part is that everybody hears what they want to hear. And that's the
Right.
problem that people have is they're not open minded, they're open mouthed.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Any way that they can twist or say whatever they want to say so that they can get their, you know, I, I don't even know if you should call them followers. I mean, but anything that they can get to get money from the people that watch them, and that's disgusting.
Right.
Yep.
Well, especially when there's a missing kid, right? Because that should always be the main focus. Is how can we put our heads together and find him? That's why I even talked about Brittany J, because I don't like
I
to get
have
into that, and I don't like dog piling people. Well, you know me, Seth. I'm
I
not
don't
going to
have
do that.
anything against Brittany. Me and her have had many conversations over the phone more than a year ago, and it was like I gave her my opinion. She's going to do whatever she's going to do on her channel. I don't have to be. I can accept that, but that doesn't mean I have to watch it. It doesn't mean I have to support it either. You know, and
Right.
that's her deal. That's her channel. What I do with my channel is what I do with my channel. What you do with your channel is, what you do with your channel. I mean, the fact that
Yeah.
you have this guy on here, Libra, um, you know, butthead,
Libro.
but
Oh, that would make me Beavis. Then we can't have that. I guess I'd rather be Beavis than Butthead.
I don't know. I mean, I'd rather be Ren and Stimpy, but nobody ever thinks about
Yeah,
that either.
I love Ren and
Sleepy,
Stimpy.
you idiot.
Hey, my favorite game.
Aw. Ren was so cute, but then he was so mean. It's like, gosh, Ren,
You know,
so
what's
mean.
my favorite game? Pee on the electric fence.
Oh man.
Aw.
You know, but that
No,
stuff is
that's nice though. I'm glad to hear that you're not, angry with anybody because I mean, I tried to be
why.
diplomatic about it.
Well, it's like I tell Sebastian, you, you only have you only have control over your own actions and your own self. If you let somebody make you mad, then they have control over you. These
Yeah.
people don't live rent free in
True
my
that.
brain. I live rent free in their brain. The fact is
Exactly.
I'm looking for my son. If my son was in his room sleeping and I didn't have to do all this stuff, I wouldn't be on YouTube. I wouldn't be on social media except for watching videos and listening to music. The same
Right.
thing I was doing prior, you know, and if I was, they would see a different side of me because I'd be trying to piss them all off. But, you know,
Yeah.
I have better things to do in my life, like find my son, which is number one priority. And then I've got several other things that I'm working on too that I just can't tell people that I'm doing because nothing against you, Lady Freedom. I don't trust anybody.
I know. I know that. And hey, I'm the same way. Well, I've told you, but there's things that I haven't, but I mean, all of it adds up at the end of the day. It just does. It adds up, and then you kick yourself. You're like, why did I even ask for help if that's going to be the fucking outcome? Like, so I get it.
You know, I haven't been live for a long time for the simple fact that, me going live, hate channels were taking it and running with it and twisting it and cutting it up and dicing it, which I didn't care. But Tony was like, don't give him any ammunition. And I could see where Tony was coming from. And I
Yeah.
respected Tony. If I did not respect Tony, he would never been my spokesperson. I love Tony like he was my brother. And there's there's just days I wish I could call him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gave good advice, Seth. He was a very good person to go to if you needed some advice on something, if you needed clarification. He didn't play games, you know. He would shoot people straight, um, and honest, and that's a very respectful thing, and that builds trust with people. Um,
I mean, I
it
miss
just
him
does.
every day. I miss him every time I open up my phone and go to make a phone call. It's you know
Yeah.
he's right there. You know, he's right there.
Well, and the scrutiny that he received for being your spokesperson, I think, is more fitting than anything, because Tony's a guy that's a professional.
I mean,
He
there were some really really diabolical things that were done to Tony,
Oh
and
yes,
I mean, we don't have proof of who it was, but it doesn't take much to figure out who it actually was. You know,
right.
and that person, they won't even talk about Sebastian anymore, which is a good thing because there's some people that just don't need to talk about my son, and because they're not in it for finding, they're not in it for finding the child. They're not in it for finding my son. They're not in it for, doing any of that stuff. They're just in it for the clicks and views. You know, they shouldn't call them YouTubers. That they drive over, sit, and, stream from my car. Look at nothing going on. And let's talk shit about people.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, a lot of that. People make a living off of that. That's why, again, with the BJ stuff, I was like, I don't want this to be a regular occurrence, or anything. I've you
You know,
know
what I plan on, I mean, I have plans for my channel, and I'm not even, when I get everything ready that I'm working on, and I get everything set up that's not broken, and get it back to where it needs to be. I'm not doing crime. I'm not doing drama. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I've told you before, my channel is to spread information, to spread awareness. I,
right.
I'm not trying to solve anybody's crimes. I'm not trying to solve these crimes. I mean, I want to help find the missing, but I'm not going to be there doing that stuff. Sitting there and watching somebody's house, or, you know, asking them questions. That's not my job. My job is to spread awareness to the missing.
Right. Right.
And
Well, your perspective matters, Seth, because of what you've gone through. You can help so many people out there, that are going through it, that just started going through it, or have been going through it. And I think it would be, a really great thing for you to do that. Um, yeah.
you know, there's some things that I could say, like, you know, why was it so important to pull all of my records from Sumner County, not Sumner County, from Davidson County, my my applications, my resumes, everything, and then spend, 12 hours going over all that stuff. What did that do to find my son? Nothing. All it did was give somebody, 12, 15 hours of live time, and everybody who is a disgusting piece of trash was paying this person money.
Right.
I mean, I don't want any of those type of people to even, I don't want them to be around me. I mean, that kind of stuff is just, we're
Yeah, it's
supposed,
heinous.
well, we're
It's
supposed to be,
heinous.
we're supposed to be better. Every day we're supposed to get better. Our Our job is not to be perfect. Our job is to know that God and Jesus perfect, and we are shortcomings. Period. But we need to strive to be better every day. And if you're
Yeah.
not striving to be better every day, then you're guilty of sin. We are all guilty of sin. The difference is do we repent for it and try to do better and don't do it no more.
Right. That's the biggest thing. Yeah.
There's
When
going
you're
to be
truly sorry,
like,
you know.
like I'll tell you right now, I'm not supposed to be drinking soda.
I'm not supposed to have coffee. It makes me way too hyper, but here I am. Woo!
Hey, I did. Hey, I did not go there. I did not go there because I'm not supposed to be drinking coffee either. Not since the surgery. They literally were like, you should only be drinking water and apple juice, and you can have
Yeah.
tea. And I'm like, didn't
Tea.
we fight a war in 1775 or six?
Oh gosh.
I'm from the South. My tea
For
is
me to
Your
cold
poor
know.
and
doctors.
sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even tell my doctor. I just walk in. I'm like, hey, and he's just like,
Yeah, exactly. Don't speak unless spoken to, right? It's like green tea. What the hell is that? Blech. No,
I
thank
know
you.
what green tea is. It
I
looks,
love
It's
green
good for
tea.
you, but I
yeah,
can't do but so much of it.
it looks green when it comes out too.
Yeah, gallstones and everything. Woohoo! No,
Oh no.
but I like to call it sharpening your sword, like what you're talking about, Seth. Sharpening your sword every day, trying to be a better man, better human, better woman, whoever you are out there. Try to better yourself. Yeah, we make mistakes. We talked about this before, Seth. But did you learn from it? I remember you saying that to me, because I'm like, I'm not a perfect. Nobody is, but did you learn from the
Right.
mistakes you made, and did you repeat them? That's the important thing, that we don't repeat
You
them,
know,
right? And
it's not a
and that's
mistake if
something,
you learn from it. It's a learning experience. It's
learning
the same thing I
experience and
tell
wisdom.
Sebastian.
Yeah,
It's the same thing I told Sebastian every day. Yeah, you made a mistake, but if you learn from it, it wasn't a mistake. It's a learning experience. So if you learn from it, then you've learned something. You take
yeah,
what you have learned and apply it the next day, the next
yeah,
minute. I mean, what do they say? You should learn something new every day.
yeah,
Every day should be a learning experience. You make a mistake. If you learn from it, it's not a mistake. Now, if you go and stab somebody, that's it's not a mistake.
bad decision.
That is a bad choice
Yeah.
that you made. You know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
you're gonna have to pay the consequences. Like something else I told about my son. Never make a decision in anger, because when you're no longer angry, you still have to deal with the consequences of that decision.
yeah,
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
and if you're angry, don't make any decisions. Just turn around and walk away from it and cool down and think about it. Why did it make you angry? Was it worth it? And also remember that when you let somebody make you angry, you give them control over yourself.
Yeah,
I
that was
remember
a hard one that
literally.
I had to learn. I had to learn that too, Seth, and I didn't learn that when I was young. I learned that late. Um, with my ex-husband and stuff, because you can't go into family court pissed off. It makes you look bad, not the other person.
Somebody
Yeah.
literally write that on the
Or
wall.
emotional for that matter. And
Yeah,
my
you
friend
can.
would tell me, don't let him run your emotional throttle. Don't let him do it because
No,
he's
because
controlling you still.
that's the whole reason of having somebody else be your liaison, like your attorney, is
Hmm.
because you know they're not emotional about it, which is one of the things I loved about Tony. Tony was 100%. He would tell me, he was like, I'm not here to find your son. I'm here to protect you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's like, I appreciate that. He was like, you asked me to be your spokesperson. So I am here to protect you. I'm not here to find your son. If information comes in, I'll give it to you. But my job is not to find your son. My job is to keep you safe so that you can find your son.
Well, and nobody could even, foresee how dangerous it could be just looking for Sebastian. Just talking about him. I mean, even a little tiny channel, you're taking a big risk, and it shouldn't be that way. That means that somebody doesn't want the information out there. Like, they don't even want us to talk about Sebastian or what could have happened. And I mean, that's just flipping ideas around. I
That's
mean, none of
because
us truly know, right? Or we would have found him.
there should have never been sides. There should never be, Seth's side and their side. I
Exactly.
mean, all I want to find is Sebastian. So that's why I created Sebastian's army, is an army of people that's going to hand out flyers, talk about Sebastian, and spread awareness.
Yeah,
Are there other
absolutely.
missing children? Yes, there are. Do I post that stuff on my YouTube? Yes, I do. Because there's other missing children, but my main concern is finding my son and making sure he's okay and bringing him home.
Yeah.
It's my only thing.
Well, and it's been your only thing from the beginning, that's why you even wanted to do the gathering too, because you even said, look, nobody's to be making horrible signs to Katie or Chris or anything. It's about letting Sebastian know that we're supporting him. We want to find him, right? We're still looking for you, buddy.
I mean,
Is really what it is.
a lot of this stuff I'll probably talk about tomorrow, but it's like I still have emails where, a particular company that was putting up billboards for me, and they sent me emails with the stuff that they put on there. And I was like, why are you putting this stuff on there? I may not like his stepfather and his mother for the fact that they could not even protect Sebastian, but the stuff that you're putting up there is inflammatory. At the very least, it's inflammatory, but you need to put things on there. Your dad is looking for you. Call your dad. You know, because if he sees that, that's what he needs to do. That's what he needs to do. Obviously, he can't call his mom,
Yeah.
Right.
but I continue to pay for this line right here, and I keep that number active because that's the number Sebastian knows, and it's the number I wait for it to ring and it be him. I won't tell you how many people I've fucked out though that were spammers that called my phone.
Well, I truly believe that if
Man, it
Sebastian could
happens.
call somebody, he would call you. I mean, if he had Katie's number, I would say he'd call her too, but a whole nother issue entirely. But you're right though. That's what he needs to know, that we're still looking. Like, people are looking for you, right? Your dad's looking for you. Um, I think they were. It reminds me of Dee Warner's case, when everybody knew that her husband did something to her, and so they were trying to bait the husband with the billboards. Is kind of why I thought they were doing that, in terms of some of the things that you may be talking about here that were on the billboards. Um, it obviously was inflammatory, and it obviously caused a lot of conflict. But at the end of the day, it didn't do what it was designed to do. I'm assuming, with
I mean,
that.
I spoke to that individual, and they sent me another email with a whole bunch of places that billboards are up at. And sometimes you just have to take people at their word, even if you don't trust them.
Yeah.
Because I definitely don't have the time to go check every one of these locations to see if there is a billboard up. But I take it with a grain of salt. I mean, I can't trust law enforcement. Can't trust Sumner County. Can't trust TBI. You know,
I mean, how can we trust them when, because I'm with you on that, so that's why I say we. But how can we trust them when they've lied so many times and they're allowed to? I'm not saying they did anything illegal or wrong, because obviously, but morally,
I mean,
it's
if you're let's be smart about the lying thing. If you're gonna lie, at least be you know somewhat intelligent about it. Because if you lie, first of all, I'm probably gonna smell it before you even open your mouth. Second of all, I'm gonna remember what you said because I'm gonna write it down.
yeah.
And the next thing I know is I'm gonna listen to you when you don't realize I'm listening to you, and I catch you lying. I mean,
Well, there goes the trust. There it goes, right? Because you can only, like you said, with trust. Trust is very tricky. You can only give someone enough rope to hang themselves with, right? I mean, and
right?
then yeah, because you could test them a little bit and say, okay, you want me to trust you.
Don't tell my doctor, but I got to refill my Mountain Dew.
All right. Well, you better get some water. Get some water.
My favorite
Get you
drink
some
of all
sweet
time.
tea. Get you some sweet tea. Now,
I used to
I don't
buy
know. What are
Marlboro
your thoughts,
Lights and a
Libra? You've been
Mountain
quiet
Dew.
over there.
Well, yeah, as far as the billboard thing, I guess that's where trusting in God comes in. It's all he can trust in, right? At this point, sadly, for the most part, is God, and just trusting God that these things that people do are men of their word and will carry out what they say they will, and that things are going to be done the way that in God's will. Of course, it's not our will, it's God's, but that yeah, that things are carried out as they should be, and that's what we pray for. And I see where he's coming from. Can't it's nobody left to trust. I can completely
Right.
see why he doesn't trust TBI. I can completely see why he doesn't trust Sumner County. I can completely see why he doesn't trust a lot of these agencies. So I mean, hell, I even have a lack of trust
Yeah.
in the FBI. To be honest with you, I hate to say it, but it's true. Just because some of the bullshit, just like we were talking about, these high profile cases, right, of these famous people. But it's like, what about the most, you know, wanted missing teen in the United States? Like, hello. So, you know, the fairness isn't always there. I hate it, and it won't always be. But you know, right is right and wrong is wrong, and there's a lot of cleaning up that these agencies need is themselves, but the corruption and everything else, But
Well,
just getting his, name out
somebody
there.
a while back, and I don't know who it was. I mean, it was just when I say I don't know, I mean I really don't know. But
Yeah,
they were talking about there's always bad apples in every profession, and they're right. There is always bad apples in every profession. From the person who details your car, or you know, I grew up still when people had actually pump other people's gas. I
yeah,
literally worked at a
Mm-hmm.
self-service
Mm-hmm.
gas station slash mechanic shop, and when I lived in Virginia, and it's a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, take it easy, everybody. Don't need any of that bullshit
my
again.
dad, uh, my dad worked at a full service gas station, did tires there and everything,
you
and my
know
grandpa too.
Nice.
but
Yep.
it's the fact is that it's hard to weed out all the bad apples, but you gotta, when it comes to law enforcement, too many times, there's the saying, I black the blue line, and I do, but I also back the red line. I also back the green line. That's
Yeah.
security, that's firefighters. I back up my neighbors.
Yeah.
Right. You have to, right? I mean,
You know,
that's
the first thing I did when I moved in here was go introduce myself to all of my neighbors. That way, if they see me and I'm walking, I'm not, you know, who is this strange person in my neighborhood? I want them to
right.
know that I live here, and I want them to know we may not be on first name basis, but I stopped, I talked to you, I said hi. and that's, the introduction part. After that, it's like, hey, listen, I got a job, I work all the time, and if I'm not at work, I have my son. So, but all that's, you know, they just let him get away with it. And I've seen it in every one of my jobs that I've worked. There's always, if anybody has questions, I'll answer questions tomorrow. If
Okay, yeah.
if you want to question send questions to Lady Freedom.
Oh, yeah. Lady, no apostrophe, just the whole channel
Delegation,
name. Oh,
baby.
Lord. It's linked.
Delegation.
Excuse me. Oh, shit. Seth.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Enjoy your email box, your inbox. Send questions to Lady Freedom. She'll send them over to me, and
I'm going to vet the questions. Then they'll be mad at me when their questions unanswered. What the
Yeah,
hell?
screen them all.
I see how that works.
just make sure that if you want, when you do the questions, who's asking the question, and then what the question is.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that'll be good, Seth. I think that's a good thing too,
I mean,
because there's so
there's
much
some
damn
questions
confusion. But
that
listen,
there's some questions that I can't answer, and there's some questions that I won't answer. I'm not trying to
right.
start any more drama for those people that just suck up drama, and they
Yeah.
suck and swallow drama. Um, but
Okay,
if there's
JLR is not here.
No. Come on in, everyone. Come on in.
Come on in. Come on in.
I didn't
I
say
got
that.
I got in trouble from
Didn't say
YouTube
that
for
at
telling
all.
that.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Oh Lord.
You deserve that one, Libra.
Bless you. I'm just kidding.
when I heard suck and swallow, the first thing I thought of was JLR.
You guys have your mind in the gutter.
Come on in.
I think what the first thing I think of when I hear those two words is not some other dude.
Oh, poor Libra. Poor Libra.
I watched that video where he was in Vegas with this guy, and it was just like he had like guzzled down a Bud Light. I'm like, wow, one Bud Light, and he thinks he's hammered. I was like, what is this? And yeah, he looked a little too excited to be on that little. And dude was like taking a bath in a fountain. I was like, what are you doing? What is it?
2024, one Bud Light could get you hammered.
I remember when I had my first beer.
Right? I was like, what
talking about the beer getting you hammered. Just having a Bud Light could get you hammered,
One Bud Light.
One Bud Light. The next thing you know, you're wearing a G-string or something and getting hammered.
Oh no. Yeah,
Oh
the next
my
thing
God.
it wasn't me. It's not my fault. I didn't
Thank
do
God
it.
I don't drink beer. Nope.
Oh man. Yeah, that was
so
weird though with
crazy.
JLR and the guy. Whoever that guy is, I have no idea who he is. I don't know.
I don't know
wanna
what y'all are talking about, so I'm safe.
Well, it was
Yeah,
it was something on Crime Con, one of the videos that
That's what it
surfaced
was. They're
from-
going to
yeah
Crime Con in Vegas, right?
in Vegas, yeah.
And,
So he could actually have an open container or whatever.
So stupid. Anyway.
But yeah, I think a Q&A would be a good thing, or just again to talk it. There's just so much damn confusion over everything, and I would just encourage people. I know it's hard when everybody's chatting, and there's Seth's chats are very large, but listen when he's answering the questions, and then also share it out there, get the word out there, because I know I feel like a broken record some days. I'm thinking, didn't I just say this yesterday, or did I say it in the beginning of the show? I mean, so but I get it, because I get involved in chat too, and I'm not quite listening, to everything that's going on.
Well, the issue that I have is that I have answered so many questions over the last 2.5 years,
Can
and
imagine.
I've answered the same question. That's one of the things that Tony
Yep.
kept getting on to me at the very beginning. He was like, "Stop answering questions." I'm like,
Yeah.
"But people are asking questions." He was like, "If it doesn't relate to Sebastian, stop answering questions because that's your problem." I'm like, "I don't have anything to hide, so I don't care." He was like, "And I understand that too, but stop giving them ammunition because they're going to turn it and twist it to however they want. They're not,
Mm.
there are people out here that are not for finding your son."
Hell, they even make shit up as it is. You
Oh, I
know,
Yeah,
know.
they do.
it's just
There
out
was
of
a lady
nowhere.
tonight
Just
that was
dumb shit.
talking to Sebastian, by the way. I was like, she's talking to Sebastian, huh? All
Huh?
right. Well, I wish she'd come over and talk to me sometime.
Wait, what?
But, again,
Rewind.
yeah, no, literally, she's like, it's okay, sweetie. It's okay, Sebastian. What are you
Oh,
trying to
she
tell
was
me, buddy? Yeah, one of
talking to him
those.
through the like on a YouTube, like
Fuck
she's trying to be a
if
psychic
I
or
know.
something.
I
Who knows?
suppose she's
Psychopaths
channeling. I mean, to me, that's nuts. Like, to
channeling
me, that is absolutely
channeling
batshit crazy.
fruit and nuts. Yeah,
Channel.
channeling
Well,
psychopathy.
and Seth, your answers are never different. Like that's the thing. I mean, I've tried to catch you up before. Not gonna lie. I mean, that's before I
What?
knew you and stuff. But
How dare you?
Libra, what?
Doesn't
See,
matter.
that's right. I'm just
But I
playing.
never could. That's the thing. I was like, okay, well, he's being real honest and straightforward, and you'd get asked a question, and then they'd ask you it again, and you'd answer it. And I think sometimes that's a good strategy when you are trying to figure out if people are telling the truth or not. But in the same way, some people remember their and believe their own lies. So there's that too. So I
Yeah,
mean,
they
it's
lie
hard
so
to
much they
decipher.
believe their own lies. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty bad.
yeah,
Well, for
it's
me, it
pretty bad,
was
right?
the even though the news media they do what the hell they do, right? But for me, it was just I see one side, then I see the other, and I go, and it's like, man, and I see Seth on the news. I just want to find my son, and it was just obvious to me. I don't know; it's hard to explain, but I just feel it because it's like this is how a father acts that doesn't know where his son is. And you were looking all over Natchez Trace. I remember that I've driven that way to go to Louisiana
Well,
a few times.
they made fun of that, but it's like, if you're looking at a
You're
house
looking
or a building, all right, when you're driving by it, first of all, you look for anything out of ordinary, a broken
right.
window, a torn screen, a door ajar.
True.
These are basic things
Yeah.
that most people don't even think about. But when you're on a patrol,
Yeah.
which I've done security patrols for a long time before I went into law enforcement. These are basic things that you have to look for, and then you write them down in your reports. So if I
Yeah.
drive around a building and I don't see any broken windows, no window ajar, no door ajar, no torn screen, and I'm looking and I know that it's just rained and I see no, disturbance of any of the water on the porch,
Right.
nobody's
Yeah.
been there.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it's,
Yeah. No.
you
Yeah.
know,
There's no indication that anybody's been in the area. Yeah.
I
No.
hate to
That's
say that it's common sense, but because it's not. Some people don't
Yeah.
know that type of life, so they
Yeah.
right.
they have no idea what they're looking for, and I can see that,
Yeah.
and I'm looking, and a particular person following me around, getting clicks and stuff. He was supposed to be bringing people to help search. And when he was following me around and he wasn't getting out to help search, that told me a lot.
Yeah.
Right. Oh God. Yes. Oh yes. How could
Yeah.
you
I used
just
to
go
do.
and not
Yeah.
help? That's odd.
I used to do parameters checks and searches and stuff where I had to report everything that I saw in each trailer of these semis and everything else, and I'd all the time find seals broken, and I had to report. And when I was working
I did
security,
that
and
when I worked because I worked in Mount Juliet at MQY1,
yeah, you'd find all
and
sorts of shit too. You'd be like, "Whoa!" And that's just stuff that an average person would never even think twice. They'd pass it a million times. I'm like, you didn't see that? They're like, no. I'm like, well, dude, it's broke.
It's
We need to fix that. Or that fence has a hole in it. Did you not see that? You know what I mean? Like, hello.
right.
And
Well,
I
it's just
forget
like
this,
if when semi drivers go into a weigh station, that person looks around their vehicle. They're looking to see if the trailer's been open or adjusted, if the clamp on there has been broke. I mean, there's things that people look at that a normal person would have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you wouldn't know what to look for. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that situation awareness. Like a lot of perpetrators and stuff are either still at the crime scene or return to it damn near every time, like 90% of the time. And so you remember that. Oh, it's that same black car that passed me. Yeah.
Or they move away from it and don't even want to be there.
Yeah.
Right.
So sometimes you'll see that car pass you, and that car passes you again. You're like, wait a minute, I have to do an investigatory stop because, investigative stop because this is kind of odd. It's just, just doesn't look right. JDLR just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the first things you're looking for, and everything you're looking for. Yeah, I mean, for me, it was just obvious, and then I started getting to where I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And then to see the bullshit, on the news where it's 1 year anniversary and, now we found a video. It could be Sebastian. It's a fucking blur going across the screen. It's like, that's bullshit. Quit trying to fool everybody, and people interference really is what pissed me off.
Oh, definitely. But I think it proved that if Sebastian would have been in the neighborhood that night, somebody would have saw him on camera. Like if he would have left, even if he would have, say, went out his window or something like that. I mean, because if we could see a black cat in the dead of, dark of night, then I think we could see Sebastian, right? Like if he left, I mean.
Yeah. And again, the only thing that we see that night are 2 flashlights leaving the house and then 1 flashlight going back.
Yes. Yeah. And that's why I'm pissed off at the America's Most Wanted people, every single one of them, Harris, Faulkner, all of those people that were there, because they failed to do their own research, and all they had to do was go to Nick Barris's video. And that's one of the biggest, pieces of this case that was so talked about, right, was the lights video, and they showed it, but they cut it off and didn't show the whole thing.
The Timu Ryan Seacrest Nearest.
Timu Seacrest. Nick Embarrassed. I like when you call him Nick Embarrassed.
I call him Dick Embarrassed.
Oh, Dick Embarrassed. I'm sorry.
That's right.
He should be. That is embarrassing. You brought one of the biggest pieces of information.
Oh, he was eaten alive. Remember, he got on Facebook. He was eaten alive by everybody. I mean, we're just like, oh man. It was like, what about this?
I don't think I played that Facebook Live. Yeah, but I know which one you're talking about.
We need to analyze that one day. Good grief. But
I don't even know if Sumner County even watched any of their interviews or listened to any of their interviews or any of that sort of stuff, because I don't think Sumner County is trying to find my son.
I agree.
I think it's not on their top priority, which, their top priority seems to be, not finding my son. And I don't know what else is going on in that county, and I really don't care. I don't live there.
Right.
But my son disappeared from there. Yeah. And I live in Montgomery County. You know how it is when I stop at a gas station and, a sheriff pulls in or deputy pulls in, and they know me. They know my face. They know my name. They walk up, they talk to me, and they ask me if there's anything new about Sebastian, because they don't know anything new here. Yeah. But they're waiting. They can't do anything because obviously Sumner County doesn't ask for any help, and it's outside of their jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But at
Right.
the same point in time, they're like, we've got his pictures up everywhere in the sheriff's department and the police department, and he's on our lookout for every day.
Yeah.
That's
You
good
call the
news.
line at
See,
Sumner
that's
County.
great.
You call the line. The phone line is still hard to. Isn't it still like some BS trying to find where you report if any tips for Sebastian? Isn't it like a loop to go through or like a maze still? Well, it's
I
not
don't
like
know. I tell people to call the
it's
FBI
crazy.
line.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I don't even try to go to Sumner County to be honest. That's personally that's me. I don't know how you feel, lady, but yeah, that's what I completely agree. It's what I would do.
I just don't trust them. And
I don't
obviously, the
trust
way
them.
that they acted at the gathering, I mean, that really gave me a solid, like, I guess it just made me realize that I am doing the right thing,
Yeah,
demonstrating for this cause, right? Because obviously there are people that are super nasty, and that just it's like it's almost like it's personal, but it's not, but it is. And to me, that worries me because again, because I don't think they are actively looking. And if they're not willing to listen to the statements, like I'd be mad as hell if I was a police officer and I went to go assist with the family who said their son ran away, only to come to find out that that's not the case at all. I mean, I'd be like a dog with a bone. Then I would take it personally, right? But they're not. It's like they're hunky dory with it, and there's just something not right about that.
You
right.
know, it's there's too much too many chiefs, not enough Indians. It's like I get people who are like, hey, we want to help, but if you want to help me and you want to be on my team, then you have to listen to what I am saying, and you can't go and do your own thing. It has to be a joint effort, and it has to be put into play at a particular time, and it has to be done properly, correctly. It's a mission to
Yeah,
find Sebastian, and you can't have 15 people doing 15 different things at 15 different times. It
Right.
has to be a
right.
joint effort, 15 people doing each job that they're supposed to do and implementing at the exact time that it's supposed to be done. So that way it works.
Exactly.
And there's, you know, I got an email from a particular person during the pig fest telling me that maybe I should just step aside.
What?
And I'm
Hmm.
like,
Hmm.
it's a good thing you live in China, lady, because obviously you don't know how it goes over here. I don't live in China. I live in the United States, and my children are my responsibility. And if the people that are supposed to be finding my son, it's my job to make sure they're doing their job. It's just like it's every civilian's
Yes.
job to make sure your elected politicians are doing their job and your elected officials are doing their job.
Yeah, and not touching kids like we've been catching them left and right doing.
They're everywhere,
Exactly.
dude. I mean, they're everywhere.
Everywhere. It's like
So
cockroaches.
crazy. Oh yeah, man.
You catch one and there's a billion more
Well,
that you don't see.
it's funny you say that. They're like roaches, but you know what eats roaches? Rats.
Yeah.
Literally, rats will eat like 7 or 8 times their body weight in roaches a day.
It's
Oh
nuts,
god.
isn't it?
That's so disgusting.
It's disgusting, but if you got a roach problem, you don't got a rat problem, and if you got a rat problem, you don't got a roach problem. I mean,
It's wild.
useless knowledge that just floats through my brain. Thank you.
Right. I was like, I had no idea that was a thing. Like, wow. Alrighty. Oh man.
But yeah, I will talk more tomorrow if I can get my live up and going, probably around 6.
Nice. I was going to ask you what time you're thinking about coming
That
on.
would be 7 your time over there in Gator World.
Gator World, no doubt. Yeah.
There was,
Yeah.
speaking of, somebody here is doing like wholesale steaks and stuff. I don't know if you see this on Facebook or anything stuff, but they're selling wholesale ribeyes and everything else. I about checked them out. They go around the U.S., I guess, and they had gator tail. I said,
Oh, are you talking
I
about what
might.
is that?
It's
Omaha Steaks?
Kentucky.
Is that who you're talking about?
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, Omaha Steaks. Yeah, .com or whatever. Yeah, they're all over my freaking. I
You
guess
know,
they
I
listen
heard
to
that
my.
they're really good choice steaks, but I can't I can't do that. I got to look at what I'm looking at before I purchase it.
I know. I got to see it in
Yeah.
person. I've always.
Like
Yeah, they come
I
to
hate
your
buying
town
stuff or
and
getting
maybe.
anything off the line because it's like when I get it, it's probably not what I wanted. You know,
Yeah,
it's got and that's just one of those things. So it's just like
like
I
Timu.
try not to. I have never ordered
Team
anything off of
Steaks.
Temu, thank God.
So it's like those muscle shirts that like they're supposed to. They look all crazy. It's like a hoodie that looks like a knight, and then you get it, and it's like it's weak. It has no padding in it. There's no muscles or nothing. These guys were testing them out. It's hilarious, and they would buy this, just ridiculous looking hoodie that looks
Actually, I
like you got
take that
big
back.
ass
I think
muscle.
about
It's so stupid looking when they get
7
it.
or 8 years ago, I ordered some shirts off of online, and I got them, and I mean, you could see through both of them. You hold them up, and the light just shines right through. And I was like, I can't wear these,
What the hell is this?
you know. And so I emailed the company, and I was like, hey, they gave me an address, and I tried to send it back to them. Yeah, no. I
Is
mean,
that Mickey Mouse on your shirt? No.
and it was someplace in China, and I was just like, well, I'm not even going to bother sending these back. I mean, the address was longer than any address I've ever seen in the United States,
Go to
and
China.
yeah, I was just like, this is just a waste. I'm just going to eat the. I mean, I'm just going to have to
And
eat
that's
the
what they're
cost.
banking on. That's what they're banking on. You're not going to send this all the way back, dude. It's going to cost you more in
But when
shipping
you
to
do send it
back.
back, it's going to get lost in the mail anyways, and they're going to say that they never received it. So
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
going to get
Oh, yeah.
they
It's a
get their
sham.
merchandise back so they can turn around and sell it to the next sucker, and then it's like after a while it's just like I can't do it. I don't even like ordering stuff from Walmart online because I'd rather just go and get it so I can see it when I'm picking it up and be done with it.
Yep.
Yeah, because they can't
I'm
produce. I'm like that with the produce. I'm like, I'll get it. I'll just get it myself because you're gonna give me something that I wouldn't pick. And
well, it's like
Smashed up strawberries.
I've ordered
yeah.
stuff from Walmart, and it's like, hey, I needed carrots, I needed broccoli. I was making a chicken soup, and when I got the broccoli, there was mold all over the broccoli, and I was just like, now that
Oh,
this person literally picked up the bag of broccoli and saw that there was mold in it, and still decided that they were going to give it to me.
I didn't know broccoli came with
I'd be so
mushrooms in
mad.
it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Mushrooms
It
on my
was,
broccoli. I guess
it
I'll
was
try it out.
disgusting. I
Oh
mean,
hell no!
That is
Exactly.
nasty. This is not cauliflower. It's supposed to be broccoli. Is it white?
yeah, this was broccoli
No.
that was darker than, I mean, it was mold. I mean, it was just mold. I mean,
Nasty.
Yeah, that's so gross.
I just hate it when they get in your way and they're being rude, getting the online stuff at Kroger and they're like pushy and shovey and it's like I'm trying to look at something on the shelf and they're just grabbing shit and cramming it in these thick carts for the online stuff. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, I'll get out of your way. And yeah, they just don't even look at stuff. They just grab it and throw it in there. I'm like, no, I'm never doing that online crap. No, thank you. I'm not that
did
lazy.
somebody
I'll
just
go
sit
up to the
there and,
store.
and say that I'm grounded?
Yeah, I think that
What?
was Crazy
What?
Bird. She said because you were getting a Mountain Dew.
Play Freebird. She's probably like
Get a
one of those
Mountain
people.
Dew.
Play Freebird at the bars. I'm Crazy
Play
Bird,
Freebird.
and I want you to play Freebird.
Uh, I think she did say Leonard Skinner earlier when we were talking about who has good beards. We were talking about good beards.
ZZ Top, baby.
Well, it's not a good beard, but it's growing. I mean, it's long enough that I could pull it,
There you go.
which
I was
hurts.
gonna say, well, and your hair's dark, so you can't really tell until you point it out that you have
Oh,
some
really? Because all
spots.
I see is the white in it that I've gathered over the last 2.5 years.
Yeah, no doubt.
I
You
have to say,
actually have. I
he
hate to
actually
say
has,
that.
yeah. Not to be too
No,
observant,
and I
but
hate that.
I've noticed that.
Well, no, because when I went and back and watched the Pascal interviews, I'm like, oh my god, you look.
Yeah.
Not just on my face; it's in my fucking hair, on my head. I mean, I've gotten fucking stress. Stress does this.
It does.
Yeah.
Stress takes its toll. It's a big one. It really is.
What, when I went in for surgery and they told me a 45-minute procedure, and I'm like, okay, 45 minutes, that's cool. I'll be out of here. I'll be back home. I'll sleep a little bit. You know, yeah. When went from a 45-minute procedure to a 4-hour procedure,
Damn,
ugh,
dog.
Oh,
What-
really? Oh, wow.
they
Oh
found
my
more than
gosh.
one in there, so they had to, put some chicken, screen in there and staple my stomach into it, and you know, like I said, I think the other day I ripped one of my stitches. I was just like, Jesus
oh,
Christ,
crap.
Oh my gosh.
it hurts. I'm not supposed to change the dressing until I go in to see the doctor, and then they will change it. So I don't even know what my belly button looks like. All right, I know that it
Damn.
hurts. It hurts really bad. Like if I cough, it hurts. If I breathe too deep, it hurts. It's just, and I've got three, like, about yay long incision points on my left hand side, and then they cut my belly button open so they could get in there and suture my stomach back together.
If they said dressing to me, I'd be like, ranch dressing? They'd be like, no. I'm like, because I like food. And, but, man, so you're not, I mean, I hope you're not in too much pain. Seriously.
It hurts, but pain is
What can you do, right?
pain is part of life.
You're used to a little, yeah,
It is.
you're a fighter, so I mean, you know, it is what it is, right? Shit. I just hope it heals soon, very soon for you.
Well, they said that recovery for the hernias is 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, my dad had 2 removed, I think, something like that.
And I've got a week into it already. You know,
Yeah.
So that's what it was. That's what caused it was a hernia, and then they found two. Then they found another one when they went in.
I had an umbilical hernia, which meant that where my belly button was, the stomach lining had ripped open, so my stomach was pushing out through my belly button.
Ow.
And then when they went in, they found more.
Yeah, that'll prolong it.
Okay. Oh God. And you're like, oh joy, but you didn't know that because you were still in surgery, huh?
They give
And then
you
you're like,
anesthetics?
and then you woke up. You're like, wait, I thought this was only
Yeah.
supposed to be like 45 minutes. What the hell?
Yeah, I woke up and I'm like, what time is it? And I tell you what, the recovery nurse, I have sleep apnea. So when I sleep with the CPAP machine
Mhm.
That's what I need.
so that I don't stop breathing. Because,
Right.
I do. Yay. I die every
Yeah.
time I go to bed.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I can't
So
sleep on my back because
and
of
I
that.
was under anesthesia, and the nurse in the recovery room kept saying, she was like, "Are you in pain?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm in pain." I mean, you got to think they stick from what the doctor told me, one of the incisions is where they put the camera in. The other one is for the robotic arm to go in. And then the other one they stick in there and they blow your whole abdomen up. So they have
Oh,
room to
geez.
work in there. So I'm like, yeah, we're talking about we just stretched a whole lot of things that shouldn't be stretched. And
Oh,
this lady,
man.
I keep falling asleep. I've come out of anesthesia, but I'm hurting and I'm still having the effects of it. And all I want to do is sleep. All I want to do is close my eyes and sleep for like 30, 45 minutes and then let me out of here. And this recovery nurse, every time I'd fall asleep, my oxygen would drop to 79 and set off the alarm. And she'd reach over
Oh,
and tap me on my stomach.
Ugh, that'd
what
drive
the
me nuts.
hell? That'll wake you up. That'll get you awake.
Oh yeah, wake
Nurse
you up with a
Ratchet. Thanks a
start,
lot, Nurse Ratchet.
and then you're
Damn.
slapping me, And one of them was over on this side, and she keeps popping me every time I fall asleep. And I'm like, I don't know what your name is because I didn't even ask you, but you got a mole on your lip, and I just want to rip that mole off and shove it up your ass every time.
We're talking about Uncle Buck and the principal of the school
I was just like,
when he cusses her out.
Oh, snap.
That mole,
That's
and
too
I'll rip that
funny.
fucker.
Aw.
it was just
This
like
made me snort.
every time, and I would fall asleep. I would hear the alarm. I knew that mine was dropping to 70 to 79 because I've been in there before, and and every time that I was, are you in pain? She'd hit me with fentanyl.
Oh.
Ugh.
First of all, I don't like fentanyl at all.
Mm-mm.
Second of all, I don't like morphine at all because all it does is make my mouth and my throat dry. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
here you go, have some morphine. Okay, I feel like you just gave me a tablespoon of sand and told me to swallow.
Oh, yeah. Were you allowed to drink anything afterwards, or were they keeping you
Oh,
on nothing,
let's not
nothing
go there
permanent by mouth?
because I was allowed to have water or ice cubes, and I was like, I'll take ice cubes. Please, just give me one ice cube at a time. And the first
Aw.
thing she did was take a spoon with like 4 ice cubes and shove it in my mouth, and I started choking.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. If I was there, I would have got her. I'll tell you what.
I was like,
got-
Jesus Christ. I said one at a time so it'll melt and, moisturize my throat a little bit in my mouth. And instead, you try to
Aw.
kill me with 4. I was just like, and then she got upset and she was angry at me. And I was just like, this close.
Lady, one ice cube at a time. I told
This
you.
close. I'm telling you.
Don't they have the little crunchy ice chips that they could have given
Yeah,
you?
that's
Like the
what
little.
Yeah,
Like
that's
Sonic.
what they were giving me. But they gave
Yeah.
me, and it's like
They give you too many.
too many. And
Give me
I'm
a
sitting
slushy.
there, I'm coming out of anesthesia. It's like I'm trying to gather back my ability to swallow, breathe, blink, be functional.
Right. Well, yeah, you're almost falling asleep. And thank you, Sharon Marlowe. I didn't see one. They don't save them in this chat since I switched over. She says God will always bring the dark to light in His time. Till then, those dark souls will suffer in many ways we can't even imagine. Sometimes we must just trust His timing. Thank you, Sharon. Prayers
Thank you
to you
very
and
much, Sharon.
Yeah.
Seth and Sebastian.
appreciate
Isn't that true? Isn't that
Takes
true,
patience,
Seth?
doesn't it? A lot of patience. My God.
A lot of patience, and there's nothing. I'm not a patient person to begin with.
I'm not
Me
either.
neither.
I work at a certain speed. My brain works at a certain speed. So
Yeah.
I just literally, I think of things and I'm like, this is how it could be done. And, and then trying to get other people on the same page. I come off as an asshole.
I hated
Well,
it.
I come off as a real bitch
jobs when
myself
I-
when people don't
Yeah.
listen and I'm trying to, you're trying to coordinate stuff and people, I know, I believe me. And it's like, if you want to help, then help. Don't screw the pooch. I mean,
I do
it's
things in a certain
frustrating.
order. I do things in a certain order,
We know you do,
especially at
Libra.
work.
You wipe from the front, from the back to the front. We know you do.
Oh no!
Front, back, side, side.
Oh
So
jeez,
like,
Louise.
I would hate it even when my parents would be like, "This is what." Oh, don't forget this, or this is what you need to do next. And it's like, I know that, but there's a reason why. There's a method to my madness why I'm doing this in this order or whatever, or at my job, and
Mhm.
it's like, you don't have to tell me, but I'm doing it this way for a reason because this will screw up if I do it backwards to what you know. And sometimes your own way of doing it is better than what even the by the book is because it works better for that individual or for you or whatever.
Well, everybody's different.
Yeah,
Prayers
exactly. Yeah.
for the body. You know, I hope your guy gets better. Migraines do suck. I've been dealing with those
Oh yeah. You've had them bad, haven't you, Seth, with the migraines? Oh man.
ever since the concussion.
Oh, I had a concussion. That's not fun. Migraine. I haven't had a bad migraine in a long time, but man, all I could do is keep a blanket over my head. Oh, it's the worst.
You know, if you fill the bucket full of water and dump your head into it, and don't come up for air, it'll fall. It'll take care of your migraine, buddy.
Oh no. You'll never feel it again.
Nope.
Oh man. I thought you were onto something for a second there, Seth. You were so serious. I was like, okay, well,
Well,
and
they
then like,
say that a cold compress on the back of your head and your feet in warm water will also help a migraine stop.
Hmm.
oh, okay.
My brother used to get him real bad, but when he he joined the military, he couldn't have Mountain Dew anymore. But that was what he was working at Taco Bell before that, and that's why he was getting them because he got off that. But he said it never came back because he couldn't have them. It took a while though, but he would fix it with the Mountain Dew, because of caffeine, kind of like Excedrin. That's all just caffeine anyway. But he finally got off it where
Oh,
and that's what it was causing it. He finally realized he's like, that's what was causing my migraines. Whenever I stopped drinking Mountain Dew, and that was my drink. That's
Caffeine
my drink
withdrawal.
too. Yeah,
Caffeine withdrawal
withdrawals exactly.
will cause a headache too. Yeah.
And I love
yeah. If I don't
caffeine.
have coffee, that'll happen to me. I've noticed because I
Hey,
My
drink
brain's
I
been
won't
on
say
coffee.
caffeine so long.
I won't say that it's a shame water doesn't have caffeine because then I drink more water. But yeah, that's another one. If you pinch the skin right here between your
Oh yeah.
thumb,
Yep.
there's a receptor right there, and it will release endorphins into your brain. But
Oh,
you have to put enough that it actually hurts, and it's
Yeah.
like I can do it
It's a
all,
pressure point.
and it hurts like hell, but it doesn't do anything for me because I've
Yeah.
used that so much in my lifetime.
yeah. Well, and you got to make sure that you're 100% so you can continue on with what you have to do, and
As
that's
long
supposed
as
to be
I
one thing.
can breathe, and it doesn't matter if I'm at 100% or not. As long as I can get shit done, you know, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, Claudia. Well, and you've just been through hell and back. I mean, it's just, and it gets so ridiculous.
Well, I don't know
Uh,
about the and back part because
Still in hell. Yeah,
you know,
I think that's fair to say. You know, yeah, it's gotten crazy, and I agree with what you said earlier about there never should have been sides and stuff like that. And I'm just as guilty of kind of choosing it, not even like realizing it though. It wasn't like I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, I can't wait to cause trouble, or but it was just like so different watching your pleads for Sebastian, and then you know I think that caused a lot of it too, and Chris Proudfoot didn't help by a lot of the stuff that he was saying, but that still doesn't like it just goes back to what you were saying also about not letting somebody get to you, because then you're put yourself in the wrong, you know
you know,
so.
I have some few choice things that I would say to Chris, but I know it'd fall on deaf ears, and what's the point of wasting my time?
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that he doesn't have respect for anybody, let alone himself. So,
Well, that's the reason why I never wanted to talk to him specifically, because I just don't. I don't feel like he's been truthful about a whole lot, a whole heck of a lot. And then even not a, I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago when I was talking about the camper whenever he picked it up, and obviously people drove past the house, it wasn't there. um, and so even to this day we're picking apart little things and we're figuring out, okay, yeah, that was a lie, that was a lie. Those inconsistencies, in my opinion, is what makes me side eye, even him, even if he was in Memphis, because of the phone call they had, kind of puts him right there, of being on the phone in
well,
those
it's
key
like,
times.
you know, Tony had my attorney. Tony told me to have my attorney, and I was like, well, why? You know, I didn't understand his reasoning at that point in time. But he was like, you need to have your attorney sit there and request your time clock sheet for that day, the day before, and the day after. And I was like, well, the day after, I didn't go back to work. You know, I mean,
Hmm.
and I didn't understand the point because to me, it's like I was at work. I was at work before they even made it to Texas Roadhouse, and people didn't understand why I have to be at work at 7, but at 6 o'clock I'm pulling into the garage. Well, I live over an hour away, and you never know about the traffic on 24, which I know that you've gotten stuck in traffic on in 24. So
Oh yeah.
it's somebody doesn't know how to drive, and all of a sudden your hour and 15-minute trip turns into a 3-hour wait in on 24, just to get there. But it's like,
Yep.
not only do I have to start at 7 o'clock for my shift, but I have to go in and wait in line to be issued all of my gear, because
Oh, okay.
a lot
Yeah.
of people don't realize, not only that, but you're not allowed to take certain things in, like, because it's the jail. You know, you don't have tasers, you don't have guns, you don't have nightsticks, you don't have any of that stuff. The only thing that you get is what they issue you, which is your spray, your walkie-talkie, and your handcuffs. They don't even issue you keys or anything. You have to have your own, handcuff keys and all that sort of stuff, because that's stuff that they expect you to purchase. You know,
Right.
and it's like you have to wait in line, and you're not the only person waiting in line, and you don't get a clock in until you're in the jail, into your pod, and at the computer.
Wow,
So that
that's like a whole ass process before work. That's crazy.
it is.
I mean, it
So
makes sense because of jail. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know so you could be sitting there in line for 25 minutes waiting to get your gear, and then you have to get through all the sliding doors, all the security checks, just to get to your pod, and then you have to clock in, and you have to sit there. You have to talk to the officer you're relieving to find out what's going on in there, and hopefully they have decent stuff to tell you. Otherwise, you're just going to be doing it all on your own, anyways. And then you have your rounds. You have to start off your first round. You have to check your equipment. You have to, make sure all your equipment is working. Then you have to check the janitorial room. Then you got to make sure that the showers are working. Then you got to go outside into the rec area. And you got to check everything to make sure that there's no contraband anywhere. And then as soon as you're done with that, you start your rec times to make sure you're still compliant with state protocols. And it's like people don't understand that there's a lot of stuff that's going on when you go to work.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I would have never thought, I just figured people would walk in. I knew there'd probably be like a metal detector or whatnot, or you have to get wanded in or something. But yeah, that's a lot to.
Oh, you go through a metal detector, you get wanded in. If you set off the metal detector or the wand, then you get patted down too. And if you're
Yeah.
bringing anything in, it goes all through the X-ray machine. You can't have anything in sealed bags. If they're sealed, you have to open them up, put them in a Ziploc bag. I mean, there are things that they will not let you take in.
Wow. So they even check your lunch then, huh?
Yes,
Make
they
sure you're
do.
not bringing. Wow.
I've
When it
seen a
comes down,
nurse.
when it comes down to like the water and stuff, that because you're allowed to bring water unless you're going to drink the water in the jail, which I don't
Ugh,
recommend.
Ooh.
hell no.
Um, that's city water, and I don't drink city water. I mean,
I've seen a nurse come in with her phone on accident. Went, oh crap! I have my cell phone on me. That's a felony. I gotta get rid of this. I was like, whoa.
yeah. Well,
Oh
it's like
shoot.
this. I saw somebody at work that got terminated because they had their vape pen attached to their keys. You're allowed to take your keys in. You're not
Oh
allowed to have a
shit.
vape pen. And she
No.
threw an attitude, and the security at the front, they're deputy sheriffs too, and they turn
Yeah.
around and they handcuffed her right then and there and took her out. No,
Damn. I would be.
they were playing, and she did not have a job.
They did the right thing though.
Yeah. Man, and then they have to explain
She
that to the
fucked
next
up.
employer.
You know, it,
Yeah.
at one point in time, people were like, I had an inmate try to get me in trouble. First, he reported me for uh, what was it? He did a PRIA against me.
What is that?
Um, I touched him in his no spot.
Oh no. Oh my
Like,
god.
dude, you're disgusting. But that's what
Right?
they do.
What?
Inmates have more rights and stuff in jail than us deputies. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
they have
wild.
outlets where they can be on the internet and everything else. We don't have that.
Yeah, that's wild. So they could be on it, but you guys can't, and you can't have your phones. Wow.
Claudia, I am so glad that they found Kyle.
Oh, Kyle. I might not know that story.
She was talking about.
Oh, okay, Kyle's mom passed away. Oh, I see. She never gave up hope. Yeah. Well, and I think that's the biggest thing that and one of the hardest things, too. Um, Seth, that is just the
But
hope.
he did that, and then he turned around and he told everybody that I was bringing inmates cigarettes. I was like, really?
I would think that you guys would be able to sniff out a cigarette from a mile away. I mean,
Well, I'm a
Oh, you
smoker,
can't.
so
Yeah.
I go for
Exactly.
I get my little 10-minute break, which I'm running out to the garage area to my truck because my cigarettes and lighter. Obviously, you can't have cigarettes and lighter
oh,
because that's a felony too. And
yeah.
so you run. I have to run out to my vehicle to smoke a cigarette, and then I get my cigarette in, and it's like, well, shit, my break's already over, and I'm running back in, and they're like, oh, the inmates are like, we smell you. You smoke. I was like, yeah, I smoke. It's called I'm not in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's true. So yeah, you would already smell like smoke, I guess,
Oh
too.
yeah, and you're right. When they start smoking shit, you can smell it. I
Yeah,
mean,
you can. Yeah.
I walked by somebody's house and I could, I mean, their cell. I walked by there, it is their house, but walk by and I
Technically,
could
yeah.
smell it, and I'll pop the door and I'll be like, "Hey, hope you all like handcuffs because I can smell the cigarettes in here or
Yeah.
whatever
It's
Yeah.
inside. It's
smoking."
inside. Yeah.
You know,
Especially if it's
and
in
they're
like the
like, "Oh,
trustees
we're not
pod.
doing anything," and I'm like, "No, you can come on out, assume the position, and we'll put you in cuffs." I'm gonna pat you down, and then you're gonna go wait in that room over there where you can't touch anything, and I'm gonna flip your whole cell over.
Oh
Shakedown
man.
time.
Yeah, shakedown time. I tell you, I mean, I got in trouble one time, but this guy kept going and going and going. He was like, "There ain't nothing you can do to me," and I looked at him. I was like, "Man, why are you making this harder than it has to be?" And he was like,
Yeah.
"Well, you're too soft. You won't do anything. You like everybody to get along." And I'm like, "You're right. I like everybody to get along because I don't want to have to sit here and be an asshole to you. I'm here for 12 to 16 hours and then I want to go home. And I understand that you guys are here until your sentence is up. And I'm not trying to be a dick. We can all get along and work together. I have a job to do and you have time to serve. It's not my fault that you got caught doing something stupid or wrong or both. And you're in here because of that." And I mean, I got in trouble, but I put them in two separate rooms and then I proceeded to, there was nothing left anywhere because I put everything in the middle of the floor and then grabbed a broom and pushed it all out into the thing. And I was like, everything's going bye bye. You'll get new sheets, you'll get new blanket, and I'll have you, I'll have some wipes brought up so you can clean your all's mattresses.
Yeah.
And I mean, he reported me to the sergeant, and I got a verbal talking to, but I was just like, that's fine. I'll take the verbal. You could even write me up. But he just learned a lesson. I'm not here for it. Don't make my job difficult. And when I was in there, I found a broken tablet, which they had used the battery to start so they could light it. I mean, and it's like,
Oh. I
yeah,
was gonna ask how
Short
did
it
they get a
out.
lighter?
You
Like,
could do it with radios too.
yeah.
Make it
you
short
know,
itself out and
Oh.
then light cigarettes and
it, it,
stuff and
I
make
prefer somebody just to be honest with me, and because you'll get away with a lot of stuff if you're just honest with me. Just give it to me, and I'll take care of it. But when you start being a hard ass, it's like, dude, you're in jail. Why are you being a hard ass?
Yeah. You're
You
at the
know,
mercy of the guards and everybody. Yeah, for
I'm not
sure.
here. I'm not here to make your life miserable. Jail is already a miserable enough place as it is.
yeah.
You're trying to get away with something that's against policy, and on top of that, you're destroying government property because you're breaking that tablet, and now you don't get another tablet, and on top of that, you're going to get charged for the broken tablet. Then you're going to be put on restriction. You won't have any type of recreational time. You won't be able to come out, and you just make it worse for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stupid tablets.
exactly.
God.
I can't believe how many amenities and things that they're all afforded in jail. That really boggles my mind. Like
I
little
mean,
Mackenzie Shirilla, she seems like she's got it made in the shade. I'm like, you live better than I do. What the fuck?
I mean, I tell you, I mean, Davidson County is I mean, it is not a jail that you ever want to go to. Neither is Montgomery County. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not. But I will tell you right now that I watched the menu change for their food, and I don't work days. I only work at night. So when I'm there, I see what their breakfast is in the morning, because breakfast is coming in at like anywhere between 3 and 4:30 in the morning. And I watch.
damn. I heard that on a jail call. That is early because the girl goes, "Yeah, we get fed like about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh
Then we
yeah.
then we go back to our cells and we go back
Afterward.
to bed."
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Oh,
like,
It's
what
so
the
damn early.
fuck?
except for
Yeah.
I work in maximum security at the jail, so there's not you come out for breakfast. No, and you don't come out.
Oh, they give you the tray.
We push the tray to you, and you got about 10 minutes. As in, you have until we give you the tray to eat. Start here. When we go down, then we go down, up to do the second row, and then when we're done,
By the time you come
the
back. Yeah.
the inmate that is helping, because I always have, what we call our rock man, somebody who is somewhat trustworthy to help get it done, because we don't like to touch the inmate stuff at all.
I wouldn't
no.
either.
Well, the inmates don't trust us, which is fine. I'm not going to mess with your
Oh,
food. I think that's stupid, you know.
right.
But we have a rock man, another inmate that will sit there and hand out the food to everybody at their door, and we're right there with them, opening the door, making sure what they got, and then as soon as they're done handing out the food, and then they eat, that rock man will eat, and when they're done, then we start going through and we start picking up all the trays, because we don't want them to have trash in there. So we go through, we pick up all the trays, we pick up all the trash, and it goes thrown away.
Yeah, I don't even think I could eat that early in the morning.
Well, I'll tell you what, I remember when they were doing actual breakfast, but before all this stuff happened, the last time I was, they weren't even doing breakfast anymore. You got cold cereal and powdered milk.
Ugh.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Nasty.
And the water you use is the water out of your cell.
Oh,
Yeah,
see,
it's disgusting.
it's like,
Water is
that's why I
disgusting.
can't.
Man.
I don't think
No,
I would
hell.
trust the guards either, though. I'd be like, "What'd you do to my food?" Because I know
see,
I
if you
talked
have
some
to
shit
eat-
earlier. And no,
If you have to eat 4 in the morning, you trust me, you will, because you'll be hungry. Because
be
you're
hungry,
eating
huh?
you can only, unless you got commissary, you're eating when you're paid to eat. And yeah.
Yeah.
And
You
they'll
just
wake
get
you up
used
to
to
eat.
it, huh?
And if you don't wake up, you know what I mean?
Oh, I mean, I tell you what, I mean, we have mag lights, the big old.
The old school mag lights? Oh,
Yep.
hell yeah. You could beat the shit out of somebody with those. It doubles as a nightstick,
Yep.
don't it? I remember
Damn.
those.
But it's a bright light, and it's like I would go through,
Oh,
and
yeah.
if the inmates were giving me issues, then when I do my count, I wake you all up.
Yeah.
Oh, so then everybody's mad at the one person for.
Do you
Well,
have
they
the
get
little
mad at-
digital? When you do your count, do you have to scan something on the wall? And it,
No, I go verbally count every one of them, and then I enter it into the computer. I literally
Okay.
go and count every inmate.
Yeah, because some of them
Oh.
they have it. They'll count. The person will count, or the guard will count who's all in there, and then they like scan something on the wall at some places, and it's like a new system they're doing, and it'll like make a
No,
noise.
you're talking about the scan on the wall? No, that's for every round that we do.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And yeah, that's because state regulation states that we're supposed to be doing around every 30 minutes. I
That's
do
what it
around
was,
every,
yeah.
and if they're in a mental hold, then you have to check on them every 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. I got to check on them more.
And you get there and you scan your badge at certain locations within the pod. Yeah.
Yeah. Sumner County does something like that. Or I guess state regulations, so everybody does it, but yeah, they do the same.
Yeah, because it's all,
not always been that way. It's new.
No, it's when the state changes their regulations, the jails have to change their regulations to abide by state protocol.
Yeah. It used to be there's no tablets, no kiosk, nothing. Nowadays, you got a kiosk. Oh, it's so crazy. You got tablets, all this stuff that's like you're saying, lady, like getting to where jail's almost like comfortable in a way. It's like kind of weird. It's like, what the hell? But hell, some have TVs, some don't. But I wouldn't want that echoing. Oh God, my head would ring.
No, I mean, they'd get
hearing
mad,
TV
but at
going all day.
10 o'clock, I unplug a TV.
Yeah, lights out.
Yeah.
And the inmates that are towards the end where they can see the TV while they're in their cell, they're like, why you do that? And I was like, well, it's not really fair for you to be able to watch the TV when those people down there can't. And you have a tablet, so you can watch movies, listen to music, and everything else on your tablet.
Free radio on the tablet. So even if you don't have money on commissary or on your books, you can listen to the radio for free. So I don't want to hear it, motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
I
Wow.
have no idea. I don't know how their tablets work. I have never been to jail because I was, you know, arrested to go to jail, Libra.
Is there a
Yeah.
is it Securus? I think it's Securus that y'all have.
I know Securitas does our phone calls, so I'm pretty sure they deal
Yeah,
with that stuff
I
too.
think they do the tablets too. I think they do the tablets too.
So like when you're leaving the job, then you clock out and then you have to give all of your own issued stuff back and all of that. So that puts time on your leaving the job as well.
Actually, you clock out in the pod and then you leave the jail. So then you got to go through all the security to get out, and you're already off the clock.
Yeah, I noticed that too, that you don't clock in right when you walk in the door. Like when you come in, that whole process, you're not clocked in yet until you get to the pod.
Yeah.
And then at the end of it, you're clocking out first, and so you're not paid for any of that extra
No,
time.
it's just the way it is. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it would add time for you to get back to your cell phone, right?
That's why
And all of that.
my relief was at 7, and I got to my truck at 7:20.
Yeah.
I was watching a thing on I think it was on TV, like 60 Days In or something, where this guy somehow rammed one up there just like a shank. It was like a cell phone. I swear to God, it's like how the hell? How the hell? Oh my God!
Oh my.
I don't like to discuss the things that people have in their prison pockets.
So insane, man. So insane.
Yeah, that's nuts.
And women are
That is
just
nuts.
as nasty. Well, women are nastier.
Golly.
I believe that because I've had to clean both men's rooms and ladies' rooms, and most of the time the ladies were worse than the guys. I mean, yeah,
I
you'd
will
have to clean pee
agree.
off the wall and stuff, but yeah,
Well,
yeah, it's
when it
wild. You
comes
would
to
think.
blood and
Well,
yeah,
when
it's
I
not good.
first started, I was
Uh,
over in the women's section. That was
Oh,
be,
okay.
that was
the
before.
laundry can be a little stinkier too.
I don't. I tell you what, I wear double gloves when I'm touching anybody's laundry or any of that sort of stuff.
Hell
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
gloves all day. Have
Most
to.
inmates won't actually. They'll send their uniforms, sheets, and blankets to get washed, but when it comes down to their whites, they don't. They wash them in the sink. They will take soap
Yeah.
and wash them in the sink because your socks and your underwear may be white, but if you set it to get washed, it comes back the color of coffee.
And
Oh,
if somehow shit gets mixed up and you get the wrong shit, even though a lot of times it's in this little bag that has like holes all in it and shit.
It's in a mesh bag.
And if you
Oh,
get the wrong, oh man, and who's doing laundry, they can mix stuff up if something happens or it gets on like it's not knotted good enough and it gets loose in the dryer. I mean, you could be getting somebody else's underwear too. So yeah, I would never trust sending
ew, I
off
believe
whites.
that.
to answer
I'd
your
rather have my own
your
underwear.
question, Claudia, I have a neck gaiter, so I can put it over.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, because she's asking, do you wear a mask? Oh, yeah.
But I mean, I've never had COVID, and I've been around a whole bunch of people when COVID was going on because I was in
Yeah,
California when COVID started, and never really bothered me to wear a mask. Never got the shot. Never had it. You know, and
Same here.
you
I
know,
supposedly had it but didn't even know it. I was like, what? They kept
well,
saying I had COVID. It was like, no, I don't. At CVS pharmacy,
Oh, how
I'm like,
weird.
bullshit. Because I think it was bullshit. I don't know. It's just like, there's no way. It's just so stupid. But my mom got it and couldn't taste food or nothing during Thanksgiving. but I never had anything like that happen. I have a strong immune system usually anyway, but I never got the shot or nothing. All my friends that got the vax are more sick than anybody I've known that had COVID. Actually, personally,
I mean,
they're all
Davidson
getting sick
County
now.
had a whole isolation pod for people that had COVID, and there were
Oh, did
many
they?
times that I would finish my normal shift, and because relief hadn't showed up, I have to work for another 4 hours. They would send me to the COVID pod, and never wore a mask in there either. But
Oh man.
I'm adamant about soap and hot water to wash my hands, and you know first thing I do when I come home from work is strip everything off and go take a shower and
Yeah.
throw everything into the washer. And then when I get out of the shower, just push a button and start the washer, because you scrub that
Yeah.
stuff off of you. I mean, the gel stinks.
Oh
Oh, I
yeah.
bet. I bet. Oh, there's no
And
windows or any ventilation. Well, I guess there's ventilation, but
There's
not much.
ventilation, but it still smells like gel. And you got to think the chemicals and stuff that, I mean, they're not allowed to have free reign use of chemicals. So, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
we are the ones that pour the bleach into the mop bucket. We don't let them have Windex. We don't let them have, this stuff, because they're inmates. Some of them are in there. They will drink that shit to get high.
Damn. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. I mean, I guess if I was in there, I might not think that way, but
Well,
um,
how many you don't realize how many inmates that are in there want to die.
yeah, that's true too.
You
Yeah,
know,
you always hear about especially the Chester cheetahs. They like to take their own life. They don't want to be in there. They do not want to be in there,
so they're
especially because they're so
cowards.
isolated
Well,
and they're
they're cowards.
cowards.
That's why they
Yep.
targeted, the young and the young and those that can't defend themselves, because they're cowards.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. No doubt. They're definitely cowards. Um, in every sense of the word.
yeah, definitely in max security. There's no way they could have those chemicals. They would be doing all sorts of shit. Probably even try to blow something up too.
Or gas one of the guards with it or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot that could happen with
Anything.
that. Yeah, for sure.
There are
Mind
some
starts to
there's just
wander
some
when you got
nasty
nothing to do
things
in
in
there.
life, and there's some nasty people.
Even trustees can't even have, or like certain places that can't even have hair clippers unless they're about to use them and stuff, just
Well,
because you can custom the weapon. And even trustees, it's like,
they
because they
get
know there's a
issued.
potential
There's a guard to
somebody's
sit there and watch
fighting.
them. Yeah, there's things that they don't let anybody do.
Yeah. Not even razors. It's like you get a single razor, got to collect them after you're done. Shave. Now throw it in this bag.
I hand out razors, and I have to log everybody who gets a razor. I have to have their ID, and then when I go back to get the used razor, then I have to turn around and I give them back their ID. They have to give me their razor. If it's broke, then it's a write up.
Man.
If the razor is broke, yeah, I mean, there's so many checks and balances you have to do. What do you mean? Do I get hit on a lot?
I just read that. I just
Who
literally
asked this?
read
What happened? I left for 2 seconds. Are you serious right now? Gosh.
Claudia Robbins on Robinson 587. See, I can read Robbins on.
Wow, you can read?
Robin's
doesn't sound
on it.
very. It's Claudia
Robin's
Robinson.
probably
You
a
get hit on a
Robin's
lot. I mean, what are
on
you talking about? Like
5.
physical,
Here's to
you
you,
know,
Mrs.
assault?
Robinson.
Do you get hit on a lot? I think I know what they mean, Setho.
Seth, you get hit on a lot, Seth. I wasn't
He's
expecting
like,
that question.
Libra, stay away from me.
Well, I mean, when I was in the female section, I remember one of the female inmates coming up, and they're like, "Why is it that you just look at us and say no?" And it's like, because anything that you're going to ask me, I'm going to tell you no. And they're like, "Well, you don't even know what we're going to ask." I was like, "You're right, but I'm going to tell you no because
Yeah.
I'm telling everybody no. And if you need something, you can come up and ask for it, and I'll tell you no. And then I'll tell you, it's like most of the time, anything that you're going to ask me for in the female section, because I did not work in maximum security. It's fine, Claudia. I mean, I've been asked weirder questions. I mean, at the very beginning,
I'm just
people
teasing,
wanted to
Claudia.
know
I'm just
people wanted to know if I was single, if I was available for dating, and it's like
available for
I'm trying to
dating.
find my
Great place to meet one right there.
Oh gosh, Seth, and that's gotta be
Soulmate.
terrible. You're like, I'm trying to find my son. Hello, like,
I'd love to have more kids, but I'd like to find the one that I have already.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
And
Exactly.
but it's like female inmates where I was at, they already knew where their feminine hygiene products and stuff were, and with their tablets and stuff, they could sit there and request. All that stuff comes from their case manager. So
Oh,
any of that stuff, they can sit there and schedule an appointment to speak to their case manager, and then they can
Yeah.
talk to their case manager, and their case manager can put the paperwork in for them to get that stuff. But as for like feminine hygiene products and stuff like that, they got plenty of them. I mean, most of them are right there when they come out for rec. If they need to grab, that
So in
stuff.
other words, what do you need from
underneath
me? No. No is the answer.
no,
no, it's always the answer.
you
Hey,
don't need
Seth,
anything.
no. Seth, no. Officer Seth, no.
Nope.
Toilet paper, nope.
Toilet paper, no.
It's easier
Oh,
for
no.
me to tell you no, and it's easier for me not to have conversations with you, because if you turn around and submit a complaint against me and say I said something that I didn't say, then when they pull up the video cameras and they see me going, "No, please stand back from the line," well, you can obviously see that that's what I am saying.
I
I'm not
love
here-
it when, I had a
I'm not
friend
here
that
to
used to
be
work
your
at,
friend. I'm here to make sure that you're
she
safe,
worked at,
got the things you need, and go home.
there's a trick you can do if you're good at ventriloquist, and I would smile like this, and I'd say, and if I was working retail, I'd get so really pissing me off and being a jerk, I'd be like, yeah, you know what, fuck you and have a great day. I'd be smiling like I can't read my lips. And like, wow, we looked at the video. You're being really nice to them. I don't get why they're being assholes. It looks like they were being an asshole to you. Sorry about that. Sorry we misunderstood what happened. They said you said fuck you and all that. I'm like, no. See me smiling in the camera like this? See? It's a tricky
Night,
excuse.
Mama. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, good night, witchy mama. We love you.
I'm gonna leave too.
Witchy mama.
Go back to your mystery of Libra in his green hood.
The green hoodie. I know.
Libra,
Hey,
Libra.
I just want them to show us the not blurred out version, so at least we could try to decipher, But I don't want to scare that lady if she's got nothing to do with it. But I mean, it's just that whole situation's odd outside the roadhouse, the commotion, the whole thing.
I mean, if somebody's kid was missing and they thought that I was the one wearing the green hoodie, I'd be the first person going, "It was not me. I was not
Right.
there. That's not my hoodie. Not me. I hope you find your kid." I'll even hand out some flyers for you. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Yeah.
But it wasn't,
100%.
you know. And if the cops came and talked to me and was like, "Hey, were you here?" and I'm like, "Yeah," and I'd been like, "Well, I'll tell you what. The next thing I'm going to do after that is I'm going to make sure that I get my face out there so that they know, hey, I was the one that was there wearing a green hoodie, and no, I did not do anything."
Right. Or
Yeah.
Katie didn't hand anything to me, or yeah, because it puts Katie under a microscope too. And that's what I don't understand is like, why don't they want to, you know, all of what you just said, but then also, why wouldn't they just come out and be like, yeah, Katie thought it was weird. I was standing by her car. She said something to me and I
I mean,
skedaddled away, whatever.
I don't go to Claudia. I don't I don't go to work. I don't go to work to meet people. Okay.
I love after lockup. Now I see that. Oh man. You're not
Now
one of
isn't
those
it?
people that wants to write women in prison.
I can't
Hell
fix you.
no.
I can't fix you. There is no way to fix you to begin with. So, God did not give me the ability to fix people. God gave me the ability to communicate and hopefully educate. But I can't fix you. All right.
Right.
I can't fix myself. Why am I going to try to fix somebody else?
Well, those people are definitely looking for a project now, aren't they? When they go to that,
I mean,
that
I
like,
tell you what,
yeah,
the turnover rate in the jail for from inmates and deputies is is actually extremely high. Like I knew
they fall
female
in love. They fall in love
I
with.
knew female I knew female, deputies, and they were married, and then all of a sudden they're fired and they're in jail because it's a felony for them to do that. And it's like, why did you do that to your man with this ugly thing over here?
Oh,
Oh, they always cheat down, Seth. You're that's so true too. They always
not
cheat
getting it
down.
at home.
Oh my god.
I mean, and see, inmates are always looking for a way to get a guard in trouble or caught up because
Right.
they don't like you. You wear a uniform, you have a badge, and their whole goal is to get what they want while they're in jail. And if they can sit there and do something to put you right there next to them, that's what they want, you know?
Right. I would never even think of something like that. Like I'm thinking they're falling in love with each other or something. They can't help it. They
No,
just gave them
inmates
something
are
they've
all
never
about
found in their life until now.
inmates just want to catch they just want to catch the guards up and the stuff so that the way there's one less law enforcement professional out there.
Sneaky little bitches is what they are. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, you're not safe in jail or outside of jail. And when you're law enforcement, even when you're off duty, you gotta. I mean,
Watch your back. Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
ride my motorcycle to work. Okay, so when I was riding my motorcycle to work, it's dark. When I leave at 7 o'clock in the morning on my motorcycle, it's early morning. It's bright. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting out of there at 7:30. I'm hitting the interstate, and I have my uniform on. I've had people try to run me off the road on my motorcycle because I'm in uniform. Nobody likes law enforcement.
Oh
They
my
just see the
god.
uniform and the badge and they think, oh, this person's
Right.
here to take my freedom away. And it's like,
I would
Yeah.
never think like
Yeah, it's
that.
nothing personal. It's that badge that they see.
it's the badge and the uniform. It's because you
That's it.
represent something that they don't like.
Yep.
Damn. Yeah, because they're serious about like defunding and stuff, and I'm like, why would we want to do that though? Like, I don't.
Will
I'm
tell you,
one that doesn't trust, but
I was not law enforcement when they decided that they wanted to defund law enforcement. I was working in security. So when they said that and they were like defund the police, and I'm like, well, I work at security, so if you're going to defund the police, that means I'm going to end up having more more money because I'm going to have more hours and I'm going to be able to work more places. And this was during COVID that they were doing that stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
They were. Yeah. Speaking of COVID again, right? Yeah, they were.
I mean, to me, it was like, okay, do criminals don't like law enforcement, but criminals don't think about the fact of how many law-abiding citizens there are in this world, because there are more law-abiding citizens in the United States than there are criminals.
Right.
So when you go to defund the police, if there is no law and order, there's no such thing as a law-abiding citizen.
Oh,
Because there's
yeah.
no law to abide by.
It's be chaos.
Well, it's not. It's going to be chaos, but people don't think about the fact that, hey, normally you do something, I have to call the police. Now there's no police. You do something, I give you justice right then and there.
Right.
Yeah.
Vigilante style, right? Right.
It's not
Yeah.
vigilante if there's no law enforcement anymore.
Well, right.
Anarchy.
That's
It's anarchy,
that's
man.
anarchy. I love it. I don't know what it means, but I love it. A little
I
plan.
appreciate that, Jen. Thank you. All prayers are appreciated. We will find Sebastian. It's taking a lot of time, and you know.
Now, when it comes
taking
to
too long.
Green Hoodie, is this true, Seth, that you saw, you didn't see their face, but you saw the video of them talking to Green Hoodie, but it's nobody that you ever recognized that was at all, right?
They had the person's face blurred so that I couldn't see who it was. And the issue that I have is it was stated that it was a homeless person. Well, then how they find this person if the interview was in front of their home in their car? So that make it make sense, because it sure in the hell don't make sense to me. But I'm not answering any more questions, Libra.
No, you're fine.
He snuck one in on you, didn't he? There, I like that.
Well, he didn't
That's
sneak
good.
one
That's
in.
good.
I already heard it. I heard it coming when he changed his symbol from a lion to,
He put his game face on, where his game avatar was. It's like, oh, it's on like Donkey Kong now. Okay. Oh,
like I said, send your questions to Lady Freedom.
Oh my God, Seth. Thank you for adding to my plate. I appreciate it. It's great. I can't wait. I can't wait.
I am trying to, change your teacup plate. All right.
My little
Not to a dinner plate, but to a platter. Okay.
I know, right? Because people are going to be blowing me up now. Wait a minute, hold on. And then they're going to be mad at me. They're going to say, thanks a lot, Lady Freedom. You didn't even tell Seth about my question, did you?
Yeah.
I must have missed it.
Now, if I didn't answer your question, don't blame me. I didn't receive them.
Oh my God.
Emails all
You're killing
blocked.
me, Smalls. You're killing me.
I'm not
man.
killing
No, but we should come up with some good questions. We should. We need to come up with some good questions for you. I appreciate you doing that too, because that helps a lot.
On the air talking, people are going to have questions. Like I said, just send them to me. You got my email address.
Yeah, we are sebastiansarmy@gmail.com.
And people make them
but
short
don't be
and
sending
sweet.
questions there. Be sending them to, Lady Freedom.
Don't write a book
LadyFreedom.com.
where it's like a Bible of questions. He won't read it if it's more than a paragraph.
Oh, yeah.
So make it short and sweet. Thank you.
No compound.
He's not going to read it anyway.
Right?
She's going to screen it first. Well, you're going to get it first, lady, because you got to screen it first. So, yeah, still don't make it too long or she won't read it.
I don't really want to be
therefore he won't read
on
it.
that, but I suppose we need a secretary.
Short and sweet, because there's a lot to go through now. It's gonna be a platter,
right? Yeah.
Well, you gotta
right, Bama.
You gotta laugh. You gotta smile at some point in time.
You have to.
Yep.
You have to. That's the best medicine. That's what keeps you going, Seth. It takes the power away too, because people that are hateful, they don't like to see other people enjoy. Misery loves company, right? So they want to see everybody miserable as they are.
There's nothing enjoyable about my life. I mean, My son's not here. My son's not in his room. That's the only thing that would make me actually happy.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know that's right.
Everything else is just a gentle repose. I mean, the nightmares.
Yeah. Um, the not knowing is got to be the biggest, one of the biggest things, you
That's
know.
the stress is the not knowing part. Not knowing if he's being taken care of, if he's had something to eat, if he's clothed, if he has a pillow, is he comfortable? Is he laying down on a bed? You know,
Yeah.
I just want to find him. Want to find him and bring him home. Want to take care of him, make sure everything is, I want to make sure he's fine. I want to make sure he's okay. And until I find him, I can't stop looking for him. You know, I don't I don't have it in me to betray my kids or my kid because I only have one. And
No, I feel that. I could never. I can't, I mean, I can't even stop thinking about what could have happened to Sebastian. I think about that too with just a lot
I
of these
try
cases,
I
right?
try
Like little Harmony,
I
you
try not to
know?
think about it. I try not
Right.
to think about what has happened to him or what's happening to him or anything else. I already know. I already know too much from the DCS reports. I that and listening to particular people's interviews on and the Texas Roadhouse video. I just got to find him. It's my only goal is to find Sebastian and bring him home. I mean, when I find him, I'm gonna try my best not to crush every bone in his body, but he's got,
Bear hug time, right?
yeah. I mean, I know that when I find him, that so much that's going to be involved. You know, it's like Sebastian is found. The first thing I do is call the FBI and call the U.S. Marshals because they have to take custody of him. They will take him to a hospital. They'll make sure that they'll put him through, make sure he's doing good, make sure that he's healthy. And I won't be able to be around him at all until that is done. And then, even then, I have to wait before they will let me because Sumner County won't clear me. So,
Nope.
Well, and that's another thing that really gets my goat too, because I just don't see why, especially when you weren't there. We have a specific, at the very least we have a specific time frame, right? They get home about 7 o'clock at night, 7 p.m., and then 6 a.m. Katie says she goes to wake him up, he's not there. So but we know that you were at work that whole entire time, so that's what I don't understand. And I think it would ruffle, some feathers over there with Chris if law enforcement was to come out and formally clear you. I think that would, they're just not using the leverage that they have. I mean, to me, and I don't mean to call you leverage, but I'm saying the situation is
you're,
leverage, right?
you're
Against
right. You know,
whoever did this.
they're they went about this the wrong way, in my opinion. I mean, they just they're playing checkers.
Right.
Yep.
That goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I mean, there's a strategy involved in all of this. It's not a game by any means, but you do have to be smarter than whoever
You have to be
whoever
smarter than a fifth grader.
I almost said that, but then I was like, no, I
Hear
gotta
that,
be smarter
Libro?
than
You hear that, Libro? It's Robinson, not Robin. and on.
No, you do. You have to be, but I don't even think criminals are that smart because they always get caught. But obviously, there were some things that were done here that's easy, that, just like the shoes thing, even though I think Craddock kind of caught on to that fairly quickly. I mean, he said it on the 27th. I'm not going to say he's barefoot. His mom says one thing, but I'm not going to say that. And, that was an indication to me that he was kind of not fully believing their story, Katie's story at least.
I'm not gonna say he's barefoot. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that.
I'm not going to say that,
I'm not gonna say he
right?
didn't have shoes on.
And chomping his gum. Everybody has a strong opinion about the gum chomping.
Yeah, you're never supposed to be chewing gum when you're doing
In
an
uniform.
interview.
Yeah, and usually in
Oh,
uniform it's
right,
just
in
kind of
uniform.
that too. Well,
Well,
military it's like
it's
that.
not considered professional to be chewing gum while you're doing an interview.
Right.
No, it's not. No. And I'm one that chomps on my gum too, so that's why I don't even chew it because it makes me grind my teeth even more and stuff, and like I already do that. So I'm not faulting him for chomping on it, but I know what you guys are saying. It looks unprofessional, for sure. It's kind of like if even if you're serving a table. Like I remember places that I've worked, they'd be like, you can't,
And
you
food
know,
service, yeah, you're not supposed to be having. You're not supposed to have anything in
Oh
your mouth.
hell no.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
nothing
not.
at all, right?
Looks like you're
Sanitary
eating when.
purposes,
I'll never forget. I
but
saw this
even
YouTube
low
video
level.
where this girl lost her mind because she saw a worker back there preparing her food and licking his fingers. I would have.
Oh,
That made me not want to eat
oh,
anywhere else again. I was like, man, you never
exactly.
know. God, you don't know where their hands have been before they prepared that food. I mean, oh God. But
I
anyway,
know if they washed after
let
they used the
alone,
bathroom.
Digging for
yeah.
gold, right?
Oh,
Oh
woo,
yeah. Oh yeah. See, no, I know that does. It makes you not want to.
the good old Shigella. Woo. Yeah.
Everybody, I want you all to be safe, stay blessed, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
You as
Yeah.
well,
See you
Seth.
tomorrow, Seth. And we're always
Thank you for.
praying for you and Sebastian too. And thank you for being here. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Um, but yeah, that the Green Hoodie character is definitely on my mind about, well, when it comes to the Texas Roadhouse, because I don't think anybody else in the restaurant was in on anything.
Oh, Beavis in the bushes.
Oh, Beavis in the bushes, and yeah, I mean it's just one of those things.
Yeah, to me, it's just obvious, and a lot of. I think I got um, a lot of people agree with that. That it's just there's something there. And like Seth said, you're homeless, but yet you're standing in front of your house in your car. Ha! That was a new one for me. Yeah, I did sneak in a question there, I guess, but
No, that's good though, because it pertains to what we're talking about tonight. And I mean, whenever I think it was Tony and Seth that were on the panel, or it was one of the lives, um, they were talking about how the it came about that the green hoodie was cleared, right? But they haven't cleared anybody at all except for this green hoodie, right? So that was like if they think they're being slick with the
that's what they
public, they're
say.
not.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they
like that's
say they
not.
can. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not slick at all. They're really, you know, showing their asses, and so it's like, but then they tell us, yeah, like they're homeless, and but then when Mr. and Mrs. E went to the Texas Roadhouse, like it's all fenced in over there because it's like a really nice area and shopping and stuff, like where they don't want people out there begging and you know.
Oh yeah, right. That's not
which I
typical
feel
for
sorry for
Hendersonville.
people when they have to do that. Yeah, see, it's not typical for because Hendersonville is kind of snooty,
It's
you know.
mid class to
It's
upper
not-
class, so it's kind of right in between. There's a funny video on it actually, if you of Hendersonville. I don't know if I showed it to you, but it's pretty hilarious. It's a very old video, but it's funny and it kind of explains everything you need to know. And it's a funny video. This guy's like, we got LARPing. And it shows these guys LARPing and slapping each other with these foam swords and then we have ducks, but you got to stop because the ducks got to cross the road, and you might want to save the ducks. And it's just hilarious. But anyway, it's like Hendersonville in a nutshell. And he's like, you're not too upper class to be looking down at everybody, but you're not too poor to be living there and all this stuff, you know. But like Gallatin, you'll see it from time to time. You'll see somebody. You know, we used to have this guy every Christmas come to freaking Gallatin Walmart, and he had a violin playing a song, and it was all BS because once I stopped, because one of my friends wanted to give him money, and I'm like, I think he's full of crap. Well, he had to stop the music from playing because he wasn't really playing the violin. He went down and he hit the stop button real fast. It was like, wait a minute.
Oh,
Yeah. I was
nuh-uh.
like, I knew he was full of shit. I knew it because you couldn't hear it coming out of the violin. You only heard it coming out of the speaker. And he would just go up there and make money every damn year fooling people. And then
That's
there's another
fucked
guy.
up.
Then just every once in a while, you will see somebody in Gallatin like homeless and begging for money, but they get ran off typically eventually. And there is some Section
Yeah,
8
it's
and stuff like
sad.
that. So there's some rougher parts and everything else, but you won't see it in Hendersonville like that too often, or they get run off real quick. If you do, they'll get run off real quick. So yeah,
Right.
that's
It's
not
like
normal.
nice. It's a nice area,
And
right?
then
It's
they
kind of
said,
snooty.
right, it's kind of snooty. And then you see
It's fine.
some people
I'm not knocking it.
saying, that's a regular at the restaurant. Some not, like at night was saying, I guess that some were saying that's a regular here, and some were saying they never seen him before.
I think that
I don't
that's
know.
BS. Whoever said that they knew that green hoodie lady is, I think that's BS too, especially if
I don't
she
think they're a
supposedly.
regular.
Well, no. How are you a regular when you don't buy food? Regulars are people who buy food or sit at the bar. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that all
Right.
the wait staff knows, and they're like, "Hey, that's my guy," that orders the fucking sweet tea, right? Like, "Oh yeah, that's Bob over there and his wife Julie. I serve them every Sunday." Like that's how a restaurant is. It's like, especially if you're a good server and you want to have people that ask for you to wait on them, like that's your goal, right? Is to have regular customers. That's a regular. A regular
Yeah.
isn't
You want to
someone,
create
oh yeah, that's a
loyalty.
homeless lady that, yeah, like that uses our bathroom every now and then. No, they don't allow for stuff like that.
This ain't
you
Hooters.
know
Hooters downtown and stuff like that
this
would
ain't
be that
Hooters.
way, where people would go into Hooters or wherever downtown Nashville to use the restrooms and they hated that because they'd be like, they don't want you just trashing up their restaurant. So they'd have to have a downtown,
Of
typically
course.
everywhere. They have a restroom attendant for that reason. That way it stays clean in there because, yeah, if you just let everybody downtown, which you can't really stop them, but it'd happen. People come in there, just use
Because
the
you get so
restroom and spend
busy.
no money. They just need to use the restroom somewhere, and it's the easiest way to do it. So I'm just going to walk into this restaurant and use the restroom. So they have a bathroom tenant for that reason, to keep it clean, just to keep it clean. Here, I'll wash
Yeah, because then for the
your hands for it.
regular
Then you got to tip the
customers.
guy. The poor guy
Yeah.
passed away that used to do it all the time, but he was really cool. He had a bow tie on and all that. I wish I remembered his name, but he looked like a boxing referee or something. He had a bow tie, real cool guy, real nice. And he had cigarettes sitting there and perfumes you could use, but you got to
Yeah,
tip him. So it's
gum
like,
and
I
yeah.
hated that though. It's like you go to like even a Silverados used to be this club in Goodlettsville that used to be open. It's gone now, but it used to be a place everybody frequented where they play hip hop and rap and stuff, and just place young people, and they play country too. So you get a mixture of everybody, and they teach line dancing at early in the night at like 8 or 9 p.m. And anyway, they have a bathroom tenant there. Usually, sometimes not, but they'd have them in there, and it's like, man, I don't need you to wash my hands for me, dude. And oh, here, and they try to give you something to dry your hands
Well,
with.
they
It's
want
like
to
I don't
tip.
feel like
It's like what?
tipping.
Yeah, what you
Yeah, it's
say.
like I
Yeah.
got tipped the bartender already. Damn, tip you as well?
Well,
Shit.
and Claudia, I think Seth had told us that Katie was different when they were together, and then of course people change, um, they do, they change. The violin scam, Susie. That's funny.
Yeah,
She
it was so
did use the
crazy.
bathroom and leave, right? She.
He had a Dunder Mifflin hat on. He had a Dunder Mifflin hat on too. And he's
Nice.
trying to act like he's playing the violin.
Oh,
The guy
the
that got
guy with the
caught too.
violin had one. I thought you meant the bathroom guy. That's funny. Sorry, we're switching back. Hey, Sandy. Yeah, they did do a quick
Couldn't find
press
your phone.
release and they did talk about it. We read it before like a billion times on this channel about the green hoodie and the whole deal. Um, you know. So, I don't know why they
Green hoodie, no goodie.
no goody. And why did they clear that person? So, what I mean, I get that maybe they didn't want the public scrutiny on someone who, if they're innocent, then, but again, like we were talking about earlier, it's very odd that that's the only person that's been cleared. I mean, everybody's been under scrutiny. And if, like I said, you even talk about Sebastian, you're going to be under scrutiny. Um, so, yeah. All right, Libra. Let's play a little bit of this because we'll stop and pause in between of this because there's a couple of things that I want to talk about with this. But I think this was better than what they put out to begin with on some parts. But yeah, we'll just watch. We'll watch it.
Okay.
This is not a candlelight vigil for bad paperwork. This is not a polite round table where everybody nods and thanks the agencies for their time. A child vanished. A public narrative changed. A restaurant record and a federal recap do not line up cleanly. Tonight, every contradiction gets dragged under the studio lights. Every microphone stays hot, and nobody gets to hide behind a badge, a brand, a marriage, or a press release. Then stop dancing around it. Was Green Hoodie cleared by police? Or did Green Hoodie walk into the room, say, "Yeah, that was me," and hand the police an exit ramp?
All right. So that's a good question. I don't know what they're gonna do this, but throughout they're gonna kind of like do this deal where they have AI talking back and forth. So if anybody's confused about that part, it just kind of goes back and forth, right? I don't know, Libra. I'm trying to be nice, okay? Because
That's all right.
some
Feel
of
that's
the
AI.
questions that are posed in here are not bad ones. We'll just put it out there.
Some things
But
just
yeah,
need a human touch, I guess. I don't know. It's like kind of lazy after a while. It's like you can't even narrate something. Just hire some. Jeez, man. Got to do AI with every
yeah,
damn thing. Like just lazy. And then it has flaws because, man created AI, right? So it's going to have flaws in it. And so it's like if you can't keep up with that, just hire somebody to do a professional job, you know?
sure. I mean, I
Anyway,
agree.
job security for
Well, no,
somebody
you're
too.
right. Yeah. I
Anyway,
mean, well, and then for them, when they're like, well, did the green hoodie just like, turn themselves in, or how did they find the green hoodie? So I think like if they were to just take this seriously, and again, I know I'm like the biggest silly person. We're silly up here, aren't we? But if they were to just say flat out, okay, what happened here? How did they identify the green hoodie, and how did law enforcement reach the green hoodie, right? Or did the green hoodie reach out to them? I think that's a really good point. Really good question.
huh? Yeah.
Because we still don't know how the police just miraculously found this green hoodie person. That's pretty tough to do, especially if you weren't looking at them to begin with or didn't know about them. And another
Yeah.
thing that I did want to shout out to At Night about was that, or shout them out for, is if we never would have had this footage released, then we never would have known about the green hoodie, right? And then the police would have never checked into the green hoodie or pretended to. Because I don't believe any of this shit. I don't. I can't. I'm incapable of believing it at this point because of that question right there and many others.
Yeah, that's a good take on it. Really is. Did they go to the police or did the police go to them? Or did that
Yeah.
happen? You know, that's
How'd
something
they
we don't
find them?
really weren't told. And they don't have to tell us, but I mean, damn. For us out
Right. They don't have to
here
tell us.
trying to just understand everything, you know, just kind of trying to understand. Because it's so obvious that it's just odd behavior to stand by somebody's car for 2 minutes while they could be paying within seconds, not 100, you know, 120 seconds. You know what I mean? It doesn't take you any time because I've used those stupid, you know, kiosk or whatever you want to call them at those
Yeah,
tables
pay at
at
the table.
multiple restaurants, and they don't. It takes no time to pay at the table. At Olive Garden, they call them Ziosks. I know that. So I've seen the thing. It says Ziosk. I'm like, that's so stupid.
I think that's what it
It's
is
like their
because
brand
because
of a kiosk.
we tried to see if there was a charge for playing the games on there. Because Sebastian
Oh, there
looked like he
is,
really wanted to play the
and it won't
games.
tell you. It won't tell you we're gonna charge you for this. It'll just come up on your ticket. Because last time I went to Texas Roadhouse, I played a couple games, and then it pulled up. I was like, well, it didn't warn me that I was going to pay for this, but okay. I mean, I just didn't. I was like, yeah, that's why people always want this taken off their tickets because they don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
It
man,
was like $1.99 or something, $2.99,
yeah,
something like that. It
2.99 or
wasn't
something like that.
expensive. It's not like they asked like per game. Like you could
Right.
play like once you paid for it, you could play for however long, you know. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, so but with the green hoodie, I think that's a good question. Law enforcement just all of a sudden they found this person. They're like, oh yeah, we know who it is. No connection whatsoever. You know, blah 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 blah. Nothing to see here. Road. They actually addressed that, right? Which we haven't seen them address much. They addressed the search. They said they were going to pull back on the search. They addressed the landfill somewhat search when they did the landfill search, and then they came out around April 2nd was the day that they came out and spoke publicly on the press conference, but then never again after that. It wasn't anything where they came out publicly, but they would make written statements and release written statements, and that was one of them. One of the written statements was about Green Hoodie. And if Green Hoodie, didn't have anything to do with it, why would they feel the need to come out and, not that I'm saying they're trying to debunk it, but it certainly feels that way or looks that way.
My PTSD. If your card is declined, it could take a little extra time. Yeah, maybe get that
Well,
second
if
cell
your card
phone and
declines,
move some
yeah,
money.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, and you know what? That's a good point too, Detroit. Yeah, if there's a clear path to walk into the restaurant, why would they need to? And why were they hanging out by Katie's vehicle? And then why was there a commotion seemingly that made everybody turn around and look at what was happening?
I like to have the
And
camera
why
view
didn't
that.
they interview the people who turned around? Like, why didn't they find Yellow Jacket and interview him and the guy that was helping him? And he was wearing blue gloves and the black hoodie, zip up hoodie. They should have asked them what happened, right? Because they obviously, like Seth said, didn't fully investigate the green hoodie because they didn't ask anybody, any questions about what happened? What was the commotion at the vehicle? They weren't questioning other people that saw that transaction. Did they ask why you were sitting? Why were you sitting at Katie's car waiting for her to come out for 2 minutes if you had to pee?
Say
That would
they
have been my
truly
first question.
say they truly ruled it out, right? And they're just like, well, say they truly ruled it out, and it's true. Then, in my opinion, they got manipulated pretty damn easily, and that's messed up. I've actually dealt with police before where there was somebody that I know stole something, and it was something of mine, okay, and it was a phone. I was pretty pissed off, if you can imagine. And it could only be at this person's house. I fell asleep because we were drinking, so I was going to just get up the next day, drive home. Well, I get to my car, and I'm like, where's my phone at? Gone. Like, they took it off me while I was sleeping. I was pretty pissed. And then I GPS'd it. I GPS'd it, and it was at this person's apartment. When I went to right there, actually, it might have been that same store in Hendersonville. Right there at that, it was at Verizon, I'm sorry. So it was near there. It was over the other bridge at Verizon in Hendersonville. And it picked up my phone right there at that guy's apartment in Hendersonville. And so I was going to go get my phone back. And he just acted like, oh, no, it ain't. And just started acting like he was looking everywhere. And the guy was full of crap. He told me he was 40 years old one time. And I'm like, no, you're in your 20s because you're listening to Migos. I don't know any 40-year-old that listens to Migos. Right? Like, that's some bullshit. So he's just a compulsive liar. And so I already know he's a liar. And then he's just shady, just kind of fair weather friend. It's one of them people you just kind of meet through other friends, hanging out at the bar type thing. And didn't really know him too well, enough to really, shit his wife, I guess, because when I did stay over there and they said, oh, just stay the night, that way you don't drink and drive. Yeah, sure. So I stayed on the couch, phone's gone. I GPS it there with the Find My Phone for the iPhone app. Then go back. It ain't in here. Is in his bedroom saying that. And I'm like, I was never in his bedroom. What the fuck is he talking about? He's like, it's not in here, is it? I'm like, I don't know, but I'm wanting to turn his place upside down to get it while I'm there, because I know it's there. And then I go to try to do it again, and it's gone, right? They turned it offline, whatever they did, took the SIM card out, because it was before eSIM. Took the SIM card out of it and all this shit, whatever they did where I couldn't track it. And the cop went over there and stolen, and he went over there to talk to him, said, oh, I don't think he has it. He was just kind of looking everywhere. He manipulated that cop. This is what I'm getting to after this long story.
I was kind of wondering. I'm like, but go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it was really detailed there. He manipulated that cop into thinking that he really didn't know where my phone was, and that he didn't. I don't think he has it. I'm like, why don't you freaking check with the IMDI number or something? Like, why just take him for his word? And I'm still, to this day, I'm pretty sure that guy my phone, because he owed some type phone that he stole from them. I found out he was asking around about how to unlock a phone that had a password code on it. Which, good luck. It's an iPhone too, and the same color. It was a white and gold iPhone. I think it was back in that day. I think it was the iPhone 4. I think. Well, this is a long time ago. And yeah, so I found out he was looking at some trouble. Somebody was ready to either, beat him to death, or he was looking at a casket, is what I was told. And so I think he stole mine to give it, back as like collateral, or whatever. Because surely they couldn't convince him that was that other person's phone that he owed, because it has my information on it. So yeah, it's gone to this day. But anyway, he manipulated that cop, and that cop believed he had nothing to do with this. And that's what I feel like Green Hoodie could have done. If they're manipulative enough and the cop is inexperienced or just dumb enough, because not everybody out there is savvy, are going to be, have discernment or good discernment, And I wonder, or if it's multiple cops, did she or whatever it is, did Green Hoodie manipulate multiple police or one police officer they talk to or whoever they talk to? I wonder. If they truly cleared that person, I feel like they manipulated them, the police. If not, then they're just lying to the public because they're keeping it close to the vest, or they're covering for this person. It's one or the other. One of three things, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think it's weird that they found him so fast, you know?
Yeah,
And
and then
my
they find him so
PTSD
fast. How did that happen? Yeah.
So I guess it was on Justin's live that someone had reached out to him and said that the Yellow Jacket guy was a regular customer and that he had cancer, and so that's why he was wearing like the mask and everything and all of that. So in my opinion, I don't think that's the case, and that's just because I've also spoken with people locally. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Mob Crew did mention something about it, but I'm not sure about that. But I think that the police should have tracked down anyone that had contact with Katie and Sebastian that night, because that's the last place he was seen. And to the best of my knowledge, Yellow Jacket didn't get any food, which is also strange, in my opinion.
Yeah. Walked out the same
So-
time Katie and Sebastian did, right in front of him, and then rang the bell, there is a bell there, by the way. I thought there wasn't, but I did see it.
Mhm.
And then,
Yeah.
just talks, hey, I got a question for you. Moving their head around, talking like they're super smart, whatever the fuck they're doing. And then, whatever happened over there at that car, which in my opinion, I think that Katie was upset because that person wasn't supposed to meet him there. And they jumped the gun and met him up there, and they were arguing about something. It was getting loud enough that she was going off on this person, in my opinion, I think. And it made a scene. And that's why you see multiple people look over like, what the fuck? So
Yeah. I wonder if
draw your own
something went
conclusions,
awry
but,
also,
something's up. Yeah, something didn't go according to plan, and she wasn't too happy about that. And then when the video was collected, she really wasn't happy about that. To find out, because the unplanned thing, in my opinion, happened. It was not planned to be there right on camera. It was supposed to be off camera. And I told you to meet me over here, or I told you to wait for my cue, or whatever it was, in my opinion. That's what I feel like. I feel strongly about that.
Yeah, it very well could have been a situation where something went wrong,
The body
I
language
agree.
says it all. The body language really speaks volumes to me. Katie's
I think
body language
so.
outside. Sebastian started walking toward Green Hoodie. She diverts Sebastian the other direction. He goes to get ready to get in the car. He's waiting on him. And the way she handed over, or whatever she was doing there, kind of just her body language. She wasn't happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I
In my
agree. Hate
opinion.
you. Well, and again, I just don't see how they found them so quickly, or why they felt like they needed to hurry up and smooth everything over,
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. Exactly.
Because the public got a conclusion with the whole damn middle missing. Frequent customer, same hoodie, not a suspect. Fine.
Where is the method? Where is the timeline? Where is the corroboration? Do not give me a wardrobe and call it detective work.
And do not turn a missing explanation into a fake confession. We do not know that investigators took the person at their word. We do not know that the clearance was weak. We know the public account is thin. That is enough to attack. Attack the undocumented gap. Attack the missing audit trail. Attack the sloppy communication. But if you invent evidence because you are angry, you are doing the same reckless bullshit you claim to oppose.
The official account says restaurant employees identified the person as a frequent customer, helped establish the identity, and investigators later met the individual and cleared them. The at-night archive begins with a restaurant representative saying, "I do not know who that is." Those statements might both be true. A different employee may have recognized the person later, but the public has never been shown the bridge between them. Tonight, we demand the bridge.
Here are the only house rules. No names without proof. No badge without receipts. No family member gets convicted by a thumbnail. No private investigator gets canonized because they own a microphone. Insurance is not evidence. A published post is not evidence. A loud theory is not evidence. But a documented contradiction is fair game. And tonight, we are going to hit every one of them until somebody produces the damn records.
Round
All right. So somebody needs to produce some records. I agree with that part. There doesn't seem to be a method. Good night, my PTSD. There doesn't seem to be a method to anything that they've done. And again, that's problematic because here we are 2.5 years later, almost 2.5 years later, and Sebastian is still missing. We don't know what could have happened. And this is the last footage of him right here at the Texas Roadhouse. Then he leaves with his mother, Katie, and this green hoodie person's out there. And so is the yellow jacket guy. But law enforcement hasn't even thought to question any of them again. So in my opinion, I agree with what's being said. And I think that we do need receipts on some of this stuff. I do.
1. The federal recap. Employees reportedly recognized Green Hoodie as a frequent customer. Investigators reportedly met the person. The person allegedly happened to be wearing the same green hoodie. Law enforcement concluded the individual was not a suspect.
Okay, and this when they're talking about this, they're referring to what was written in the FBI statement that came out, but it was mostly the TBI who was writing it, and it was like a press release. We've read it here, we went over it already, but in that they were saying that they did identify the green hoodie and that they have nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance.
That is the public ending. What is missing is the date of recognition, the identity of the recognizing employee, the basis of the identification, and the categories of evidence used to clear the individual. Employees recognize them. Which employees? A server who worked that night? A bartender who saw them every Sunday? A manager looking at a still months later? Corporate security matching a loyalty account? Or somebody who saw the picture online and suddenly remembered a face? Those are not tiny details. That is the entire difference between contemporaneous recognition and a post hoc identification. Stop feeding the public grammar when what we asked for was evidence. And define cleared. Identity verified? Vehicle identified? Reason for being there documented? Relationship to Katie or Sebastian tested? Interior and exterior footage synchronized? Phone location checked? Payment history reviewed? Work schedule confirmed? Account independently corroborated? Or did staff recognize a regular, officers speak to the person, and nothing obvious connect them to the disappearance? Both can justify removing someone from suspicion. They are not the same evidentiary event.
The same hoodie is theater. It may support identity. It does not prove innocence. It does not prove guilt. It proves somebody owns a green hoodie. The hoodie is not the case. The route is the case. The contacts are the case. The records are the case.
Okay, but why has no one been able to identify the logo on the green hoodie's hoodie, right? Why is it so difficult to recognize a logo? right? Is it some sort of a custom logo? Because right, Libra, like there's been a lot of people that have been trying to figure out what the hell that logo is.
It's fuzzy. It could be multiple, so many different things, but I see it in a light where I can kind of read it, and I have an idea what I think it is. But I mean, a lot of people don't agree with me because they see what they want to see. But if you look at it through a certain filter, like a lot of people say, I think it's a navy hoodie. Well, and they never show me receipts though. Why? But then I show them why I think it is what I think it is, and it kind of makes sense, and you can kind of see it, and you can read it. But like, yeah, I'm like, well, you wouldn't think that a navy hoodie would be olive drab or green in the first place. It can be, but usually navy would be like navy blue or blue. But they say that these people have said this online and they disagreed with me, but that's fine. And you can. We have all the right to. But they would show no receipts on why. They just because they saw a YouTube video where somebody says it's probably one of their Navy friends. Well, there's nothing to go by on that, But I actually see where you can read it a certain way, and it's the same shape and everything. I have kind of makes sense what I'm looking at, right? Like I have a reason for why I'm seeing what I'm seeing, and it really matches the shape and the lettering, and if you look at it, you can almost read it. But they're just like, so everybody has their opinion on it, but at least I would show a receipt of what it really looks like to me, to that person, But it's just so fuzzy. So it could be anything. It's so crazy. But the white drawstrings throw me off, or the bright colored drawstrings, right? They're I don't know if they look like they're white or yellow, but probably white. And I could never find
They
a
look like they're
hoodie.
newer than the hoodie is. I mean, they definitely look brighter and like they were put on there, after the fact. In my opinion.
That's
But
possible.
I don't think anybody in the Navy or any of our armed forces, for that matter, are that fucking stupid that they're gonna wear their. I mean, that would be like me
Right.
having a
That's
work
stupid
uniform
too.
and wearing it to fucking do a crime. How stupid! And they're trained. They're not idiots, right? Like
Yeah.
if they serve time in the armed forces and our military, they're not dumb. So
Yeah.
no,
And
I don't
that's
think
that's
that's
where
anybody.
yeah.
No,
I think people are
no.
seeing what they want to see there, and they hear somebody else with that theory, and they just regurgitate it and say, "Oh yeah, I think it's a Navy friend with a Navy hoodie on," and it's like, okay, now you're just being fickle, like you're being just dumb. Why don't you bring receipts on why you think it is, and do some research at least Google the hoodie that you think that it looks like and show me, and that would never happen. So it's like, okay, I can't
Right.
respect that. I'm sorry, do some homework or something. No, they're just repeating, regurgitating what somebody else said, and it's like, well, you can think that all day long, but I want to see why you think that. Give me something to go
Sure, I
by.
think that's fair.
Irritating as fuck. I'm sorry, that's a pet peeve of mine when somebody's just gun ho about something, but they never did their own research on it or can't show you why. Why do you believe this about whatever? You know, I want to see
Yeah, no, I'm
the
I'm
reason
with
why
you
you
because I
believe
try to
this.
do that, like just so that way, like people can say no, lady, I don't think so, or yes, yeah, actually, I do think that, or I try to show people so they can make up their own mind, and I want to know what they think. Um, and to try saying, like why is the green hoodie blurry and you can see everybody else so clearly, and
Right.
the same thing goes
That
for
is
the
weird.
emblem. Like that's another thing too, that it's so hard to see the graphic on the hoodie as well. Like it's almost as if they have blurred out the details of the green hoodie.
Everybody else does look clear. I've seen these videos multiple times over and over. And yeah, you can see it like it was really not bad video quality, but when it comes to green hoodie, you can't make it out. It's like, really? Why is it so blurry and fuzzy? It's strange to me too. I don't get it. So it's either on purpose or something. I don't know. Why would
Yeah,
you protect that?
I think it's on purpose. Yeah. I do. I do think it's on purpose. I think that they blurred her out, her face and the emblem on the hoodie. But
And if
if you're
yeah,
releasing the information to the public and you want us to help, why the hell would you do that?
exactly. You just took my word. That's exactly what I was going to say next. Then you come out here and you ask
Sorry.
for the public's help, but you're going to blur it out. Then, and I don't think that the police picked up this video first or released it. Right? It was at night, as far as I know, or a private investigator gathered it and at night got their hands on it. Right? I don't know, man. Like, if you're going to ask us, don't fuzz them out. I just don't get it. Don't even ask then. Because we're going to sit here and just be twiddling our thumbs and going back and forth in our minds, trying to figure it out, trying to do all this research, trying to figure something out that, you know, it's clear as day to somebody else. That's not really fair to do that. But I don't know, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Uh,
it drives me crazy. I'm like, what the
the
hell is happening
confusion.
right now? And then like it's so confusing. And for the longest time I was like trying to slow the video down and I never could get like a good canine Jules. I never could get like a good still shot of the green hoodie, like even when I slowed the video or did any of that kind of stuff, because of course, and I'm thinking, okay, they're moving kind of quickly, so maybe it's just heavily pixelated. But as Detroit said, everybody else you could see just fine. So why is that? So somebody
Yeah.
had to deliberately blur the video, deliberately blur it.
Yeah.
And that's why we can't identify, who we're looking at.
There's
Um,
also, I mean, there's so much that's not out there, but I understand that. But yeah, it's just frustrating because, you know, it's frustrating because you ask for help and don't ask for help if you're going to do that, if you're doing it. That's all.
and as I
Because
say
that's
that,
bullshit.
this guy's moving and he's blurry, but
He looks
Sebastian, you
better.
can make out his features.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's moving. But yeah, even he even looks more clear than Green Hoodie ever did. And he's moving and he's,
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of right in front of the camera. Green Hoodie got pretty close to the camera too. And there's another camera that we can't see out in the public anyway, which is right over the freaking doors. And then there's another one pointing at on the other side of the restaurant that we haven't seen the angles to. But yeah, I just think that's kind of, I'd be nice to see, but that's not out there. So for a reason, I guess. But yeah, there's plenty more cameras around that building that are not out there. And man, would that be something to see.
Yeah, I mean, and I would like to see another angle of Katie, like where we can try to make out what she's saying to Sebastian, because that's another thing that's very difficult, for me, is that I would like to know what's being said, and I think a lot of people want to know what's being said too. We want to know because Sebastian is like his body language is saying no. He's shaking his head back and forth, no. And then at certain points, he's like shrugging his shoulders and putting his, hands up and saying, no, I don't know, that kind of thing. And so, whatever they're talking about, Sebastian was having a negative, uh, response, right? A no, not negative and, positive, that sort of thing, but a negative response, no. It's not like he was saying, "Yeah, mom, sure, yeah, let's do that," or he didn't look happy, right? Like whatever was being said, he was not happy.
Now, did Katie's mom is from West Virginia? Is that right?
She lives in West Virginia. I'm not sure exactly where she is from.
She
I'm
drive.
sorry, she's Virginia, not West Virginia,
Okay,
Virginia.
so it's Virginia. Okay, and then does
Yes,
she drive a
yes.
car? Do you know?
As far as I know barely a lot about Katie's mom, just that she's a registered
Is she
SO.
a pedo?
Yeah, she's registered as well.
RSO,
Yeah.
registered RSO. Okay, tier one, something like that. Tier.
She's a tier
Anyway,
3. She's a
tier
tier 3.
tier three. Woo.
Yeah,
Um, upstanding citizen. Okay. Well.
right.
Okay. In my opinion. I kind of wonder if she drives, and I wonder what she would drive if she drives. Just curious. Just wondering. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. And doesn't have a house here, I assume, if she's living over there. And she's got to register soon, or just did, because you got to do it every 2 years, I think. I think she has to register
Yes.
soon, sometime soon.
Yeah, because I think they want to take a new
Okay.
picture of you, as as time goes on. We change a little bit our appearance.
I think they're supposed to, yeah, they get a picture taken every time they do. And I can't remember, but Mob Crew is keeping up with it, but she had one coming up. And he wanted to see if her hair was short or long or something like that. But I'm kind of curious of when, I'm kind of wondering when
I mean, I don't. I
her
guess so.
next
I
one is
guess
due.
to me, I don't under. I well, and maybe you could help me out, but I don't understand what that would do to see her 2 years for. Well, now it would be
Yeah,
four
no,
years
grow hair out, right?
after whatever. Like I guess because
Are
well,
you
I don't
skinnier? Are
remember
you
what when she actually
fatter?
got her picture taken the last time, but again, like I would rather see her when she had her when this was all
Well,
going down, because I'm not going to say that she doesn't look like Katie's mom. I mean, we've talked about it here too, and I know a lot of people have. um
February of 2024 was the last time she had a picture, a mugshot anyway. I don't know if that was an arrest or whatever. I think it was an arrest, but maybe not.
yeah, oh
But
man.
yeah, she has a mugshot from February 2024, so that means February 2026 would be 2 years later. But I don't know if that was a registration shot or not. I thought it was an
Well,
arrest,
that
but
would be
yeah, I
the
have to
one
dig
that I
into
would
that
be
again.
more interested in than her new one, is what I yeah is what I'm trying to sorry what I'm
Either her
trying to
hair
say.
was pulled back, or either her hair was pulled back, or it was short, gray,
Oh yeah, Susie.
gray, short or pulled back hair.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell. I mean, I
So
think the green hoodie looks like they have like a strawberry blonde hair. But so does Katie's mom does have that color as well. It's just hard because women can, well, anybody can dye their hair, but women do
well,
more regularly.
a certain slouch, and like the way the collar kind of like Conan, it kind of leans to their left, and it kind of hangs, and then the there's a certain mannerism too, has to do with the arm, the right arm kind of hanging out to the right, to the side a certain way, like during the happy birthday song. Yeah, happy birthday. It was so cringe.
Oh yeah, that was
So
creepy.
cringe.
Yeah, that was super
But
creepy. I mean, I can't say that I haven't thought about her mom being the green hoodie. Um, but
but yeah, it's just a theory. And I'm
like
just
you
asking
said,
questions
that
or
person's not
wondering.
local, but I don't believe that the person that the police are saying the green hoodie is the green hoodie either. So
Right?
there's that, right? Like I mean, because
Uh
again, like you said, with it being at her house, right? If they went to see her in her local house in Hendersonville or Gallatin or one of the surrounding areas, Nashville, she could have been from anywhere. Um, and I also want to know what she drives, because the thing is too is that um she had to have gotten there somehow, but we don't see her. So what does she live next to the Texas Roadhouse? Because she's in walking distance of the Texas Roadhouse, or what? Right?
there are
Because and then
apartments
again,
nearby there. But they're expensive. Woo! So if you're homeless, you're not homeless living there. Uh, and if
yeah.
it said house, and that was a literal house, not an apartment that they were standing in front of during the questioning, then if that was their house, right, then it's a house, not an apartment. And there is houses nearby there too. There's a road back there called Wessington Place. Goes all through back there, and
Oh, okay.
all the way up to Pigfest over there at Veterans Park, right by the highway. There's
Oh,
a
yeah, it's right there. All that shit's right there. Everything's
Yeah,
right
there's a
there.
back road and a bunch of residential area, big time residential area back there, and then apartments, Section 8, near a Jehovah's Witness off of Old Shackle Road. It's called Old Shackle Island. That goes to New Shackle Island. That connects to Long Hollow eventually.
Oh,
That
okay. Old Shackle and New Shackle connect.
There's houses all down there and little duplexes, and then there's some poor people down there. There's some people down there. I grew up visiting with some friends that I knew down there, and they lived in a duplex and didn't make very much money. Were like landscapers. And they had a neighbor that was an alcoholic, raging alcoholic, and the lady's husband was like into martial arts. So they said one day they'd look through the window and they saw through the window there he was like trying to doing like karate chops, and she's like throwing stuff at him and attacking him, and super raging drunk, and didn't make much money there too. There some wild, yeah. So there's just so there's some little bit of rundown areas, just or quality of people wise, and that's near the bowling alley, Old Shackle Island. The bowling alley is off Old Shackle Island and Volunteer Drive, so it's right there.
The Strike and Spare is?
That's where the new, Strike and Spare is. And so if you keep going down that road, there's houses all down there. So, that's possible they could have walked or drove from a house right there. I wouldn't walk that far. It's still a far walk unless you lived right there, like at Veterans Park. That's not much of a walk to get to. You could go through the back, like somebody's backyard probably or whatever, and get to that area. That'd take a while. Anyway, because I'm just trying to think in my head, kind of map it out. Maybe a little bit of a walk.
Where was she going that night, though? Like, did they even find out why she was in that area or any of that? Like, those are all things that investigators should, if you're going to look into someone and make a public statement about how they're cleared.
Yeah,
I would think that's what you would be asking those questions.
A lot of people park where that building is that doesn't appear to have any cameras except for Starbucks at the corner. It'd be nice to get hands on that, but I'm sure that's recorded over or gone with the wind. But
that one the
so
one
many
that's on the
cameras
other
pointing
side.
so many there's a camera right back there to get the vehicle, that mysterious vehicle that mob crew is trying to find, but I doubt that's available. But it did appear that Green Hoodie probably came out of a vehicle that was pulling in there around that time, because then it wasn't minutes later, and there they come walking through the bushes, and the headlights come on when they leave again, right? And then it appears they come in on a vehicle, but I might be wrong. So many different avenues this could go, because there's so many people driving back and forth and everything else. Like I said, it's a busy ass restaurant, so there's
it's hard to tell,
right? Yeah. And so much has
Susie, that's a good point. That person looks like they have their fists clenched. Who walks like that? Someone that's nervous, maybe. Yeah, I agree. When they're walking up like that, for sure. Yeah, and you know what, Detroit, if it is a guy, I do think it might be that guy, right? The guy that's been in trouble for hurting animals and children, may or may not be a relative of the Proud Feets. Has the same last name as them anyway.
Right?
Yeah, the guys, Which
the DG? Is that what you're talking about?
The one that's
the DG?
His name is William Christopher Guy.
William.
William Christopher Guy.
That guy.
He was just arrested.
Was he not wearing a hoodie when he got arrested? I think he was wearing a hoodie or something like that, wasn't he?
I'm not sure.
Beard grew out. I'm gonna look it up.
I'm not sure. All right, so let's watch a little bit more of this.
The reason for being near that vehicle at that minute is the case. Do not wave fabric in front of the cameras and expect the public to confuse it with corroboration.
The federal article also got Sebastian's age wrong. The public record places his birth in December 2008. In February 2024, he was 15, not 14. That arithmetic error does not prove corruption. It proves the national recap failed a basic fact check. At Night's later statement also accused the article of getting the year wrong. The current article says 2024. That part of At Night's attack does not survive the version now available.
Good. Then everybody gets embarrassed tonight. The FBI gets embarrassed for the age error. At Night gets embarrassed for overreaching on the year. That is what accountability looks like when it is not a fucking fan club. Correct the age. Archive the prior versions. Publish an addendum. And while you're at it, tell the public when Green Hoodie was identified and what kind of corroboration closed that door.
Do not confuse transparency with demanding the person's name. Nobody needs a private citizen doxed. The public needs process. Date of identification, source of recognition, whether the full video sequence was logged, whether the account was independently tested, whether any relationship to the family was checked. You can answer those categories without burning the investigation. If officials cannot explain even the category of work performed, then they created the vacuum they now blame on everyone else.
Hey, would you like your very own Shopify store?
And I agree with that. I agree that when the police don't tell us, right, then we start filling in the blanks on our own, and we might not get it right because we're operating off of bad information from the beginning. I mean, we're not going down the right avenues to get to where we need to be.
Round 2. Roll the Roadhouse record. The archive starts with a representative discussing the person between the vehicles and saying, "I do not know who that is." Later, the federal story becomes frequent customer. Fine, maybe another employee recognized the person. Maybe the identification came months later. Maybe corporate records solved it. But somebody needs to say when the story changed, who changed it, and what evidence changed it.
The archived material describes an exterior sequence near the vehicles, followed by one entry into the restaurant. Later revisions say the individual moved directly toward the women's restroom, made no purchase, stayed only briefly, and left. The same archive contains corrections. The person entered once, not twice. The hood was reportedly off, and early interpretations of the footage were revised after rewatching. That matters because At Night's own narrative evolved too.
And that is exactly why I want the full synchronized video, not some chopped up internet seance. Exterior approach, vehicle position, crossing moment, door entry, interior path, restroom corridor, exit, pickup. One clock, one evidence log, one damn sequence. Because when people watch fragments, every shoulder turn becomes a signal, every pause becomes a conspiracy, and every bad pixel becomes somebody's aunt, dealer, cop, cousin, or secret accomplice.
Using a restroom without buying food is not kidnapping evidence.
All right, it's not kidnapping evidence, but it's weird, right? Because especially if you've worked at restaurants before, you don't typically see transient people, not in a nicer place like this. Like if you worked at a Taco Bell, yeah, sure, you're going to see all kinds of people coming and using the bathroom, do whatever. Not in a place like the Texas Roadhouse where you could choose your steak at the front.
Especially,
I don't know.
Especially when you just left where there's a pizza place that you could use the restroom in easily, or Starbucks or something, right there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different places
Just
around
left
there.
that
That's
building.
true. Mm-hmm.
You can walk in the back door of that pizza place and use the restroom. Hell.
So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because there's a back. Okay, so there's a back entrance, there's a front entrance on the other side of the building, but then they have a back entrance too.
There's a video
At
with
New
their
York Pizza
best
or
friend.
New York Pie, something like that.
Yeah, there's a video of Taylor Swift and their best friend right in front of that back, goofing off in that very back corner, actually. And there's a restroom right to the right of them where you could use that restroom right in there. And it's not even as far of a walk going all the way to the back of this restaurant just to use the restroom. I don't know.
Right.
Makes me feel like, restroom check something, or I don't know. Just weird. After
Yeah,
this
it's weird too
apparent
because Katie never
possible
uses the
exchange.
bathroom. Sebastian did, but not Katie.
Yeah, it's weird. But yeah.
And I agree.
Not saying
Detroit
it's-
says the game of Clue without
Yeah,
any
I'm just
clues.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I think that there's some good points being brought up here, but if you're the at night intelligence group, maybe you guys could talk to law enforcement about that or get us some clarity on that because, I mean, you would think that would be something that they would be able to obtain more easily than we would. I want to see the whole damn thing, Detroit. Put the entire video out in that exact time frame with all of the actors. Quit cutting shit out. Everything. I want to see from the minute they pull up and Sebastian gets out. He's got his fingers, in his ears, right? And they walk in and they get their table. And I want to see that complete sequence of events as well. And I would like to know what time they left the bowling alley and if they went anywhere else in between going to from the bowling alley to Texas Roadhouse, because they would have had extra time to kill because they were supposed to go bowling and they didn't.
Walking between cars is not probable cause. A quick exit is not a confession. A low-resolution gesture is not automatically a handoff. Stop criminalizing normal behavior because it looks dramatic in slow motion. The sequence matters because investigators should have reviewed it completely. It does not matter because internet detectives want every mundane movement to become a felony.
Okay, but here's the thing. You guys put the information out there. You guys pointed to the green hoodie and said, look at this person, right? And that's exactly
Right.
what we did.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Does anybody know who this could be? Why aren't they? And they're right here saying, talking about it. The mystery of the green hoodie. Like, what was their text on title for their video? It was like their main thing is talking about, I don't know, man. It's so stupid. It's it's so stupid. Sitting here going, but yeah, they're the ones that made the freaking dramatic videos of green hoodie coming out and the exchange, whatever that was between the cars and the eerie, and then the yellow coat, yellow jacket. Just because you're wearing a yellow jacket doesn't mean we committed a crime, right? But yeah, y'all motherfuckers put it out here. That's why we're looking at it all crazy. Just saying. I wasn't looking at every little person in there. I was only looking at the ones that were pointed out to me by different videos that came out. And a lot of
Right.
that was that night, in my opinion, allegedly.
Yeah. At Night's the one that put it out there.
Making us question those individuals, and now we want to know more, and it's like a tease. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like, okay, focus here, right? And let us know what you think. And then we do.
It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it's a felony to wear, walk out the door at the same time that it's like, well, I didn't say that, but y'all got me looking over here.
Yeah, I mean, well, they made contact with Katie. Well, especially when they're in the doorway together. I'm talking about the yellow jacket. Sorry, I should back that up. Yeah, so the yellow jacket and Katie and Sebastian were all in the doorway together and came out of the Texas Roadhouse together. I'm not saying that that's illegal, and I'm not saying that there's something nefarious about it, but then when you see him come back out, when he's been in the restaurant for how long, and he's still hanging outside of there, and then you see that it appears that there is a person wearing the same shirt as Sebastian, right? You could make out the baby Yoda or the Yoda on his t-shirt before you could tell that it's Sebastian.
Moving at
So
the same moment too.
right,
So strange.
right.
Like in real time. So it appeared to be to me. And then there was also, don't let me forget to mention somebody with their legs crossed, just like an individual at a Harley shop, standing in a similar manner, about the same weight and height. It looked like kind of weird in the beginning of the video, or somewhere in the video. I don't want to say beginning, but before and while Sebastian and Katie arrived there, and then once they're walking in the front door, these two individuals that were talking to each other, one of them with his legs crossed, moves on out of the screen where you can't see them anymore, kind of like right on cue as Sebastian and Katie walk up. Thought that was kind of odd, but I mean, see, now it might appear that I'm looking at every little thing, but I'm looking at stuff that doesn't seem too coincidental, or it does seem coincidental, which we don't believe in coincidences in true crime. But I thought it was kind of odd. It was pointed out before to me. I've seen it before, and it's like, yeah, it's really odd coincidence that they stand that way. They're about that weight and height. Were they there? Or were they across the state? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. And I mean, the thing is that there is going to be more speculation when we don't know who this person is, when this person does resemble a lot of people, right? I mean, the person resembles a lot of people because we can't make out the facial features of this person. Hey, Sandwich.
Hey,
So,
Sandwich.
hey, Sandwich. But that's what's, what makes it even a bigger mystery. But then again, like I said, if it wasn't for them pointing those people out, and like you said, we might just be focusing more of our attention on Katie and Sebastian's movements. But then again, you can't deny that there's a person who, like Detroit said earlier, chose to walk in between Katie's car and the other cars instead of just taking the route that would get them to the bathroom the quickest. And they were also waiting out there. We can't deny that. If At Night didn't point it out, somebody would have noticed it too. So I'm not.
How are you waiting out there, and then once they come out, they go to their car, and then you talk to them and you interact with them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just too obvious. That's
Yeah.
why they were pointed out to us. So
Yeah. I mean, either way, I think we would have, but we would have noticed some kind of strange interaction there or questioned it, especially because there was a whole commotion that made everybody turn around and look at Katie and the green hoodie.
And maybe you did need to use the restroom before you left, but you still looked like it still appeared that you, Green Hoodie, have gone there to meet with someone, and it was planned, and mission accomplished. Not how Katie wanted it, in my opinion, but mission accomplished. And then you went and used the restroom because you're a jackass, and you put yourself all over camera and didn't really think about it. And you're a jackass because you stood by her car, and that was not the plan, in my opinion. So
Yeah, that part was kind of strange too, right?
Yeah.
That made it seem like that they weren't supposed to be there.
Fucking dumbass.
And when Katie saw, she was mad, right? Like she wasn't happy about that.
I'm glad you're a dumbass, Hoodie. Green Hoodie. I'm glad you're a dumb, stupid fuck ass.
Well, and again, there may not be a big deal about it, but they're saying, well, maybe there wasn't a handoff, maybe there was, but it does appear that they made contact with each other. Katie advances on the green hoodie. She doesn't back up
Yeah,
and say, "Ma'am, come
fearlessly.
on through." Like that's what I
Disabled
would.
disabled veterans, might think twice. Like, hold on, I'm disabled. I can't MMA fight anymore.
Well,
I'm a
yeah, or like
disabled MMA fighter, and then
say you're
not
coming through,
not trying to
right?
catch a fade.
Say I'm going to my car and you're standing there. I'd be like, "Oh, sir, this is my car. I need to get in there,
I
whatever."
would
And
keep
I
at
I
least 10 feet distance. People I don't know, and be like,
well,
"Oh,
I mean, I'm
excuse me."
saying even if you were, right there, then I'd be like, "Okay, that's fine." But
Doesn't
I
take but a
wouldn't I would
second.
advance on you.
Right,
I would do the opposite. I would tell you to come on through because I need to get to my door,
right.
and I wouldn't want to, like,
I'm not
my
pushing
boobs to
you
graze
back.
against you or anything
Yeah,
like that.
cause
You know what I'm saying?
it's not suicide doors, right? So I can't get my
Mm-mm.
vehicle until you get the out of my way and get on through. And that didn't happen. I would stand back, wave the person on through, or say, "What do you need?" "Oh, okay, sorry, I ain't got no money," but but go ahead or whatever. But yeah, she advanced on him big time. It was, and then it got loud. Yeah, something was up. I
Right.
told you not to meet me by the. I told you to wait. That's what I feel like. I told you to
And
wait.
why wouldn't the police
Yeah,
ask those people what they heard?
yeah, that kills me. That guy
Yeah,
probably doesn't work there
that's not an
anymore.
investigation. That's the opposite of an investigation.
While it's fresh in your freaking minds and everything else, you got to get those people while it's fresh in their minds and memories, and to write stuff down and document stuff. I mean, that's like Detective 101. You got to get
Right.
everyone involved or witnesses and everything get their statements right away while it's fresh in their memory. If not, or do that for yourself. Shit. If you need to make a report, or anything, or you try to you write it down or document it, record it with your voice, whatever you got to do. Especially if you're defending yourself in court, well, you better take note of when you talk to your attorney. That's the first thing they want you to do is you want to remember every little thing about that, because you want to find every loophole there is to defend yourself in the court of law uh, on your case. So you want to have that while it's fresh in your memory, write it down. So anyway, it's kind of like
Well,
that,
yeah, and that's why I kind of try to rely on the
ask
beginning
these people right
interviews
away. Yeah, and I think they
with
dropped
Chris
the
and Katie.
ball.
Yeah, because their original statements are going to be the most. But then again, there's changed so much. But I mean, in the
Yeah,
beginning, that's when you're going to get the freshest recollection. You're right.
yeah, and I need to look at those in chronological order so I can see which one. And I think it was like 2 or 3 in, probably. I don't know where she said, and he was and did the whole neck gesture. I want to know which one that was. I know it was early on, but
Oh, that was Chronicles of Olivia.
so which do you know if that was number 3, number 2, number 1 that we know of, or she
That
talked to the
was
media first?
number 4. Well, I'm sorry. Let's see. They did Duchess, and then they did Holly Thompson, Caitlin Miller.
Yep,
Um,
slip ups could
so
happen
yeah,
anytime.
it would have been like 4 or 5. I know. While they were doing the rounds, they hit the circuit hard once they scaled the search back and it started on Duchess's live, and you just wouldn't expect
Douches.
them to go, especially because all the locals were like, where are the parents, why aren't they coming out to talk, and and all of this. I
Yeah,
remember that really clearly. And they were like, oh, we're far too emotional, and um so yeah. All right, so we'll watch a little bit more of this.
Venue context is still evidence. If staff considered the behavior atypical for that location on a busy Sunday, log it. If the individual entered only to use the restroom, document it. If the person was known as a regular, identify the employee who knew them and how well. If the interior video existed, State whether it was preserved and reviewed. Context is not guilt. Context is what competent investigators use to decide which questions deserve answers.
The archive also records the restaurant representative asking for formal process before sharing certain materials, while discussing corporate preservation. It records At Night drafting public language, the restaurant asking that its name be replaced with "our source," and corrections to At Night's first description. So nobody gets to pretend this was a clean, one-source narrative. It was a developing account, revised in real time, under pressure, with multiple parties trying to control exposure.
Translation? Everybody was protecting something. The restaurant was protecting the brand. At Night was protecting the operation. Law enforcement was protecting the investigation. The family was protecting privacy. Fine.
Wait a minute. You guys forgot Seth in that whole equation. And this is the shit that pisses me off the most about this whole situation, is that Seth was kept out of the loop about the CPS stuff. Seth didn't know there was corporal punishment being used. And now you guys are doing it too. Seth wanted this stuff out or he wouldn't have had it released. He wasn't at the Texas Roadhouse screaming at everybody, trying to get the footage, allegedly. Come on, he was fine with it coming out. He wants transparency so he can find his son. He's not worried about anything besides finding Sebastian. And for you guys to turn around and say, "Oh, well, this is exactly what happened right here. Da, 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 and we were protecting this, and this is protecting this, blah, blah, blah." No. And no. Seth wasn't protecting shit for privacy. Don't say the family, because Seth's not part of that. Who was protecting the privacy was Katie. Katie didn't want this video out because Katie knew that her story was bullshit from the very beginning. She told all of us, "Oh, Sebastian was having such a great day. We were laughing and joking and bragging." That's what you wanted us to think, right? But this shows us something completely different. And that little boy right there just tried to grab a roll, complimentary roll, from the table, and you might as well have slapped his hand away, Katie. You told him to that he couldn't have it because he pulled his hand away so quick. You know, that obviously he was told, no, he can't have it. Unfucking believable. So no, At Night, you didn't get that part right. Seth didn't want privacy. Seth wanted transparency. And if you were protecting anybody in this, stop protecting Katie. And I don't know how much of my live stream was taken off because of the copyright of that stupid ass song. But I said that right when you guys put the first one out. Oh, this isn't about this or that or the other. No, quit with that bullshit. We all know you're not fooling anybody, especially the people that are willing to sit here and watch this. Sorry, Libra, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I don't think I had anything to add right now. But yeah, Bubba, one roll at a time, Bubba. That's what I told him. I said, "It's okay, Bubba. It's okay, Bubba, but one roll at a time, and I take two, you can have one. And to every two I have, you can have half of one, Bubba."
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Thank you, Detroit. No, it just ticks me off because the only people that didn't want us to see this was Katie and the PI and probably Chris probably went down there too. Nobody goes anywhere without me around.
Yeah.
My wife.
You don't talk to her alone. There's strength in numbers.
Don't talk to her alone. There's strength in numbers.
That was the weirdest. That's something you don't tell everybody. You say that privately when you're getting ready to plot on somebody. You say there's strength in numbers, so let's all go as a group, and then we'll confront this person, right? Or get a witness and we'll confront this person. There's strength in numbers. You don't just say that like there's strength in numbers, and I just don't want you talking to her alone. That was so obvious. Because he knows she's a
Exactly.
shitty liar, in my opinion, and so is he. Really, he just
Oh,
tells,
exactly.
tells. Even to show off, he'll tell. He'll tell himself just to brag. This is the most.
Yep.
This is the most complex, case ever in history. It's gonna go down in history. Oh yeah, buddy. Well.
Oh, he's such a
ain't gonna last
stupid asshole
forever.
when he says that.
Stupid dumbass.
Yeah, or baby or
Bitch.
sandwich. She started out tossing the menu to him like he wasn't anything. And, that's what pissed me off so bad. And then they don't even show that part in this. They took that part out. But you can't unsee it and you can't rewrite history. So stop trying to. This isn't just, oh my gosh, we don't know. Check his social, check this, check that. No. We know everything that we need to know by the way that we could see everybody else that was in the neighborhood that night except for Sebastian. If you want to help the situation, then stop playing it like you don't already know the facts. Because the fact of the matter is there's no footage of this kid. There's zero footage of him in the neighborhood, but we can see a black cat. But we can't see Sebastian.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
Oy
It's
vey.
It's unbelievable. And why and who are you guys you're talking about protection? Who are you protecting here? You're protecting Katie. Oh no, she's just a mother. She just wants her privacy. Fuck privacy. When your kid's missing, you want everybody to know and help. And you're willing to be transparent and truthful. Your story doesn't change a billion times. It's just, look, nobody's buying it anymore. You guys need to rethink this.
Sebastian is the one who disappeared. At some point, institutional self-protection becomes a wall around the very facts the public is being told to trust. Nobody gets to yell misinformation after handing people half a timeline and 3 different versions of the same damn scene. Round 3. The phone call nobody wants to own. The supplied statement says, Texas Roadhouse called the listed detective around December 8th, left a voicemail, tried again the next morning, and got no response. It describes a phone tree maze, an old mailbox, and frustration from a business operator who did not have time to play automated menu roulette. If that account is accurate, the case deserves a call log audit, not another slogan.
A missing child's last confirmed public meal is at your restaurant. You call the detective, and nobody calls back? What the hell are we doing? Do not tell me workload. Do not tell me jurisdiction. Do not tell me the voicemail got buried. Build a system where a call from the last known venue gets flagged red, routed to a supervisor, and tracked until somebody closes it. You cannot run a missing child case like a cable company support line.
The supplied statement also says a team member told the restaurant, "You're the 5th person I've heard with the same experience." That is serious if authenticated. It is also hearsay until the speaker, date, and underlying examples are documented. The correct move is to identify each reported failed contact, obtain the original call records, compare them against agency logs, and determine whether this was one missed voicemail or a systemic intake failure. And this is where the government loses the room.
Okay. So I agree there that, and it's been said before, it's not just this circumstance or instance, right, where we see that people are not being able to get through and that there was an old voicemail that was being used for Detective Carter, the rookie who they just gave this case to. So, and I'll tell you, I'm only half Hispanic, but I can guarantee you my ass would have been brought down to the station. I'm not going to go so far as say that they would handcuff me, but I might have stayed at the jail if it was me. I could imagine how it would go down. Okay. Sandwich, that's in my opinion. Anybody else would have been taken down to
If you're half,
Chinatown.
if you're half Hispanic, you're Hispanic.
And I do look more,
You
like
might
that
be
side of
more than
my.
half. You might be more than half. Just gotta get a DNA test to find out. But yeah, if you're Latina, you're a Latina.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking it would have been, a little
You
little
look more
different.
Latina than not, so you're probably more than half. So there you go. You're
Well,
Latina passing.
I'll tell you, I think that that their influence. I don't know, Libra. I don't know that I believe that they're like as rich as everybody makes them out to be. Um,
Who's that? Oh, the poopy,
the stink foot,
the
the
shit
Foot
clan,
Clan.
the
Yeah,
butt fuck clan.
the Poop Clan.
I don't think
Um,
they are if they can't afford the damn school they're trying to get him into for $5,000 a month or something crazy, or $10,000 a month. I thought they were. I thought shit socks was loaded, but I don't know. Maybe
yeah.
not. So yeah, I wondered the same thing. Where's all that money going, or is it really there? What's up with that?
I would say if Nina's story is true about the playground equipment, then she has enough for that. That's not cheap. But then again, it was something that she wants. Um, Detroit. Detroit says
Yeah.
I'm Mexican by injection. She cracks me
Oh
up when she
shit.
says that. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. So yeah, I just feel like if it was anybody, right? Like I don't even know that it's like, that deep, but probably, I don't know. I've watched a lot of documentaries about, Tennessee uh when it comes to that. And then we do have like people like Chud the Builder that are there.
Chud the
And
butt
I'm
fucker.
like, Chud the butt fucker.
Chud the
But
butt
yeah.
plug.
But then I'm like, but yeah, I'm just thinking like I think Katie was absolutely given different treatment. I think that is, I mean, so was Chris, but then also like so was Seth. Like they didn't even bother, and Seth has said that before too. Like he's like, if they didn't even look into me fully, but then or my people, then how do I know they're looking into anybody fully?
That's my property. I own it. That's my
Yeah.
property. What are you doing on
Yeah,
my
who
property?
says that to a PI
Out there in
that's
the
coming to help
back,
you find your kid?
in the background, saying it too. He's losing his
Yeah.
mind. Whoa! And she's like, that's my property. I own it. It's like, yeah,
Mhm.
you're not as innocent as you're trying to, Bubba, make yourself out to be.
Exactly. I want to
Fake
hear
working
Katie's
man.
real voice. I want to hear her. I want to
Yeah,
hear
I
her
want to hear
get
pissed
loud.
off.
I want to hear her talk like I am right now, like enunciate, sit up straight. I
She'll
want to
never
hear
sound
her
like a
do
real
that.
woman. Come on now.
Yeah, so she's well, it's like because she's always doing that little, oh, I own it, I own it.
Bullshit
Even
fucking
even when she was getting pissy with somebody, she was doing that little
acting.
act.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
act. Big time.
So wasn't she? I don't know what she exactly was in the Navy, but as you move up the ranks, you have
Installation technician.
that are lower than you. She's going for bitness. But like you have people that are lower than you, so then you have a leadership role, right? And leaders don't talk like this. Like, could you please? No, leaders are like, okay, this is what needs done, right? This is
Not
what you
even
need to do.
leaders, just
You can't just, oh,
speak
can
up,
you
God
do
damn
you
it.
think, oh, Would
They
you
teach
mind
you to
if,
sound off in boot camp. They
no.
teach you to sound off in boot camp. Trust me, you'll be hoarse when you're done if you don't use your diaphragm. So,
Oh,
yeah. One thing I
yeah.
learned is use my diaphragm because I went hoarse like freaking crazy in the past. And if you use
Yeah.
your diaphragm when you know, especially if you're like an RDC or a drill instructor or training instructor, whatever branch you're in, you got to use your diaphragm or else the training instructors will be out of freaking voice. They'll be hoarse too, just from screaming all the time. There's a point where you're not going to use your diaphragm every time. You're just going to wear that voice out anyway. But yeah, you learn to speak up and not be so.
Yeah, you learn to
It's an
enunciate
act.
speech, right?
It's bullshit.
It's an act.
And her allegedly, and Chris, she went through it twice, through a torture training in the Navy, where they torture you for a long time. And so that when you talk about interrogation and stuff, talk about the worst interrogation they could go through with the police, probably wouldn't probably do anything unless just slip up on those lies, But as far as physical torture and everything else, yeah, her and Chris Proudfoot went through that training, and she went through it twice, allegedly. So,
Yeah. Well, and that you would think that would toughen you up a bit, That's what like
has to.
it's if somebody was
crazy.
to tell me like, and I didn't know it was true, they'd be like, "Oh, she's was in the Navy," and it's like, really? Because she doesn't come off like that. She's a hot
Right.
mess. You can't even ask her a simple question without her fucking it up. So
But
how did she make
that's-
it?
Yeah, that's where I think the childhood has to do with it too. It's kind of a mixture of the two. Psycho enough to wake somebody up, beating them up, right? Allegedly. You know who I'm talking
Exactly. But I wonder
And then, like-
about Katie in that though, because like,
It's like a
she
multiple
dissociates a
personality.
lot.
So-
She does. DID. I'm telling you, I watched that movie. I guess it's from 2017, and the reason I watched it was because Gypsy Rose Blanchard recommended it during that interview we watched. She goes, "Oh, have you ever seen the movie Split?" And then it came up in my recommended, and so I was like, "Okay, well, I'll watch this, and check it out."
That movie's so psycho.
It's fucking nuts, right? This
Freaking
guy's got
weird.
DID, right? So he's all these different personalities. And
Yeah.
they're, it's interesting though, the basis or the plot, whatever.
Yeah.
But either way, when she dissociates like that, and then she acts like a child, and then she has all of these different personalities, and the twang, the country. Oh,
disassociation.
Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? That stupid shit that she does. I just don't see how she snaps in and out of this stuff like that, unless she's got fucking DID.
Every time you
Right?
do that. Every time you do that.
What
Bubba,
on the
did you fall out of
Bubba?
Did you fall out of the bed? It's my favorite
Bubba,
song.
did you fall
with
in the
tiger.
bed?
I had the
God,
tiger.
he told me go to
favorite song.
bed. She did that with Chris too. She goes, Chris told me, put the dogs up and go to bed. Go to bed. I'm like, what the hell is a go to bed?
The
Like
whole,
she just does it. She overdoes the accent too much. It's like, Katie, if you're gonna do an accent, you gotta kind of,
That's a
you gotta
script
study
right
that
there,
shit.
in my opinion. That's a script right there. In that interview, I think it was with Chronicles of Olivia, right, where she said, he told me go ahead. And it's like he was helping her out. Like, this is what we, agreed to say. Like, how you like, if you're gonna lie about something, rehearse it and shit over and over. Like, this is a story. You gotta stick to it. And I told you, you started to fall asleep with me on the phone, and I told you to go ahead and go to bed and put the dogs up and say goodnight to the pup, whatever. And then, so it's like, that's so scripted. That doesn't happen. And do they regularly talk for 3.5 hours on the phone? The same amount of time it takes to get freaking Memphis and back, right? Or to Memphis.
Yeah,
one
the
way.
phone call.
One way, not and back. I meant to say not round trip, but yeah, to get one way or the other. 3 hours, and he say
37 minutes doorstep to
7 minutes,
doorstep. Get it
doorstep.
right,
Yeah.
Libra.
Get it right. 3 hours, 37 minutes, doorstep to door.
That's not what I said.
Doorstep.
It's not a dash cam.
On the phone with with somebody for about 3 hours or so, and then started to fall asleep. So I told her to go. It's like that. And do you do that every night or every weekend? I doubt it. I don't think that's normal. I don't know. I don't
well,
know.
and
I
it
don't
goes
live in their
back to
house.
Katie being in the military too. Like, what she needs her husband to come tell her she needs to go to bed.
Yeah, there
Go
you
to
go
bed,
again.
put the dogs up and go to bed, and he did.
But there's
You
pieces
know,
of shit in the military too. So like, the whole what gets me is not really watching Sebastian like she should have, in my opinion. Not watching like
right,
in California when some bad stuff happened. It's like, where the hell were you at? And then he was at his grandmother's house and she wasn't supposed to be anywhere around. And
right,
so and Seth is like, stay right there, hold on, don't just stay on the phone with me, whatever. He had to like control the situation because he didn't even have his son that week or that day or that time because it was time for her to have him and wasn't even watching him, like
right.
watching out for him. You know what I'm saying? So they want to keep using this whole he's autistic. He walked away
He's
and ran
not
away.
mad.
When
Yeah,
it's
don't.
really no, he's autistic. So you need to watch it. And then so if that's the case, if he were to be a runaway, then you need to watch him even more. You damn idiot.
Yeah, and a 15-year-old. I mean, I'm telling you that the teenagers are the ones you really got to watch them. Like. You do,
Yeah.
because they're always getting into some shit. But then again,
They
Sebastian
have
didn't have any
brains too.
friends, over there, so to speak. I mean, I'm sure there were kids at school and stuff, but that's another thing. It's like they took everything away from him and isolated him, in my opinion, so they didn't have to watch him very closely, right? Like if he's in his room playing video games all the time, doesn't go out anywhere, then they don't have to worry about it, right? I mean, I guess
Yeah.
it's one way to look at it, but
Yeah, you gotta
I
watch him
mean,
even more. Because
yeah,
getting, into more stuff. Changing, getting interested in more different things and more capable, getting bigger, not just a little toddler anymore, either. So not anymore, growing up to be a young man, a teenager, almost 18 already. So now, but yeah, 15, 16, you're getting there where, I mean, I remember catching on to stuff even as like a 5 or 6 year old that is unbelievable. I look back and I was like, man, I had a mind of an adult almost, just because I was to know this or that. I remember riding horses with my aunt for the first time at 4 years old and feeling an adult. She had me on my own horse and she had her own horse. And we rode around
yeah,
in the woods around ponds and stuff and enjoyed. I learned how to guide the horse, and it was like my first feeling of being an adult and doing the adult thing like that. 4 years old, riding a horse. So it's just like crazy, like your mind, if you remember back, you go caught on to way you think a 4-year-old would. And I really did. And not caught on as in learned things like riding a horse, but caught on to what people are saying, doing in front of you, adults, how they acted, the strange things, the things that are not strange, things that are normal. And you just kind of know good from bad already. In a sense, you almost have a natural sense of good and bad and stuff too, like a moral compass that you're not really taught either,
yeah. Well, it's your first time of feeling independent. Like you feel like you're, you know, being a big boy, or like when you're little like that. You're like, oh yeah, I'm I'm
I guess
doing
because I was
something
treated
that
like
I'm big.
I was treated with respect by my aunt, so I felt like an adult, even that young, because she let me ride my own horse, full size horse. I'm not talking about a pony. I'm talking about a horse. And it was like yeah, it was the reason it was given to me, and as I respected her as well. And everybody falls off the first time they try to get on the thing, and I was 4, so I was tiny. But I got up on that horse by myself the second time and got up there and rode. But yeah, it's like, so. But anyway, the things that are capable of, things you learn, and like I said, like some things you're taught, hey, you can't do that's wrong, or this is good manners, this is wrong, this is right. And then some stuff you just know, well, that's not good. Like I think a lot of people that get abused come out later on because they go, I always knew that was wrong, but I was afraid to say something. But I knew that when they touched me that way, it wasn't right. Even though nobody told you it's not right, they shouldn't be doing this. They're an adult. They still knew it was not right. This person's supposed to be looking out for me, and they're touching me. Like what? Stuff like that. A kid just knows. Especially a teenager knows, too. A teenager especially knows, and that's a lot of time. They get older and they get enough courage because, either somebody talked to them or they finally just got the courage for whatever reason. They finally, it's like nobody told them that was right or wrong. They just knew it was wrong. It just wasn't right. It wasn't natural.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I still can't find anything on that Detroit, on the poker party stuff. I still can't find anything about that.
There was a lady in
Sucks,
Hendersonville that got caught at her apartments. She had to go gambling with poker games and stuff. She had a ton of money on her too, and they busted her in Hendersonville. This was a few years ago. This is way before 2024. But it was pretty wild. It was probably 2018, 2017, I want to say. I couldn't even look it up, but yeah, stuff in Hendersonville. And there's a lot of rug trafficking in Hendersonville too. It's a big rug trafficking area. And it's, we got a lot of old rich people.
Well, it makes me wonder
yachts.
if like Terry Lynn might have been at that poker party too. You know what I mean? Like
commissioners and everything. Oh, right. Probably rubbing her boobies on everybody's back of everybody's head while they're trying to play something. Who knows?
They're trying to play
Golly,
poker.
titty. Chill out. I know you got those rock hard brand new boobies, but I don't want you touching me with them.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. All right, let's on that note, watch.
If the public later hears employees identified a frequent customer, but the venue says its own calls were not returned, people naturally ask which employees talked to investigators, when, and through what channel. That is not conspiracy thinking. That is a timeline question. Reconcile the call history with the identification history. 1 page, dates, roles. No names necessary. Stop making the public beg for basic chronology.
Round 4. Green light, red light. At Night says the lead detective approved a still photo release and asked for help raising awareness. Later, officials said the release created a misinformation flood and implied investigators already knew who Green Hoodie was. So, which is it? Did the detective authorize the public push because identity was unknown, or was identity already known while a private team was being sent into the street with a megaphone?
The questions are straightforward. Date of authorization, exact image set, approval channel, scope of approved distribution, date investigators first believed they had identified the person, date that identity was verified, date At Night was told to stop. If the approval came before identification, say so. If the identity was already known, explain why the release was approved. A simple authorization log would end half the shouting. This is the part everybody hates. Maybe law enforcement communicated badly. Maybe At Night interpreted a limited approval too broadly. Maybe both sides heard what they wanted because everybody was desperate to move. That is why serious operations use written scope. Approve this image for this purpose through these channels until this date. Anything less turns a missing child investigation into a playground fight over who said what behind the swings.
Round 5.
If you got hit, even as a passenger or in an Uber.
Shut up, you stupid idiot. I don't care what you got to sell me. Get out of here. Good Lord.
Welcome to the Internet Suspect Parade, where every blurry person becomes whoever the audience already hates. A family friend, a relative, a person with a criminal record, a local dealer, a retired cop, somebody named in a decade-old photograph because the body shape looked similar. The theories multiply because the pixels are weak and certainty feels better than admitting we do not know.
But let me ask the ugly question. What if the person was known to Katie? What if Sebastian recognized them? What if the meeting was arranged? What if the parking lot timing was not random?
Those are legitimate hypotheses, and if police cleared the person, the public deserves to know whether those relationships were checked. I am not asking for a name. I am asking whether the connection matrix was built.
Then answer the question that survives every theory. Why was the person there at that exact moment? If the answer is ordinary, using the restroom, meeting someone else, picking up food, waiting for a ride, say what corroborated it. Receipt, driver statement, phone record, work schedule, staff recognition, anything. Because frequent customer may explain familiarity. It does not automatically explain timing.
And if law enforcement has that corroboration, good. The person should stay cleared. Clearance is not a popularity contest. But officials can still publish a category-level explanation. Identity confirmed through multiple sources. Presence independently explained. No verified connection to disappearance. That would kill the rumor mill without exposing a private citizen. Silence is not always operational security. Sometimes, silence is simply bad public communication.
Round 6. The Proudfoot.
Okay, so again, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with what's being said in terms of that, oh, we're just jumping to conclusions on who it is. It's open for speculation when we see the situation unfold the way that we did. And then also it draws in more speculation when law enforcement is not transparent. So, and Detroit, so Sebastian got in trouble for going on his uncle's laptop, and that's CP's uncle. So why would KP be there without CP that weekend? That's a good point. And Lori was also there, according to TL and Danny Boy. Right. Okay, so I do remember that part as well. Because I was looking for it and I just couldn't find it anywhere, War Baby just coded. I know. I've looked for the live. I can't find it either. But yeah, when we see all this, unfold, we're gonna try to identify the green hoodie, and we're gonna try to identify the actual hoodie, right? But we can't because it's been blurred out, in my opinion. So,
Yeah. Screw that hoodie.
I'm like so over it. I wish they would just show us. Right?
It's like, even if I know, it's like, well, that doesn't help anyway, because they're probably not even from where what I think it is. But yeah, it's still, it's like one of those things where it's just, I gotta know, damn it, I gotta know, what is that hoodie? Like for me, being a local, be like, if I see it out somewhere, then it'll catch. It'll still catch my eye, I guess. Anyway, then I might find out that way if that person were to ever wear it again. Probably not. They're probably like, "Oh, I fucked up. I can't wear. Oh shit."
Apparently, they were wearing it the day that
And
they were questioned by law
yes,
enforcement, which I'm like, that's such
they were.
bullshit. Like,
Yes, they were still wearing it, according to a really good source.
I know, and that's
Allegedly, they
like
were still wearing
weird.
it. That is weird. Do you take showers? Probably not. Do you
Do you
touch
take
on?
showers?
Do you touch on? Do you do things to children you shouldn't? Probably so. I don't know.
It makes
Allegedly.
us wonder, doesn't it?
Makes you wonder what kind of
Are you
person.
homeless? Probably not, because you obviously have a home that they went to find you. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
right. Are you daughterless? Probably not. But I don't know. So, see, this thanks at night. You really got me speculating like crazy. Probably stuff I shouldn't even speculate. I'm probably way off. And it's like, thanks a lot. You got me just like, every time I see somebody with a green hoodie, I'm putting them in handcuffs, giving them citizens arrest because I think that they might be the green hoodie, that might be a perpetrator, that might be somebody that's, a person of interest. And you all got me feeling this way.
Right.
I smell lawsuits already. Look,
Oh,
this is
no.
really messing with my mental, and it's really, I got to take more medicine because of it, and mental anguish. No, it's horrible.
Oh my goodness. That's funny. No,
Start
but I mean,
turning on.
it's gonna be open up speculation, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is when we don't trust law enforcement, right? Like, because many times they come out and they're like, okay, well, we cleared this person. Oh, thank you, law enforcement, for giving some clarity to the situation, but they don't. Instead, they come out. It's all mysterious. They even showed Seth like, part of the green hoodie, but their face was blurred out. Like, that's weird. To me, that's weird. If you know who it is, and just say it, and especially to the father. I mean, the public is different, but Sebastian's dad kind of deserves to know, I think.
Yeah. I looked at a picture of this guy again. No pun intended. But God, could be just because of stupid hair. It's kind of reddish hair.
Oh, that, yeah, William
On the
guy.
offender registry, yeah.
Yes.
Dude,
Yes.
if it didn't have much or facial hair at all and walked kind of like a girl, it's like that could be it. But it is 5 foot.
Yeah, because
5,
he's
5
really
foot
girly.
6.
That guy is. That, yeah, he is.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, see that? That's interesting because I don't know that. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know how you know,
he's
but
quite feminine acting.
really, how did you find that
Yeah.
out? Do you see a video or something of the douche, or what?
Yeah, well, I looked him up on his Facebook.
Oh, duh! I forgot
Yeah, he's
everybody
with
puts their
little kids
lives out there.
everywhere. All over his Facebook, he's around little kids. It's
Oh
really
my god, dude!
frigged up. Yeah. And he's been in
Whoa!
trouble for cruelty to animals and all that.
See, I don't
You
like
know?
that shit at all. Just icing on the cake for you, Busta. If I ever saw you
Busta.
in jail, boy, man, I'd be spending more time in there probably for. I'd probably catch some more charges in there, beating his ass, throw him off a balcony. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Allegedly,
Oh,
hypothetically,
allegedly.
only in a video
Oh
game,
my goodness.
just in a cartoon.
Hey, Bearded, good to see you.
Hi,
He says,
Bearded.
yep. It's he said, yep, it's settled. Guess I'm trashing my green hoodies. No more green hoodies for this guy.
Yep.
You'll be prime suspect number 1.
Texas
Green is-
Roadhouse. Yeah. And then Bearded is from Texas. Oh, crap. I just put that together. Holy kashaboli.
Uh-oh.
Holy shkbololi. Holy
Is that in the
shkbololi.
connection matrix now? Oh my gosh. When they said that, I was like, what the hell is a connection matrix? Like, that's one thing about At Night when they do stuff like that. Like they'll put stuff out like that, and it's like, why? That's where I'm like, why? Why do we have to do that?
Man, I'm surprised they didn't put their watermark all over this video again. Where it's like A's floating around. What? Why isn't that on there? So weird.
Well,
So
they did
crazy.
put a whole bunch of info, but I cropped it out when I redid the video. I cropped it.
Can't drop them off at Goodwill. Too much of the trail. Too much of a trail. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They did do that. Allegedly. Allegedly, they brought some of Sebastian's items and donated them to Goodwill, which is strange.
I saw a lady that looked just like KP at Goodwill and about started cussing. And I was like, well, that might not be her. It might have been, but I don't know. I was like, just that little slight doubt. And I was like, nah, might make an ass out of myself, start cussing this person out because it might not be her. It was wild, though. It looked a
Right.
lot like her. If it wasn't her, it looked a lot like her. And it was
Every
fairly a
redhead that you
fresh
see.
case. Yeah, pretty much with glasses. Freaking,
Yes. With glasses.
yeah. Had
All
that
right.
look.
So let's
Just
touch
that
a little
look.
bit more of this. I think
The
there's not too
ponytail.
much. There's actually
That was the
not
other
too
thing.
much, terribly much left. Oh yeah, the ponytail. Well, and
The
she
curly
was
hair
wearing
and the
her hair down
ponytail.
before, but you could tell it's longer in here. Her hair is real long, actually.
She's wearing a green hoodie, for God's sake. Look at, yeah,
Hot
what's up with
seat.
the hoodies?
Chris Proudfoot has stayed publicly visible, argumentative, defensive, and deeply involved in the narrative. Some viewers treat that as suspicious. Others see a stepfather under siege, reacting to accusations and trying to control a story attached to his family. Tonight, we stop treating personality as proof and ask the harder question: which of his statements, movements, and records are independently testable?
Why keep grabbing the spotlight if every appearance creates another contradiction? Why fight every critic? Why insert yourself into every theory? Is it ego? Control? Panic? Protection? Or is it exactly what an innocent person does when strangers are building a murder story around his home? I do not know. But somebody who wants the microphone this badly does not get to complain when the microphone starts asking hostile questions.
Public defensiveness is not homicide evidence. Bad interviews are not homicide evidence. Anger is not homicide evidence. A person can be abrasive, controlling, inconsistent, and completely uninvolved in a disappearance. If you want to challenge Chris, challenge verifiable claims, travel timeline, work records, phone use, trailer activity, communications, vehicle movement, and who was present. Stop psychoanalyzing guilt from facial expressions like a carnival fraud.
The producer
Okay, I don't know. This part, I could see both sides of it, right? I'm like, okay, yeah, just because Chris is an asshole doesn't make him a murderer, a red rummer, excuse me, right? Just because he's an asshole doesn't make him a red rummer. Just because he is not likable, I get that. But in the same way, we haven't been able to verify timeline. We haven't been able to verify his whereabouts. He told Nancy Grace he's going to take a polygraph, and he didn't. And he lied about taking a polygraph and said he passed it. But then he got called out on it, and then he didn't, right? There's CPS reports. All of those things are taken into consideration, in my opinion, more than his body language. But what do you think, Libra?
Yeah. Look, I think this guy right here is sus. Right here, the waiter. He's coming down. Look at his hands.
This poor guy right
He's
here.
holding, yeah, he's holding something, and I'm not sure what he's up to. He pulled his hair back. He's probably trying to look like Katie. He's trying to look like she's, he's disguising himself so that whenever she leaves, he looks like he's still there. They think that he switches spots, I think allegedly with Katie, to sit there longer while she's already gone. And then when Sebastian went to the bathroom, I think that when Sebastian went to the restroom, somebody else came out dressed like him. It is imitating
Oh,
him.
jeez. Oh, my
And come out.
God.
And look, right there behind the guy with the Tennessee, stupid orange, ugly ass Tennessee sweater right there.
Oh, jeez.
Anyway, that guy right there, it looks like allegedly Chris Proudfoot right there. Here he comes. Here he comes.
The one in the
spying
yellow.
on
Or, excuse me, the one in
Sebastian
the
his mother.
orange. Oh,
Yeah,
hell
so
no.
there's really, really crazy stuff going on right here, right where you paused it. I'm like, holy shit, I did not see this the whole time.
I think that little
The
girl
whole
in the
time.
Nirvana shirt is sus. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, I was going to say that earlier. Haha, it's funny you said
Poor
it.
little
She's
girl.
looking
I'm
over.
just teasing.
She's looking over there. No.
She's
but,
looking at Katie. Her and Katie are making plans right now. They're concocting some sort of a.
See what I'm
some
saying?
sort of
That's how ridiculous
fuckery.
people got, though. That's how ridiculous people got, though. They're looking at, like, they'd be like, oh my God, wait, look at the way she's holding that tray is sus. It's like, chill out. Jeez.
Yeah, they did. They did. That's where I can see both sides of the, what they're saying and everything. Yeah.
The defensiveness, though, of the Foot Clan is just ridiculous. Constantly defensive and stay away from my property, off my yard. Ah! And then, threatening the Cajun Navy and threatening searchers and all that stuff.
Well, and I mean, typically I would be like,
the
yeah, I wouldn't want
defensiveness.
people on my property either. You know what I mean? Like,
No.
I get that part of it. I'm like, okay, you don't want them on your property. You don't. I get that. But yeah, it's way too defensive.
But I mean, if you're like on that stupid, I don't know, quote unquote easement or whatever, it's like they weren't like over your fence and run up to your window either, or not even within. If it's not like within 100 feet of the house or 50 yards or whatever it was, I don't know. So it seems kind of, it's like you're just being buttheads. But I don't know. I guess it would be like that for anybody, I guess. But it just seems like, you brought this attention to yourself. Remember that. That's all I'm saying. Allegedly, in my opinion. In my opinion, you brought this attention to yourself. Live with it. You made your bed. You're going to have to lie in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they brought on negative attention by him going on all those panels and just acting crazy and being like, yes, I hit Sebastian with the belt. I threw away all of his clothes and toys and shit that was on the floor and, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah, Bearded says, did all the biological and step parents take a poly? Was looking into the case and found it odd that not a single parent was looked into as a person of interest or a suspect, or correct me if I'm wrong. Well, it's kind of convoluted because the TBI did not require anyone to take a polygraph test, although Katie said that she was given one and that she passed it. We've never had any proof of any of it. But then Seth goes on Nancy Grace and takes a polygraph by a world-renowned, FBI guy, polygrapher, whatever, polygraphist. And, he has all the receipts and does it all publicly, nationally.
Completely
right?
willing to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But then later on, Chris Proudfoot was supposed to take one with her. He backed out of it, and then he supposedly took one with the TBI. But again, there's no proof of anyone taking one except for Seth.
And then Dog the Bounty Hunter talked to one of the officers and one of the detectives that said, "So did he take one or not?" Talking about Chris Proudfoot. And he's, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He's like, yes or no? Did he take one or not? They just kind of beat around the bush and then, he claims that he passed one with flying colors, on the phone calls that he didn't know were recorded. And
right.
So he's sitting here telling everybody he passed one, but he backpedaled on Nancy Grace when he said, name the time and place, ma'am. I'll be right there and I'll do it. And he said that the TBI told him not to. And
right.
Then later on, people asked TBI, did you say that? Did you tell Chris Proudfoot not to take a polygraph? They're like, no, we would never do that. Or was it FBI?
Yeah, they can't tell you whether to take one. And as a matter of fact, I mean, if Nancy's willing to give him a polygraph, then Why wouldn't he just do it with her? I mean, obviously it's nerve-wracking. I get that part, but and no, Bearded. I think those are great questions. Because not a lot of people, I mean, were around in the beginning, and in the beginning, Chris was telling people that he passed it, and they're like, "Wait a minute, you did?" And he was lying his ass off about it. Just oh well. No, I did. I wasn't even asked to take one, but then they didn't ask anybody to take one. Well, they didn't ask Seth or Chris to take one. You know, and he doesn't have a very well established alibi, in my opinion.
Also identified Melissa and Phoebe Proudfoot as relatives whose knowledge or presence may deserve clarification. Fair questions include: who was physically present that weekend? What did each person observe? What did they communicate afterward? And what records corroborate those accounts? Unfair is declaring either woman complicit because of family ties or a child's reported distress. The phrase "scarred by what happened" requires context, source authentication, and the speaker's full statement.
But ask it anyway. What happened that weekend? Not who killed him, not who covered it up. What happened? Who arrived? Who left? Who slept where? Who saw Sebastian last? Who spoke with him? Who changed plans? Who called whom after the alarm? If relatives were present, interview them separately and compare the timelines. Family loyalty is not evidence, but it is not an exemption from basic questioning either.
Plus abuse allegations tied to prior marriages.
Kathy Castor has been in Washington for as long as I can remember.
Oh,
She
sorry
opposed
guys, I
child
got the ads coming in. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that the Foot Clan moves together, right? We don't call them the Foot Clan for nothing. It's because they move together. They do things like this. It's horrible. They like to terrorize people that have family ties to them. I mean, look what they did to Nina. Look what they did to her in front of her kids, to her kids, scared the living crap out of the kids.
Chasing her
All
100 miles an
because
hour down
somebody
the
messed with their little
highway.
Chrissy Pissy pants. You know? What'd you say, Libra? I'm sorry.
Chasing her 100 miles an hour down the highway. 90 miles an hour to be exact. And yeah, and I'm so glad that she slapped the hell out of Chrissy Pissy Pants.
Me too.
Because it was
Even
well
though I don't
deserved.
condone violence. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that
he
was well
deserved
deserved.
it probably.
Listening to his damn mouth, it's like, man, everybody wants to slap that guy. After you hear all those, all those panel sessions or whatever.
Yeah, and
And
innocent
phone
people
calls.
do. They try to. I mean, if you're innocent, you have nothing to hide. You just tell, you tell it like it is. And yeah, you have to have a certain amount of faith that the polygraph people are going to do their job correctly and everything. But in the same way, if you don't have anything to hide, or if people thought that I was guilty of something, I'd be definitely trying to prove myself. Especially to the world, right? Man.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and not everybody reacts the same way. I know that too. I get that, but yeah, I'd be showing you guys my iWatch. I'd be showing you guys my time card receipts, whatever. Um,
The
whatever
iWatch
I had to do.
disappeared, in my opinion. You just stopped seeing it on her in interviews and stuff. It's like, where'd it go?
Yeah,
Where'd it go?
exactly. And did they take her iWatch and download the information from it? Because that's going to tell you, I mean, well, I have the health app or whatever on my phone, and it tells me how many steps I take a day and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's set up to my phone, so I mean, but if I had an iWatch on, it would tell me what my pulse was, and the whole
If
nine
you got a
yards.
break, if, they got a warrant, but there's a password on it, and she didn't give it to him or didn't open it for him, it has to go all the way to Israel to get opened up, which is a hard deal because the iPhone is not
Because the
easy.
iPhone,
Yeah, it has to go to Israel.
yeah.
Usually to get broken into. So I wonder about that, if that like was a big to-do there, or if here you go, here's my password, and here it is. And were you open with it, or were you just like trying to do everything you could to kind of make it harder for law enforcement, or did they even look into it? I have absolutely no faith in them looking into anything, to be honest. SCSO anyway. Some of their
Well, that's the hard part, because I mean, apparently their phones were taken. Is according to everyone, all three parents said that their phones were taken.
Yeah, it had all sorts of electronics and everything.
Yeah.
Taken. And then the war at the Poopy Foots, after they changed their security system or whatever, because she worked for Brinks allegedly, got upgraded everything after Sebastian went missing, and then there was a warrant taken out like a year in or something of him missing, and they got that stuff, I think, to find a possible slip up if there's audio or something, maybe just to see how they act at home when nobody's there around. I don't know. Allegedly, though, there was a warrant taken out on that household, according to what? The Nerdy Addict guy.
Oh, yeah.
Because he had a dispatch.
Yeah, they
call,
went back like a year later and seized a bunch of crap, too. That's true.
Yeah, laptops and all sorts of stuff for the Poopy Foots. You know, you get those Google searches, too, on how to do this or how to do that. If they're dumb enough to do that, that's on there, too.
I feel like they probably did, but I think they did that on burner phones. Like, I do think they had burner phones, for sure. Now, you know, and I don't feel like they properly investigated anything, in my opinion. And if they did, it was like a day late and a dollar short, kind of like this Green Hoodie situation where, you know, they said that they made contact with her, but they didn't, you know, they didn't do anything else, in my opinion.
Round 7.
Oh, sorry. What were you going to say?
I just said I don't think they did enough either.
Yeah, I don't think
of anything.
No, not at all. Because they would have already made contact. They would have been like, "Yeah, we spoke with the Green Hoodie right away. We saw them on the footage. Definitely looked suspicious, but no worries. We found them. We talked to them." But they didn't even bother to do that until the public was aware of the Green Hoodie and saw them on camera with Katie. That's when they decided to go hunt this person down, if they did, or if that person turned themselves in. I don't know. You know, none of us know that.
The Dirt Lot. At Night says it interviewed 2 men who worked with Chris at the St. Jude project in 2024. According to the producer-supplied account, they placed him near his trailer in a dirt lot around the time Katie and Sebastian would have been returning home. They described an unusual change to the trailer and said he remained there hours later with a phone visible on the dashboard.
That sounds like alibi theater. Phone sitting in the vehicle. Man outside where co-workers can see him. Trailer being modified at the exact window the family is driving home. 4 hours later, still there. Was he making sure witnesses remembered him in one place while the phone created a second trail? That is the ugly theory. Do not clutch pearls. Test it.
No, it sounds like a witness account that has not been authenticated in this package. A worker standing by a trailer can be a worker standing by a trailer. A phone on a dashboard can be a phone on a dashboard. You just built an alibi conspiracy out of posture and parking. The theory becomes legitimate only when the times, witnesses, records, and physical modification are independently confirmed.
Here is how to test it. Separate recorded interviews with both co-workers. Travel time from the site to Hendersonville. Whether the phone remained stationary while the person moved. That is an investigation. Everything else is a bar fight.
Fine. Then why has the public not heard whether any of that was done? The stepfather's worksite timeline is not gossip. It is a core alibi question. If the records lock him to the site, say he was corroborated. If the records are incomplete, say they are incomplete. If the co-workers were never interviewed by police, explain why private investigators found them first. Stop leaving the most combustible questions to YouTube panels.
Because law enforcement is not required to publish every alibi record, but it is
Okay, but nobody's asking law enforcement to do that. Chris likes to go on the panels and he likes to talk so much. Why doesn't he just do that for himself? It wouldn't benefit anybody besides him to do that. I mean, sure, it might feed our curiosity a bit, but if he was to say, "Look, this was me," right? Or if he was to invite his boss onto a panel and his boss was to vouch for him, yes, I saw him there. Yes, he put some skirting on the camper. Yes, he was talking with Katie. I saw him. Then that would stop all of it.
But no, he says, allegedly, what I saw, there's no way that he could go all the way to Hendersonville, bury the blankety blank,
Mm-hmm.
then come back and all this. Whoever said anything about him burying anybody? That was weird. Where'd that come from?
It was very weird.
Yeah, if that's his boss, which it was supposedly was, it's kind of odd for him to bring up unaliving and burying anybody.
And telling that to the private
That was never
eye.
in the question. Yeah, that was so
Right.
strange. It's like, who said that? Nobody said anything about that. He brought that up. So I thought that was very sus. And then CP gets in trouble at work, allegedly. And, oh, what does he tell Nancy Grace? Oh, that's up in the air. Kind of sort of not working there right now, you know? Because she was like,
Right.
are you still working there? And he's like, well, it's kind of up in the air right now. It's like, whoa, what happened there? Do you piss somebody off that's like, dude, you can't lie about being here when you're not here? You know? That's what I felt like possibly happened. And then
Well,
he
it
tried
could be
to,
that's a possibility. And then why? But he said he and Katie were at some other job site somewhere because they were in the camper during the Nancy Grace interview. So it had to have been
an
he was
undisclosed
working at that time.
location.
Katie said, "I had to." Yeah, Katie says I had to accompany my husband back to work.
Yeah, because my son could be anywhere. Anywhere, and I'm looking for him anywhere and everywhere because he could be anywhere.
Right. Yeah. She also
Yeah,
said that. Yeah,
bullshit.
she did. Yes, she did.
You're both hiding out, scared. That's what you were doing, in my opinion.
Yes, and apparently they did take everybody's devices. Yeah, they took them all. Um, like they willingly gave them. Yeah, and he supposedly told people that he wasn't married, but or he didn't talk about Katie or Sebastian, but that guy that talked to the private investigator, uh, he was saying that Chris told him that he was leaving Katie, that he couldn't take her shit no more, and he's leaving her.
And allegedly, CP got on a dating site, met a girl to date, and said that he had a stepson that died in a car accident. Something like that.
Yeah, so that girl came in here into my chat too, and she came into Justin's, and then she came into my chat. But then when I went back and compared notes on what she told me and what she told Justin, it didn't add up. I think that lady was a liar.
Okay, full of crap. Okay.
Yeah,
With you too.
yeah.
I just remember that back in the day. I was like, that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
it's
think she
just
was
one of
trying
those
to.
rumors.
Well, she
Golly.
needed if she really met Chris Proudfoot, she would have taken a screen grab and
Or
she
something.
would have been able to corroborate that.
At least fake it. Or something.
Right.
At least Photoshop
Yeah, exactly.
something. Because that was before AI, but
At least
still, like,
Photoshop some.
yeah.
Yeah.
At least make a fake Tinder of them or something than try to fake it. But yeah, when you're just fucking saying shit, with no receipts or
Yeah.
anything, then come on. It's just rumor at that point. It's just rumors.
Right. And I mean, I don't know. She never did produce any kinds of receipts. And then, like I said, it was different from what she told Justin to what she was telling me in the chat here. And I'm like, okay, you know.
What a thing to brag about, though. Anyway, I'd be embarrassed to ever admit that you dated CP. Ugh.
Ew, you swiped left or whatever
fuck?
it is, right? You swiped you swiped right for CP. What?
Ugh.
Oh man, that's so gross. Ugh, yeah. And especially the way he talks about, Katie, and then she's got to find that out during that phone call with the private eye. It's like, wow.
Fair to ask whether the alibi was corroborated through independent data rather than a self-report. That is the line. We do not accuse Chris of building an alibi. We ask whether investigators tested the possibility and whether at night's witnesses were provided to them with original contact information, statements, and dates. Round 8. Seth Rogers. Seth's alibi was independently confirmed. The rule is simple. When records resolve a theory, stop farming the person for clicks.
And that will piss people off because some audiences need a permanent villain. Too bad. If the alibi holds, he leaves the board. You do not keep a father under suspicion because he is awkward, angry, media hungry, difficult, or surrounded by chaotic spokespeople.
Okay. I had it right earlier. Chaotic spokesperson. I'm going to tell you right now, Tony Mathis is anything but fucking chaotic. That man is a professional. He was trying to keep everything together. He was trying to protect Seth. And in my opinion, did a very good job of that considering what he was having to deal with. And you want to talk about someone being difficult? You ain't seen difficult yet. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'd be a fucking handful and a half. You guys would be like, that lady is fucking batshit crazy. And I'd be like, yes, until I find my child, I am. You're damn right. Difficult?
Yeah.
Please.
For real.
Golly, what the hell? Why would they say something like they did good in the beginning, right? Like if he checks out, he's off the board, right? Why don't they just leave it at that?
Oh boy. Yeah, I see now what you're talking about, what he was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, I wanted to download, the footage that they put out in this one big chunk, right? But then I went over and I saw that, oh, there's a new video from At Night. Okay, so I click on it. This is the one we were going to review. And when I heard that, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, so no, Tony was in the beginning trying to get everybody to work together, right? Or continue to work together in a more effective manner. And Chris Proudfoot was the one that didn't want to work with Tony Mathis. And we have proof of that, right? But that was only because he was being difficult.
Now, SF investigates. Now that's chaotic in my opinion.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Everything. Roblox looking ass, no neck having motherfucker.
Roblox looking ass. Yeah, I mean, he's a bumbling fool.
Well, what it is there was the cat and the neighbor and see what I'm not trying to do. It's like spit it out, motherfucker. Can't even say nothing.
Oh, I know.
Fucking stumbling over himself, let alone make any damn sense. And then he wants to throw everybody else under the bus. Neighbor kid, allegedly. And so
yeah, that was so wrong.
Yeah,
that was so wrong. You know,
$20,000 or whatever it was for you to sit there and lie for these people. Allegedly, got paid a fat chunk of money to sit there and bullshit, not do shit.
Well,
That's
in
that's who
my
his
opinion,
chaotic
Seth needed more
spokesperson.
people that were. Well, yeah. I mean, he needed or he still does need support and um people that are willing to surround him and help him out, not cause chaos and trouble. And Tony was far from that. I mean, yeah, that to me was so uncalled for. um and maybe they're trying to take a different approach of not being non-biased, but if we're going to tell the story here, let's tell the story the way it is. You
I
got
would
two
hope that,
parents.
yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I hope that AI fucked up, but I just, even if they did, why didn't you then correct it and find the error? It's like they let it go. So it's like, I really hope that was a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, I hope that was
Yeah.
AI fucking up saying the father, not the stepfather or something. But when you said father, and then you said medium hungry, this person, but you said father at first. You didn't say stepfather. And then you said they should be off the hook if their alibi corroborates. Then you're talking about the father because his alibi is completely it corroborated. So everything. There's receipts and everything for it. So, yeah, they fucked up either way. You fucked up by not checking after your shit. Then you fucked up what you said. Then you didn't come back and fix it. If you did realize it, you didn't realize it. And if you didn't realize it, it was deliberate. And that's really messed up. Where did that come
Well,
from?
what parent of a missing child isn't media hungry? I mean, you want the media to
Yeah, you should
put
be
the
media
story
hungry.
out.
Golly.
Yeah, I would be. I'd be like, I'd ask anybody for help. I mean, it wouldn't matter to me, any of it.
Why the hell do you think that Tony helped get the media down there for all that stuff all the time? Because you
Right.
need it to get the word out. Or otherwise, some motherfuckers wouldn't come up there. wouldn't.
Exactly.
If you didn't call them and contact them, they would have never came out. They didn't give a fuck. Especially when it was like Seth by himself with like one more person. I think Sonya, or Jeff, or Sonya and Jeff and Jen maybe, or somebody like that. I think it was like 3 or 4 people one day. It was like, that was it. That was the only people in front of Sumner County. I think it was like the 1 year anniversary. It was
Oh
sad. I
yeah,
saw it on the
Sonya
news.
wasn't
It was
there
like,
for that. Yeah, but
it wasn't
yeah, I
Sonya.
know
It
what
was
you're
some
talking
other
about.
lady. Yeah, it was some other lady. But yeah, it was one of those core people that was going to stand with him. And it was him by himself, though. It was like him and one other person. It was crazy. He was trying to get them to turn the files to the FBI back then. They still haven't done it.
Right.
But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that's just crazy. I mean, I can't believe that they would say something like, I mean, to me it's like they should just leave it at that. I mean, Seth has his alibi corroborated. He's the only one out of all 3 parents that have that.
Bring evidence or move on. The case is already drowning in personalities. Sebastian is not a supporting character in everybody else's internet feud.
The same standard applies to everyone.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce
I
store
dare you to shut
preloaded
the
with
hell
20
up and stop
handpicked
trying to
products that are
sell
trending
me.
all over the world. Basically,
A verified alibi narrows the field. A weak alibi expands questions. A contradiction triggers follow-up. A bad personality proves nothing. The case should move by evidence, not by which adult the public finds most irritating. Round 9. Who is protecting whom? That question is irresistible and almost always abused. Is Chris protecting Katie, relatives, himself, a family secret? Or is he simply protecting his family from a public that has turned every cousin, ex-spouse, co-worker, and neighbor into a potential conspirator? We're going to ask the question without pretending the answer fell out of the sky.
Then here is my theory. The loudest person in the room is sometimes trying to control where everybody looks. Chris keeps the spotlight on himself, the critics, the media war, the private investigators. Anything except a clean reconstruction of the final 24 hours. Is that deliberate distraction or just a man addicted to conflict? I do not know, but the effect is the same. Sebastian disappears behind the adults.
Final round. Receipts or shut up? Law enforcement. Publish a narrow addendum. Correct Sebastian's age. State when Green Hoodie was identified, whether the full synchronized sequence was reviewed, and what broad categories independently supported clearance. You do not need to expose the person. You need to show the public that clearance was more than recognition, a conversation, and a familiar sweatshirt.
And Green Hoodie, whoever you are, if you were cleared, good. You deserve not to be hunted by strangers, but the agencies that cleared you owe the public a professional explanation of the process, not your identity. Because the secrecy protecting an innocent person should not be used as a shield for sloppy communication. Those are two different obligations. Do both. No more bullshit. Find Sebastian Rogers.
So that's what they put out for part 2 of their other video. So yeah, that's
No
I
more
mean, I
bullshit. No more bullshit.
no more bullshit. I could agree with that part. No more bullshit is right. There's been too much of it. Just way too much.
Tim Heidecker said it best. No more bullshit. Let me hear it. No more bullshit. But yeah. Well, tired of y'all's bullshit too. And if you can't get facts right over there, you know what I mean? AI or whatever. But okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Damn it.
Yeah. It just, oh man, it sucks.
That's why I wish somebody would just take the time and breath to use their voice and just freaking do it as a human that has done some research on the facts and everything and done some homework on it and have a human do it, not freaking AI. Just lazy, just screams, I don't give a crap and I'm too lazy to do this. I'm just gonna have AI do it. Like, I just don't. I'm sorry. It's just so crazy to me.
Yeah, I don't know why they did the AI thing. I mean, I guess it was interesting having a couple different people talking. I mean, I can't say that I didn't like kind of how they did it, but the AI is weird. We're just so used to like hearing people talking, especially creators and stuff like that. I maybe that's it.
Well,
Could be.
I can relate to another human, but I don't know if I can relate to a damn robot. So it's basically it. It's a robot saying things too perfectly, and it's like, come on to human level. We're humans so far. We're not cyborgs yet. So
Right.
damn.
I remember watching Doctor Who and it was always about AI taking over everything. And so I'm like, there we go. So, but yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy. But I don't think that anybody caused the circus besides the Proud Feet. I mean, everything that came out was just so explosive. From the very beginning, and not believable, Katie rocking back and forth and that whole bit on the news. I mean, when they went on Fox News, Fox 17, when they actually did an interview on Fox, they didn't put up pictures. They put up pictures, but they put pictures of other kids and not Sebastian. That was really weird too. that was like a huge red flag. I forget to bring that up. But yeah, it's just crazy. Um,
Yeah.
which call it? Which one, Detroit? We should listen to that lady's call in again. Which one? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, it does. I didn't think about that. Beard. It says that AI voice is horrible. It comes off in a
Yeah.
style of an investigative journalist, which has the
Exactly.
effect on the listener that everything you hear is true. An old tactic for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Very convincing, right? Like, this is how it should go, and that's the way it will be. But is it or not? Or shall it ever change? We don't know. But one thing we know is that you better look at it this way, because this is the only way to look at it, sheeple. Let me tell you. I tell you
Sheeple.
what. I tell you what.
I tell you what, Bobby.
At least I said it a little bit more of a human like way. I said I tell you what. But yeah, it's so crazy. It's like wrong choice of the AI voice. The one that really gets me too is the evil exists one is so creepy. It's like Sebastian Rogers is miss. You can tell somebody typed it, and is still miss. And then they put some bullshit video out there where they said some kid was screaming and you saw it was all bullshit, but it was a video of a neighborhood, a surveillance video, and you could hear this kid going, "Please, no, stop, leave me alone!" Like he's being chased by,
Oh.
an abuser, and they're like, could this be Sebastian Rogers?
Sebastian. Yeah.
It might be Sebastian supposedly is screaming. It's the creepiest voice, though. I can't even do it. It's the creepiest fucking voice. I swear to God. It's like a nightmare. This is how it sounds. The case of Sebastian Rogers is still ongoing investigation, and this is Evil Exists on YouTube. It is so creepy because we really like to know if we could just get more clicks and views all the time. It's like, what the? Sebastian Rogers' case is still going cold. We still don't have any answers and what happened to him that night. It's like, it feels like the person that was the perpetrator made it. It's like can I get the
Right.
AI? It's like Chat GPT. Can I please get an AI voice of a perpetrator telling a story about a missing child? Because that's what it sounds like. Jeez, the wheeze. I'm turning into a pumpkin. I can't do it no more. My sinuses are getting so clogged right now. Golly.
Oh no.
I shouldn't
that's
have
funny.
eaten that cheese. That cheese has got my sinuses all clogged up.
That's funny. The unsolved mysteries guy, Robert Stack.
Robert Stack, yeah.
Yes, but
Here we are
don't
with
do you remember? I think
the missing teen Sebastian Rogers is gone. I can't do his voice. Golly, it's so crazy. It's so good though.
Oh
So
yeah,
creepy.
the background music. That music is scary. Oh, hey Heather Marie. Thank you for the floating heart. That's so
The
sweet.
case of Sebastian Rogers is going cold. People say that he's still missing. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah,
Yeah, that's weird. It's so weird when they do that AI stuff. Like it doesn't. Yeah. But Evil Exists has a lot of
Unsolved
freaking
mysteries.
subscribers, so I'm like, man, what am I doing wrong over here? Like, what
people
the
have
hell?
asked the Proudfeet, have they ever, the Proudfoots,
The
have they
Proudfeet.
ever gone home? Have they ever left? If they ever left Nashville for Memphis, I cannot do his voice. God, it's so
Oh
freaking
man,
distinct, though.
that was pretty good though. That actually was pretty good.
So
Um,
creepy. When I was a kid watching that in the '90s, it was like. The U.S. Air Force has seen these UFOs flying over the sky, but they've gotten to doodly-doo. Has it been ever there, or is it gone forever? Or will we solve that mystery?
It's so creepy.
His face.
Oh, man.
God. Is he still alive?
I don't know.
Let me see.
That's right, Heather Marie. I believe we will find Sebastian. I do. If we can get through
Robert
all of
Stack.
this mud and the muck, you know.
Of
I
an
mean, that's the
unsolved
hard
Robert
part.
Stack mystery. I've got to perfect this man's voice. It's creepy. He's wearing that damn trench coat. Oh my God! Here it
Yes.
goes. Oh my God!
Oh yeah, he rocks the trench coat for sure.
Here it is. I'm sharing it with you. There's a
Okay,
picture.
hold on.
He looks like a young Trump in one picture. He's got this suit on. Wow.
Trump. Oh yeah.
Robert Stack. Robert
Oh,
Stack.
he died. Aw, that's so sad.
I'm walking closer and closer to the camera. Robert Stack. Oh, wow. He played a mafia dude in one movie back in the day. He looked a lot like Bonnie
got a
and
Tommy gun.
Clyde. Tommy gun. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a Tommy gun. Merry
Dang,
Christmas,
he
you
died in
filthy animal.
2003?
I know. I did not know that. Like, I had no idea about that.
Real name was Charles Langford Medini Stack in Los Angeles, California. Faked his own death, but will come back to haunt everyone. Robert Stack, that's me. I'm here, and I'm coming back. Remember.
Wow.
I'm so creepy.
Yeah, that is
I'm
creepy.
looking straight into your soul right now with my eyeballs. Staring straight
My
into your
eyeballs.
soul. I am Robert Stack. I am staring straight into your soul. But Ugly Martians. Oh, was he on that one? Great movie. Actually, I have no idea. What the hell?
I've never heard of it.
But Ugly Martians? I've never heard of it either. Look at him going to the Oscars. Here we go. To the Oscars. Here we go. Robert
So he won an
Stack.
Oscar. He did win an Oscar for, or
I've
maybe
won
two
an
or three.
Oscar for being the creepiest man to ever do a TV show about unsolved mysteries.
Yeah.
Freaky.
Looks like James Caan, huh?
But there
Okay,
you go.
Detroit with the one with CP. He did a couple of call-ins though, didn't he? I mean, I know he called
Just
into
a couple.
Illuminati.
Just a couple.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm trying to close this stupid thing. There it goes. Finally.
Oh, do you want me to hide it?
Oh, it's good. I got it.
Okay.
Finally. I was trying to close it out. But I'd turn into a pumpkin, to be honest with you.
I know. I'm
Sinuses are funny.
I'm pretty tired myself. Just good information tonight, though. I'm glad that Seth came up, and definitely look out for his live tomorrow. He's going to be on, I think he said at 6 Central Standard Time. So,
Sounds good to me.
yeah.
Good deal.
And I appreciate you being here, Libra, and I appreciate everybody, hanging in there with us, because I'm sure you guys watched this before, So
Thank you so much.
Bearded said, "Calm down, Libra. Cannot say Robert Stack 3 times in a minute, or you'll have nightmares tonight."
Hell yeah. Red rum.
Oh no.
Yeah, buddy.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Used to
used to
play
have
that game where
nightmares from Robert
he's
Stack anyway, but it's been a while since I've
God
since I
standing
listened.
over you,
Yes.
holding you down while you're in sleep paralysis. Oh
Oh
my God.
no.
On that note, I'm gone. Oh God.
I know.
But yeah,
I know, right?
that was fun, everybody.
Yeah.
Great talking to Setho, and Bearded came along and showed up finally after he told me he would 5 hours ago, and he finally showed up and showed face. Although he's probably been in the bushes with his binoculars watching everyone too, kind of like Seth does. And yeah, you know, everybody in chat, Detroit.
Oh,
You know what I'm
Detroit,
saying?
that lady
Sandwich.
didn't call in. She was just in the chat.
Yeah, so which makes it even more bullshit because it's like anybody could do that. It's probably CP himself. He got done. CP got done watching CP. CP allegedly got done watching CP and he got bored, so he got on here and then started chatting with people. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because CP doesn't
Exactly.
just stand for Chris Proudfoot. You know what I mean? It stands for other things. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern?
Yes. Mr. P-Foot. The P-Foots.
Peabody.
P-Feet. Oh, man. All
Everyone
right,
have
guys.
a great morning.
Yeah, you guys all have a great day. And yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. You're more than welcome to join too, Libra, after Seth's live.
Yeah,
So
I sure will if I can, for sure.
for show. All right. I know it's weird, isn't it, Detroit? It's weird that she did that and then freaking weird.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we'll see you guys all tomorrow night and have a wonderful Sunday.
Aloha. Ciao. Adios. Bye-bye.